Question, right? The Supreme Court will be given the responding to the bit of information filed by the minority bloc, taking March 14th. And also, prior to them making a response, former President Salifa also being very, very vocal about what's happening. And the president met, I think, Richard Kuhn and the both blocks separate where I'm gathering. So, and cautioning that it should end this thing by March 15th over the case. But the Supreme Court rules, they come up on March 15th and said that whatever was done by the majority bloc was illegal, and that who is not recognized as speaker. What would be the position of the executive branch?
The court is the final arbiter of our law. When the court speaks, that's it. When the court speaks, the court come and say, "Well, this is it," and the other president of the country must follow because that's the final law.
Question, right? The Supreme Court will be given the responding to the bit of information filed by the minority bloc, taking March 14th. And also, prior to them making a response, former President Salifa also being very, very vocal about what's happening. And the president met, I think, Richard Kuhn and the both blocks separate where I'm gathering. So, and cautioning that it should end this thing by March 15th over the case. But the Supreme Court rules, they come up on March 15th and say that whatever was done by the majority bloc was illegal, and that who is not recognized as speaker. What would be the position of the executive branch?
The court is the final arbiter of our law. When the court speaks, that's it. When the court speaks, the court come and say, "Well, this is it," and the other president of the country must follow because that's the final law.
Question, right? The Supreme Court will be given the responding to the bit of information filed by the minority bloc, taking March 14th. And also, prior to them making a response, former President Salifa also being very, very vocal about what's happening. And the president met, I think, Richard Kuhn and the both blocks separate where I'm gathering. So, and cautioning that it should end this thing by March 15th over the case. But the Supreme Court rules, they come up on March 15th and say that whatever was done by the majority bloc was illegal, and that who is not recognized as speaker. What would be the position of the executive branch?
The court is the final arbiter of our law. When the court speaks, that's it. When the court speaks, the court come and say, "Well, this is it," and the other president of the country must follow because that's the final law.
Question, right? The Supreme Court will be given the
fellow Liberians and all of the good people here and abroad. I'm constrained to do this live. I just read on Facebook a post by the managing director of the Liberia Water and Sewage Corporation, Honorable Mo Ali. I feel that the comments made by Mo Ali are irresponsible. In fact, they are a declaration of war. I'm very disappointed that people like Mo Ali, who just yesterday and I were in the struggle to discuss the ill of the CDC regime, can come out today simply because he has a job as managing director to try and undermine our peace and security or our democracy. Mo Ali has demonstrated clearly that everything about Liberian politics is all about self. The Supreme Court have already ruled. That's the Supreme Court opinion. A decent government, a government that believes in democracy and the rule of law, will honor the Supreme Court ruling. There is no personal issue. I have no interest in who is speaker or who is not speaker. I am more interested in the rule of law. As a lawyer or practicing lawyer, I think what Mo Ali did or his post constitute a declaration of war, because it's clear in the absence of the rule of law in this country, people will die here. And this is something that we must uphold. We must make sure that the rule of law, regardless of the challenges that we face within our judiciary or within our governance system, we must do everything as human beings, as Liberians, to ensure that the rule of law is maintained. For Mo Ali to make such a statement that the Supreme Court should go and set up its own majority and find their own speaker demonstrate clearly that this country is going nowhere when we continue to have people like Mo Ali in strategic government position and making decisions. This is unfortunate, this is offensive, and I think if the president is aware of this, he should take some administrative action, because what he has done undermines everything that we have worked for in the last 30 years. I'm so offended by what Mo Ali did on his Facebook page. If he made enough, he will apologize for it and he will withdraw that statement. There is no play. The Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia is the final arbiter of justice. I will not sit here as a lawyer and declare the individuals at the level of Supreme Court as saints, as gods, or people who are perfect. They will have their own challenges individually, but when they speak, that's the final decision of this land. Therefore, for anyone like Mo Ali to try to undermine the Supreme Court's decision is unfair, is offensive, and in fact, it's a declaration of war. And that is why I'm on this Facebook Live. Mo Ali is a very good friend of mine, but that irresponsible behavior should be condemned by all well-meaning Liberians. It is a disgrace to this country for a managing director strategically placed in government to make such a comment. I think he should go back on his Facebook page and retract that statement, because we need to be able to maintain the rule of law in this country. Because in the absence of that, this place will be hellhole. And Mo Ali, a more off person, should know that, because he has had his own experience when people violate the law or disrespect the judiciary or the court. So that's why I'm here on this Facebook Live for. I just want the record to go clear, and I want it to be made universal that I'm one person who has rejected the post, the statement, an irresponsible statement by Mo Ali. And all well-meaning Liberians should go on his Facebook page and see what he has written and see if it makes any sense. Thank you for following. Have a blessed day. Fellow Liberians and all of the good people here and abroad, I'm constrained to do this live. I just read on Facebook a post by the managing director of the Liberia Water and Sewage Corporation, Honorable Mo Ali. I feel that the comments made by Mo Ali are irresponsible. In fact, they are a declaration of war. I'm very disappointed that people like Mo Ali, who just yesterday and I were in the struggle to discuss the ill of the CDC regime, can come out today simply because he has a job as managing director to try and undermine our peace and security or our democracy. Mo Ali has demonstrated clearly that everything about Liberian politics is all about self. The Supreme Court have already ruled. That's the Supreme Court opinion.
That although Speaker Kufa, who at the time was presiding over a minority membership of the House of Representatives, and as such could not exercise his authority under Rule 21 of the House of Representatives and penalize absentees in a manner deemed appropriate, as they have to be done in consultation with plenary, which requires a quorum, and he not being able to form a quorum for plenary as the absentees comprises majority of members of the House, the Constitution, statute, and rule and House rules are all silent as to how the minority is to compel attendance of absentee members who insist on being absent. We therefore are at a loss. We are therefore at a loss, as there is no enabling statute, promulgated or standing rules setting forth the process for compelling said absentee members to attend sessions as envisioned under Article 33 of the Constitution. Also, in application to the respondents, this court noted and noted now that in addition to Articles 33, Rule 7, 7.2, 8, 8.1, and 12 of the House of Representatives of the rules of the House of Representatives provide that, and I quote, a quorum shall consist of simple majority of the members of the Honorable House of Representatives, which shall be necessary for the transaction of business. However, a minority may meet from day to day. Meetings at which a quorum is not present, only a motion to compel the attendance of absent members or to adjourn may be made, unquote. Therefore, presided over by the presiding officer defined under Article 49 of the Constitution as the Speaker, that is Speaker Kofa, and only in his absence the Deputy Speaker. Having expounded on this court's decision in the in-read petition, we are now left to determine whether or not either of the parties pursued with this court's declaration of December 6, 2024. As we stated supra, that the informants listed a number of actions which they alleged amount to violations of this court mandate in the petition. Beginning with the informants, we emphasize that we see no promulgation of an enabling statute as to how Article 33 of the Constitution of Liberia can be executed by the presiding officer whom we have held pursuant to Article 49 of the Constitution is the Speaker, that is Speaker Kofa. And unfortunately, he has presented no means as to how he, the constitutional presiding officer of the House of Representatives, can compel absentee members to attend a session for the purpose of obtaining quorum for the transaction of business. What is before us is this amended bill of information, and amplification of this dilemma, which we stated in the court's previous opinion of December 6, 2024, when we declared that setting a sanction to compel attendance by a simple majority was without the ambit of the court, as this Supreme Court does not make laws. Besides, it would be in violation of the Constitution on separation of powers. In a situation such as this, where majority of the members of the House of Representatives refuse to sit under their elected speaker or to have him removed as the Constitution dictates, this court can only speak to self-violation as being in total disregard to the law which members of the House of Representatives took an oath to uphold and protect. As to the respondents, we similarly ask the question, have you pursued this court's declaration of December 6, 2024, especially as we have espoused herein? It is common knowledge that the members of the House of Representatives are or have been conducting a parallel house with a minority group meeting and presided over by Speaker Kofa and a self-styled majority group of black and a self-styled majority group of black. These parallel sittings and or actions lack legal foundation either by the dictates of the Constitution or any other laws within this jurisdiction. Additionally, we take judicial cognizance that during the hearing and determination of the in-read petition, the respondents firmly argued, as stated in their returns, that they expressed a vote of no confidence in the leadership of Speaker Kofa that their quorum in the joint chambers of the legislature was legitimate for the transaction of businesses. They met the constitutional requirement of a simple majority as prescribed in the Constitution and the rules of the House of Representatives. That their quorum was being chaired by a presiding officer in person of the Deputy Speaker, who is legally clothed with the same authority as the Speaker to preside over their deliberations in the absence of the Speaker. And we emphasize absence, and while we paraphrasing what they put in fact what the respondent said in their return. During oral arguments before this court, one of counsel representing the respondents was asked a question by the court as to the whereabouts of Speaker Kofa at the time Deputy Speaker Thomas Pala was acting as the deciding officer during the parallel plenary session in the joint chambers of the legislature. In response thereto, the respondent's counsel stated that Speaker Kofa was, and I quote, in another room, unquote, within the confines of the legislature. This response by the respondent's counsel raises the cardinal question of whether the Deputy Speaker or any other representative could legally act as presiding officer for a plenary session of the House of Representatives in the wake of the Speaker being present and available to perform his constitutionally delegated task with state and emphatic law. Speaker Kofa not being absent to preside over plenary sessions, the Deputy Speaker or any representative for that matter could not legally preside over any plenary session, even if their session met the simple majority criteria for the transaction of business, and no action therefrom can be considered by this court as constitutional. Therefore, any action or sitting by the majority to the exclusion of the Speaker presiding while he is present and available to preside is unconstitutional and without the pale of the law, and we so hold. This court held in the case Garguah versus Jala and all Supreme Court opinion October 3rd, 2014, that, and I quote, the Constitution provides the framework within which the legislature operates, and any act, including a vote of.
Wow. Well, we can start now, but let me. This is the main one of the whole matter. This one. Okay. Any action or sitting of the majority bloc in which the elected speaker is not presiding, despite being present and is not absent or incapacitated, is unconstitutional. Action of the substyle majority bloc is in total disregard for the rule of law. Chief Justice say Nyenwolo in a final ruling. Guys, well, we had noise in the background.
Then I missed the game.
Yeah. Well, Liberia, like the people of Liberia were watching us, so we got to get this going. Chairman Ben, I will share the hosting with you tonight. We can get it going. But it's a serious thing. Our country is facing a serious problem, and especially with the news we heard late this afternoon about the United States government again canceling the MCC just imagine that bro qualify qualify to receive that grant, perhaps either this year or next year, almost 500 million, and now it's now having iced. And with all what's happening, if you want investors to come to your country, the only guardrail that can protect investors is the judiciary. And to see people openly disrespecting the judicial branch is appalling. I will publicly say that the likes of Mo Ali, that one of those who need to be sanctioned seriously for trying to undermine the governance of this country. President Baga should take season, even dismiss him. What he wrote on his page, unacceptable. Forget about politics. You know, even I had some people from UP members calling me and said, look, I think it's about time that we just follow the Supreme Court lead and move this country, because everything that we're doing right now will affect our development agenda. But I'm confident the president will return to the country and will follow the rule of law. He will accept the Supreme Court ruling, and from there, the Richard Kuhn and his group will have
President just returned. President is in the country.
So yeah, if in the country, I know he will be compelled to comment. He will comment on this because
as a reporter, he spoke to the media, but I didn't get everything. When as soon as I joined in, I think he spoke. I don't know if he spoke about it or he
didn't say anything about it.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he
didn't say anything about it. He only think the people were nimble for a peaceful election.
Yeah, but I'm sure the pressure is on the president now, and I mean, there's no secret about this. There's no way you can escape this. The Supreme Court is the final body in the country that can bring any dispute to a conclusion. And so it's only fair that the president address this and act accordingly. But Chairman, that's where we are.
Thank you, Tomalin, and check your message. I sent you something. Want to thank everybody. Mr. Gimmer, it's good to see you. Welcome back from Manchester. What did you bring from me from Manchester? Even though you were going, you didn't tell me you were going, but it's okay. What you got? Oh, okay, correct. You got an autograph booklet. Okay, good. But it's good to see you. Pewee, it's good to see you. My brother, Sidiki Fofana, it's good to see you. Guys, I think today was a historic day in the country. We have a lot to discuss today. A lot is happening as we speak. Different statements are coming up. I just read the Press Union of Liberia has just issued a statement also. There's going to be more of these statements coming up, and all the statements that I'm reading are in uniformity, right? They're all aligned with the same, calling on the government, calling on the president, calling on the executive branch to respect the opinion and enforce and comply. That's probably the word I probably should use. Not just respect, because you can respect and disagree, and don't comply. But I'm telling you, there's a lot that's happening. We saw a statement, I thought a strongly worded and timeless statement from former President George Myean. I thought it was a brilliant statement that he put out there. I will get a chance to read that statement. Like I said, the Press Union of Liberia. I'm hearing statements are coming from potentially former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I think everybody is concerned, and like Tomalin said earlier, the onus is now on the president of Liberia, because I think the intransigence of these guys is grounded in the foundation that they believe that they have presidential support and presidential protection. Tonight, I personally am going to call on, I think the Minister of Justice and Attorney General needs to resign. I think he almost plunged this country into I mean, the country is already in a constitutional crisis, but I think we're literally bordering these. And one of the things that I want to remind a lot of Liberians of tonight is that, you know, when you see unconstitutional takeover of governments and all of these different things, and this is not about scaring the country, I think we need to get afraid. Because when people tend to look at the Constitution and spit on the Constitution and pee on the Constitution and say that the Constitution is no longer the law of the land and that people can just decide upon themselves and do things that they want to do, I think we owe it to our nation as conscious-minded Liberians to be able to speak in the way that we're going to speak here tonight. But I think the Justice Minister should I think, if this was any other civilized or serious country, and I'm serious, the justice minister would have resigned by now. He would have offered his resignation to the president for misleading the executive, for misguiding the executive and putting the executive in this position that they ended up putting the executive in, right? I think the legal advisor to the president also hasn't done well to the president. And guess what? That's why the president is the president. Because whether he the one told them to do it or not, he has a covering. So tonight is going to be fascinating. We're going to talk about the ruling, the opinion, the very crystal clear opinion. I think we were discussing it last night. Very crystal clear. I think they broke everything down. I don't think there was any room for anybody to question what they actually meant in the previous ruling. We're going to talk about the statements that are coming from different sectors of the society. I said former President Weah, the Press Union of Liberia. We are hearing statements that are going to be coming from our international partners. We're going to discuss all of that tonight. And we're also going to go ahead and give our own opinions on what we think the country is. So I just want to welcome everybody. And Mr. Gibman will give you a chance to kind of start and give your opening argument, not your closing. You get a chance to give your opening argument. I was listening to another show the other day, and I see everybody using the word closing argument, and I said, well, that's good. At least they understand what closing argument really means. But we'll give you a chance to give your opening argument, then we'll go to Pewee, we'll come to my brother Sidiki, and then we'll go to Mr. Nambe. Mr. Nambe, it's good to see you. You are in Monrovia. We definitely want to hear your perspective from the ground on what's happening and how the country and just the temperature. So, Mr. Gibman, you can go ahead.
Before Mr. Gibman coming, Mr. Cummings will be also issuing a statement tonight.
Mr. Cummings, yes, thank you for that. Mr. Cummings, I did hear that Mr. Cummings will be issuing a statement also.
He just confirmed that he will be issuing a statement tonight, and the ANC will be issuing a statement as a party.
Great. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Gibman.
In any leadership, whether it is a family or an organization, the instructions have always been follow the lead. When we were in elementary school in Liberia, they would say elephant go, elephant tail, and follow the lead. I'm saying this to say President Joseph Boakai have misled this country from the very beginning. When $500,000 was extorted from our retirement funds, the president said nothing. When the Supreme Court ruled against the president, he disrespected the rule of the Supreme Court. So when we're talking about follow the lead, this is what we are talking about. If a leader says the buck stops with me and this is not our course of action, everybody follows. But in the social sciences, we said, there's something called decision by indecision, right? If you decide to be silent and someone is committing a crime in your presence and you say nothing, the old folks, our upriver people used to say, silent means consent. You agree. You may be in the background, just nodding your head while this person is doing the wrong thing constitutionally. So as far as I'm concerned, that the president is back in the country, and we are not hearing from the presidential press secretary that the president will be speaking to the nation. To me, by now, this is national security issue. We should be informed that the president will be speaking to the nation. So this tells me that President Joseph Boakai is in the know. He's nodding yes to this renegade, and this thing is going to continue. If you hear the likes of Mo Ali saying, who cares about investors? Let them stay away. This, in sociology, we say there are two kinds of people. In politics, we got politics of citizenry, and then we got tribal politics. Mo Ali is a tribal politician where the nation, the conscience of the nation doesn't count as long as it gets paid. That's all that counts. And I want to leave it there for now.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. And we also want to reiterate that because I think there's going to be a lot of folks joining, we also understand that the political leader, the CMC, will be joining us at some point in time. There are a bunch of other folks that may be coming in and out, so we want to also be cognizant of the time.
Yes, and if you have more, you can always knock me off and bring somebody else on.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman, for your.
We want everybody to be heard because it's very important.
Thank you for your graciousness. Thank you. Pewee, you want to come in with your opening? Everybody will probably have about a minute and a half or so.
Yes, I will do that. But for now, maybe if I don't have to say anything for now, if they will meet your approval, Mr. Presiding. I just love.
He said, Mr. Presiding.
Yeah, I just love if you approve it to follow listening to Councilor Charlie Bronskin today.
Yes, we're gonna do that.
Comment. You got a cue for to listen to it?
Yeah, can we let the studio, if you
Liberia,
listen?
hello. I'm coming with
Y'all gotta wait
because I have been following the attacks on.
Okay.
Liberia, hello. I'm coming with a heavy heart today because I have been following the attacks on the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. And as a counselor of law in Liberia, it is my duty to protect you who are consumers of the law, right? To make sure that everything I do as a lawyer is done with ethics, is done with integrity, so I protect those who are consumers of justice. Equally so, we who are lawyers are called to protect purveyors of the law, those who engage in the commodities of the law, including the Supreme Court. I have seen the denigration, the disrespect, the derogatory comments made about one of the three branches. Liberia, hello. I'm coming with a heavy heart today because I have been following the attacks on the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia.
We'll get to it. Y'all playing it. Y'all cue it, and then we get to it. Like Pewee did his opening. It is one of the several other videos that we're going to play. We're also going to play the video from the speaker. Excellent. But Pewee, you are right. We are going to talk about it, and we're going to play it. So you can do your opening. And then
thank you, Ben. And
the AN system is already out. The AN system is out.
The AN system is also. We'll read that and stuff. Yeah.
Thank you. And I mean, I'm very elated this evening to listen to lawyers, institutions, and the rest of that. But what I would say this evening is that the Constitution of our country, the Supreme Court came out to protect the sanity of the Constitution and the security of our country tonight. And I agree there will be people that will disagree with the agreement, the Supreme Court ruling, and people will agree. But one thing we all have to do is to respect the decision coming from Honorable Supreme Court. But for folks in the government of Liberia today, including the Minister of Justice, including Mo Ali, that is now denigrating, making those kind of derogatory and inflammable comments, incendiary comments against the Honorable Supreme Court, it's just a dangerous thing to do. But the president returned to the country today. We didn't hear directly from him on this matter. I'm inclined to believe that the president is someone that always spoke in favor of the rule of law. Mr. President, all I will say tonight is for you to move in keeping with Article 50 of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. You are the commander-in-chief, and you took oath to protect the Constitution of the Republic. You took oath, Mr. President, to protect the Constitution. So what I'm saying tonight is for those folks that are making all kind of a threatening statement against the Supreme Court, we Liberians will have to unite against those counterproductive elements and begin to protect the sanity of the country. Other than that, we're going to see things that may erupt because of the failed system in the country, and probably folks will just come, and part of the reason why we hear all this not happening. But it's good that we got most of those things queued, Ben. I'm not going to take a long time tonight. We have most of the things queued in, and we have to systematically followed this system in publicly condemning those very dangerous individuals that are now today serving in privileged position in the country, trying to undermine the code of our country. That's why I will stop for now.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Sidiki and then Mr. Nangbe. Welcome, Mr. Russell.
Yes. So,
Sidiki, you have a background noise.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
You want to switch over? Okay. Switch over and come back. Yeah, switch over and come back. All right, Mr. Nangbe, you want to go?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman Ben. And good evening to you all. It is good to be here. Look, I think we're all going to sound. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. I think we're all going to sound like a broken record here, but it is only because of the magnitude of what is happening. Look, this president knew he should have anticipated this decision. I'm going to even say he knew it was coming. And I'm shocked that several hours after this decision, there has been no movement from this government, no action whatsoever. And then his minions are coming out and, and playing around. They think this is a joke. Mo Ali, James Collett on these people. If this president continues to be silent, he's going to embolden these people and more of their kind are going to come out. Take a cue from the CMC. The CMC anticipated the election to the point where they posted a date that was earlier than the election. That's what politicians do. You have two statements prepared, one for the for and one for the against. All of us know that Jerome alluded to that somewhere. I thought they would have had a statement ready to go to solidify this thing. And now they're playing around. I'm really concerned. I was very hopeful last night. I can't say that right now that I'm hopeful that this executive is going to get behind this decision. I'm disappointed. I really hope, this president could have issued a statement even from under a rock. There's no excuse for, he wasn't here, but he's even here. I'm disappointed that up to now we haven't heard anything from this government. Time is everything. And I really hope, however delayed it may be, I hope they will get on this thing and get on it quickly. Let's seal this thing and move on to our normal lives. I'll pass it on to Winfred.
Thank you. Well, Sidiki is back, so what is Sidiki doing?
Yes, is it better now?
No, it's not.
Oh, you in the shower.
Okay.
It's better now.
Yeah, so distinguished colleagues, it's good to be on the show. I think today the Supreme Court erected itself in history and provided that there are still strong institutions within the country and there are still some people of integrity. Obviously, he has done his work. I think also what is left now is to emphasize to the executive that the president has no option. Upholding and protecting the rule of law is not an optional thing. It's not something that you think whether you want to do it, not something you think you provided favor for. It's an oath you took, is a mandate you upheld. And I think that where we're going now, if the statement coming from the likes of Mo Ali reflect the internal conversation within the Unity Party, then I think we're going to a point where we might see a change of government by the people, because that's the path they want to take. Considering this decision seems to have united the entire country, regardless. And I think at this time it emphasizes both that it's no more about Fonati Kofa, nor a political party. I think every Liberian will want that we respect the rule of law, even those people who we consider illiterate. And I think the president has no option. And in fact, his silence on this matter even makes it grievous to the extent that even if he came up 5 days after to uphold it, it would just look undermining. And I think at this point, it's up to him not to undermine himself. And that one of I would just end on this to say when Mo Ali said the enforceability of the law. Well, you cannot make those guys to sit on regular, but you can also do not provide the coverage and that you're providing to Kun, who is legal. He should not be moving around with a political representative. One,
he should not be moving with state security under protection. So those are some of the things the executive can do immediately today, as if it was yesterday, And so we hope that the Baga government will step up. But what we will say is that I think that is not an option. The option of to uphold the rule of law at this point in time is not optional to them. It's not a privilege they have. It's something they are mandated to do by the oath he took, and also by the seem to be the unity of the Liberian people on this issue. So we will go on that, but we just want to state that for now.
Thank you, Winfred. We want you to come in with your opening, and then from there we will play the clip from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Go ahead.
Thank you, and gentlemen, great to see you all. Great being here. This is a watershed moment in our country today, given the ruling from the Liberian Supreme Court. And I think we all have said it. I think it's not rocket science, as the saying goes. I think we all know that without the rule of law, a democracy, especially one like we have, a fleshly democracy like we have, can easily slide into chaos and corruption, authoritism, and all of these sort of very negative vices will become the order of the day, and we cannot have that. I mean, is that clear? Is that simple? At least to many of us, that the rule of law has to be respected, and especially when it is handed down from the highest court in the land. It must be honored and it must be respected. So that's just what I will start off with for now. But thanks again. It's great being on the platform.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Peabody. He's right in time. So you want to do your opening, or do you want us to go strictly to the playing of the Speaker video? It's your call.
We can likely go on to the playing of the video. I mean, I'm not going to take all your time. I came late, so I just wait until you just.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Peabody. So, studio, can we go ahead and play the speaker's video, and then from there that will open the discussion.
To Almighty God, in genuine respect and love for our country, endowed in a resilient and good people. Today, the Supreme Court of Liberia reaffirmed and upheld the rule of law in what has been termed the legislative impasse. As we have pledged, the ruling of the court will be our last bus stop, and the court has ruled, effectively recognizing that our leadership holds the constitutional mandate of the first branch of government, and we welcome that ruling. We are truly grateful to God, who has given us the strength over the past 6 months to endure the endurable and suffer the insufferable. To my colleagues who have stood up for the rule of law at great peril to their political and financial lives, my sincere salute. Societies become great when ordinary men and women rise up to do extraordinary things. Today you walk into history with the wind at your back and the thanks of a grateful nation. To the hundreds of thousands of Liberians here and around the world who on bended knees prayed with us, texted a word of encouragement, held us up lest we fall, and believed in us, we are truly grateful. Without you, this advancement in our democracy would not have been possible. We will always remember, we will always be proud, and we will always be your servants. To our colleagues on the other side, we identify with your just grievances and call on you to join us and end the stalemate at Capitol Hill. Come, let us reason together. In the words of President John F. Kennedy, remembering on both sides that civility is not a sign of weakness and sincerity is always subject to proof. Let us not negotiate out of fear, but let us not fear to negotiate. I will reach out to Deputy Speaker Thomas Fala and Honorable Richard Kuhn so that we establish a joint reconciliation and transitional committee. I am not unmindful that reconciliation and progress may require that I make the ultimate sacrifice, and I am not unwilling to pay that price. But please let us show this nation how democracies are built. May the Almighty God bless the works of our hands and save the Republic.
Well, guys, that was the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Listen, I think this sets the basis for our discussion tonight. We're gonna, like I said, there's several statements that have come out. There's several that is coming out. And I think, I forgot who said it. I think someone said that it seems like this verdict is just kind of like have united the condemnation of Siddiqui, who said that. And listening to the speaker, Mr. Namwe, we're going to start with you. I mean, listen, I'm a little biased. Everybody knows my relationship with Kofa. But I was extremely proud today. And like, talk about planning. That was a man who, I'm sure he probably had another video, you know, because he was very clear that it was his last buster, right? I'm sure he maybe had a throw in the tower video also. So talk about planning and talk about the fact that the end of that video is what struck me. Extending a hand to the other side. Acknowledging Thomas Fala as Deputy Speaker, which he is the elected Deputy Speaker, saying to Richard Kuhn, yes, you may be you are the purported or whatever you're doing, but we have to come together and we're going to form a joint committee. And talking about transition, talking about the fact that he also understands that he may have to pay a price here, the ultimate price, right? I want you to talk about that, Mr. Namwe, and from the context of someone like yourself who has fought for multi-party democracy in Liberia, for us to be able to have the space that we have today. And how these people on the other side are taking it for granted, because I got a chance to read the statement they put out, literally spitting on the Constitution and peeing on the Constitution, because that's pretty much what they did today. That statement that came from Richard Kuhn was an insult to the intelligence of the people of Liberia and an attack on our democracy. So I want you to speak from that angle, and then we will go around the horn.
Yeah, you know, Chairman Ben, my internet a little shaky, so when I'm in, just let me know. But sure. I agree with you. I think what we are seeing here is very unfortunate. I think a group of people who are feeling so entitled, to the extent that they think they're bigger than the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. I mean, for Christ's sakes, who are these people? Where do they come from? You know, the Supreme. Okay, so first of all, I read the purported speaker's statement. He said he's going to see legal redress. Where is he going to go?
Well, where exactly? Where is he
going
to
go? I mean, is it where? You know. Then he said this is an overreach, stepping, interference. But he sent a representation to argue his case before these very people. If they didn't have the authority to adjudicate or whatever the right word is, it doesn't matter. Why did you make representation? It means you recognize that they had a legal authority to delve into this matter. So all this nonsense he's talking, he is just looking around and buying time, looking for people to call him morally to spring up and then begin to build his posse and make a stand. And this is what this president is doing. My friends are texting me, some of my cutting friends. They think the president should even address the nation. Yep. This is how great this is. That's how great wherever he was. Yep. And my friend is telling me he should have put out a warning to all his officials of government. If you say try anything funny, pack your stuff and go. And I agree with that. So yeah, the Constitution. These are the fabrics of a functional democracy. The Constitution, the judiciary, the legislature. If these things are not allowed to function, then you don't have a democracy, because these are the things that protect us. So again, I'm just really kind of baffled and disappointed. And most of the people who work for this government are people who themselves have been champions of the people's rights. Now this is where we are.
You can hear them. Kofi Woods. You can hear them.
Thank you, Mr. Nangwe.
Thank you very much.
Tommy George, I want you to come in on it. We are reporting that the Alternative National Congress have also issued a strongly worded statement. At some point in the show, when everybody goes the first round, we will read these statements. Like I said, we have a statement from former President George Myean. We have a statement from the Press Union of Liberia. We have a statement from the ANC, the Charlene Bromskin video. There's several statements, and I understand international partners are also going to be issuing statements. Former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is going to be coming out. I think I think everybody understands the gravity of what is going on, and probably the bullet that literally missed us. Right? For God in heaven's sake, the Capitol building got burned. Maybe we have forgotten that scene. And maybe the studio needs to find that video of the Capitol dome burning so we can show it to the country to see what this has cost us. So, Tommy George, I want you to come in on Speaker Kofa's statement and talk about what that means. You know, what does it say about him as a leader and the moment in which, talk about a man seizing the moment in which he finds himself. I want you to talk about that.
Yes. Let me just quote, a statement should have been prepared, or better yet, address the nation tonight at 10 p.m. He can do a video conference from where he is, send a warning, any official of government making any statement should tender the rest of the nation. We must send a strong message to Richard Coon. Enough is enough. Ultra Vires has been simplified. Look, these are people who are stakeholders in Liberia, who are everybody concerned. The country is on edge, you know. Just recently in America, when President Trump threatened to fire Jerome Powell, the pressure that came. Yesterday, he said, I'm not firing. That's why I think how we should take this issue to Liberia, and they are already taking it. So, Speaker Kofa was on time. His statement was on time. He's still an olive branch for reconciliation for them to come and decide. He even said, I'm not going to, if the cause not to stay in the way, I will not stay in the way. But they got to come to some common ground, you know. And I think all Liberians should raise a statement and put pressure, use our platform.
Everybody, please mute. We're getting feedback.
Use our respective platforms, wherever you are, to pressure on the government that they have the president. Right now, the case is in President Bouaga's hand because he has to enforce. The Constitution says the judiciary interprets, the legislature make the law, and they executive enforce. So the enforcement power is in his hand. He can say tomorrow, the same thing he did. We were drawing all the security escort from security detail from Richard Coon. They pay for a speaker, go back to Speaker Kofa and everything. And for what I'm getting to, I mean, let me go on record that I'm telling you guys, I believe. I know people will say, you trust the public again. President Bouaga will side with the Supreme Court. What information I'm getting, he will side with the Supreme Court because it's affecting his government. And he will side with the Supreme Court. And I can assure you that I believe at the end of the day, some members of the so-called majority of Black will join the Speaker Kofa. They will form a quorum and will carry on the people's business. And the Senate too is about to also issue a statement to.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just about to highlight that we're going to cue the video from outside the court from the Senate Chair on Foreign Affairs and also the Senate Chair on Education. Both Nathaniel McGill and Darius Dillon attended the hearing, attended the opinion, the reading of the opinion, and said that Dillon could not have been stronger in his statement. So we will have that also cue when we're playing the video. He was very strong. And from what I'm getting, I'm speaking with Senate insiders, senators who are saying that they will no longer do business with Richard Coon. That this is it. This is the bottom line. They only took the decision that they took to kind of save the republic because they felt things were going in their way. And then again, like I said, taking into consideration, they were leaning on the Attorney General's interpretation of the opinion. But Dr. Pewee, not Dr. Pewee, Dr. Peabody, we'll come to Pewee. Dr. Peabody, you haven't said anything yet. I want you to say something briefly for a few minutes, and then
what take Dr. Peabody honor for him?
I know, right? I go say I take it.
My man, My title here is honorary, so I can share it with you. It's not.
Oh, okay.
I can share it with you.
No,
and stuff like that.
go ahead, Doc. and Doc, one second, Doc. Before you go, 1 second. Can we play the Dillon clip? Since it's very short, it's less than a minute. Play the Dillon clip, and then we'll get to Dr. Peabody. Studio, go ahead and play the Dillon clip, please.
The ruling is clear.
It's clear, very, very clear. It's the speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The ruling is clear.
It's clear, very, very clear. It's the speaker.
The ruling is clear.
Thank you, Studio. Thank you very much. Senator, Dr. Peabody, you can go ahead.
There goes Senator Delors again. There goes Senator
From
Delors.
doctor to senator, everybody
look,
remember this tonight.
Look, there goes Senator Dillon. He's right though. It's strong, and I hope that they will abide by this. But look, Ben, I like what the speaker said. He said, "Come, let us reason together." And he said he's going to reach out to Representative Kuhn and the others, and the Deputy Speaker Fala. That statement by Speaker Kofa is a clear indication that a leader don't take side. A leader takes control. And from what he said, even with the degradation that they put him through, that he's still willing to reach out to them and talk to them, and so that they can come to one understanding. I think it's very fair. Today we're having a conversation, and I told Tomalin just what Mr. Nyenwolo said. I told Tomalin, if this were any serious country, Supreme Court rule, you have a statement coming off from the executive mansion immediately. The president should have come up. The president came back from the country. The journalists then were being asking softball questions. They didn't want to go to that part of it, or they were told what question to ask or what to ask the president, stuff like that. But I think the Supreme Court ruling is very clear. And I think by this time, the executive should take some action, like removing Representative Kofa, his escort team, and then sending them right back to Speaker Kofa. But that statement he made there just show his ego and just show how anxious or greedy, let me put it in the Liberian way, soft way, how greedy he is for position. But the Supreme Court have ruled, and I think anybody is above the law. Anyone, the Mo Ali and others who are coming on and issuing these crazy statements, I think anybody should even go against the Supreme Court or even try to criticize the Supreme Court for how careful they took their time. Everybody, we were sitting here one time, we were very frustrated and said, look, man, the Supreme Court need to act, they need to do this, they didn't interpret it in the right way, and they were willing to take that bit of information. I think the Supreme Court is clear, and I think Senator Kofa now needs to just, as he said, he will reach out to them. I'm sure he's going to do it. I'm sure he's going to reach out to them and talk to them and see how we can keep it, get the country business going. But we can't sit there and Richard Kuhn and other President Barack now holds the ball in his hand. He needs to come up. He needs to do something and issue a statement that will go by the Supreme Court, and let's get back to status quo. That's what we
need.
Thank
you, Dr. Peabody. Thank you so much, Mr. Gibbon. You want to come in? Let's talk about briefly the. I mean, we're getting unconfirmed reports, but we'll talk about that later. There's a lot of movements, like I said, Mr. Gibbon. But let's talk about what Speaker Kofa did today.
I mean, we hit that so we can know what is on what.
Yeah, well, but I won't talk it. I want to talk it.
It's not confirmed.
I want to talk it.
Yeah, but you say he never get on hand.
Yeah, don't worry about it. When I read it, I will text you. I will text you the unconfirmed report. Okay. But let me say this, Mr. Gibbon, I want you to talk a little bit. I want you to talk a little bit about what Speaker Kofa did today. I mean, talk about leadership. Talk about moments. It was moments after the opinion came down. You can clearly see that if it had gone the other way, he probably would have done the same thing. So I want you to talk about the importance of the message, about the importance of him reaching across the aisle, right? And before I can interrupt your time because your political leader has showed up. So let me
go ahead.
I know you and I have no problem with it. So that's why I'm saying that. I know you and I have no problem, Jeru.
You see, you
but we want to welcome
why you picking on me, man?
No, I'm just saying your political leader has showed up. So I know you and I have no problem. You even gave him your time.
That's
but
correct.
We want to welcome the chair of the Rule of Caucus, the Rule of Law Caucus, and the political leader of the Citizens Movement for Change, CMC, Representative Musa Hassan Bedete. First of all, Representative Bedete, Mr. Chairman, I always call you Mr. Chairman. I know you climbing the ladder in this politics thing. So political leader is higher than chairman. So let me say Mr. Political Leader. Let me say this. First of all, I want to thank you and congratulate you for your resilience, for standing up, because it's men like you that stood up, right? And I've had the privilege to listen to some of the background conversation, and I know how many times you guys almost came to the point where things seemed like it was getting ready to fall apart. So I want to thank you for just standing up for what is right, for showing the Liberian people that there are a few good men still in our politics that can stand up for something. So what we will do is we'll revert to you, because Jerome said I'm gonna go straight to you. He just texted me that he got no problem. Even if he thought today he find you yet. So, so I just want to go to you. Since you're here, in a guest panelist capacity. So, Mr. PL, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Oh, yeah, your new haircut looks really nice.
Look at
he can be hit you low now. When you praise you,
yeah.
Well, I mean, Ben, thank you, everybody. And let me say to closing argument, thank you too. It's been a long journey, 8 months, and you guys, we could not have done what we did without, you guys. We want to say thank you for standing up. For Liberia, we are not celebrating anything tonight. We're only celebrating our constitution. We're only celebrating our country and our democracy. Again, to my colleagues, I just want to thank you for allowing me to be your leader and keeping the foot and telling us to hold on, even when there were times where we seemed down and out. We were there. And to the speaker, one thing we're very proud of him. We're very, very proud of him. But Ben, tonight, for me, it's not about celebration. It's about looking for answer. It's about looking for a way out. It's not about, braggadocio. It's not about, that ruling could have gone anyway. We know why it took the Supreme Court to make a decision. It was bold. The Chief Justice has left a lasting legacy, because what is most important about this ruling is not necessarily about what for the Funanti speakership. It's about the future stability of the legislature, which is extremely important. And, most of all, we thank the people of Liberia. We know this was not possible without the public support.
True.
And, we want to tell them thank you. The problem is not over yet, and we are aware of that. To glow in the Supreme Court ruling will not be helpful to finding a solution to the problem. We will try to reach out to our colleagues. We will try to reach out to everybody. It is because of our constitution that we call Jose Nimambuaga President of Liberia. It is because of our constitution that we call the Minister of Justice the Minister of Justice. I'm just begging the President of Liberia to take charge of this matter when the founding fathers of this country put this country together and put our constitution together, it only gave the Supreme Court the right to interpret the constitution. It has no enforcement power. That power and obligation lies with the presidency. It is our hope that he will order the various state institutions to abide by the rules or by the rulings of the Supreme Court. This is very important for our country. This has nothing to do with Fana takeover. And it doesn't solve the problem. But at least that symbolism of everybody accepting the decision of the Supreme Court is better. People have lost their houses here, Ben, because of Supreme Court ruling. There are people in jail because of Supreme Court ruling. People have divorced and lost families and lost it because of Supreme Court ruling. These are ordinary people abiding by Supreme Court ruling. If we who are the servant of the public cannot abide by that, why should the ordinary man? Last week, the president launched a scheme, I believe, to tell people not to take the law in their own hand, more violent, something against more violent, to adhere to make sure justice is forever, rule of law. The pillars that the president used to come into the country, one of them is the rule of law. So I'm hoping that he will stop all of these things that are going on, these disgraceful behaviors that are going on Facebook, where, junior officers of the government are on Facebook mocking the Supreme Court of Liberia. It's dangerous. It is wrong. It does not serve him. He is the president of the Republic of Liberia. He is the chief executive of the country. He is the head of the statecraft that we are running. The people under him cannot do that.
Sure.
They cannot do that. So I'm hoping that the president takes charge of this and say, look, like Bob Marley said, he who fights a runaway lives to fight another day. The fact that the court has ruled against you, the fact that you are not able to remove Kofa, it doesn't mean that you will not have a chance at trying to remove him again. It just set the basis that you have to do it, in line with the Constitution. Okay. So I'm hoping that, really, really praying. This one, Ben, it's not one of the night where we come here and say, oh, this will happen. It just time to be sober, to say, for the sake of our country, the image that the Supreme Court rule and that officials of government are on Facebook mocking that ruling, define it, and of course, in their limitation, asking questions as to whether the Supreme Court can rule make a ruling that it cannot enforce. That shows their limitation because the Supreme Court has no enforcement power. Our Constitution is very clear. The executive enforces the decisions of the court, but it has to stop. I'm begging the president on this one. This is not about opposition business. This is not about something. It is disgraceful, and he needs to stop it in his own capacity to manage the affair of this country. Is on the line. If he cannot control people who should be doing work that are not done properly, people who should be concerned about managing certain entities of our country, but yet they are all on Facebook, or doing this thing. And I hope that he stops it.
Thank you, Honorable Representative. So we're going to go and we were getting ready to just talk about the speaker's video and stuff, so you can participate in the general conversation. Like we said, we have several messages that have come through from the Press Union of Liberia has issued a strong statement calling on the executive to comply. Former President George Weah, the ANC, has just issued a statement. We are now hearing from the political leader of the CMC. There's several statements that we are hearing that even if it's not out, is on its way out. So, Mr. Gimmel, we'll give you 1 minute, and then we'll come down to Pewee, to Siddiqui, and then we'll go to the rest of the other guys. So, Mr. Gimmel, 1 minute, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm going to overemphasize tribal politics and contrast that with citizen politics. We are stuck in the tribal politics where we defer our statehood to our family first, our cousins, and our tribe. The state is never the primary objective. And this is where we are at this point, where people rather worship their friends, their cousins, and the state last. And when you look at the definition of that, they say the end result is usually violence. And I hope that we don't get that far. Thank you.
Thank you. Pewee, you want to come in?
Yeah, still on the speaker statement?
Yes, the speaker statement and all the other statements that we are hearing.
Oh, yes. So listen, for me, I think the speaker, the way he responded was in a very timely way, and leaders across the world will respond to the higher court in some manner. And that's why it's going to be in two phases, if you will. Either you accept, if you accepting you're going to respect the decision rather, but you either accept or disagree, but you respect the decision. That's what he did, and he extended an olive branch, and I look forward to those guys trying to come in. But again, unfortunately, the statement coming from the purported, and that's how the Supreme Court referred to him, purported speaker, was terrible, very, very terrible. And those that will come in and saying that the Supreme, we'll see how they will be enforced. Shame on them. Shame on the legs of, that's the reason why we brought opportunistic elements into government. They don't understand the reason. Listen, these are, wars are not just there to be something. The leg of Mo Ali will come and say those kind of things. A huge opportunistic individual that sought this time to denigrate and lambast the court at this critical time. Listen, these are things that can just push group of people to rebel against institutions in the republic. It's wrong. So we all should collectively condemn it, but we look forward to seeing the leader. I want to believe this president is going to respect the law. He's going to come out and do a very pronouncement that Liberian people, probably he should come out and disagree with the court and respect the decision of the court. I believe he will disagree, but respect the decision of the court. Tell us, the Liberian people. That's why some of them are now saying, why should President Weah come out and condemn this? President Weah didn't listen to the ECOWAS court. President Weah didn't listen to this in most of their Facebook attack. But yet, here's what I'm going to tell them. You got elected in the Republic on the basis of trying to change everything in the country. You say you're going to respect the rule of law. You're going to rescue the country. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. So listen, Pam, I will end here. What we need to push forward now is to commend the rule of law caucus, commend all of those that respected the laws of our country. And what I want to say to them, they should not cave in at this time, but respect the tenets of democracy. And we all should move on collectively. Trust me, in the next 72 hours, if the president is not making a decision, you're going to see something happening in the country that will push the president to make a decision. It's just going to be obvious.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you are right to highlight, and this is something that I thought maybe we can incorporate in the conversation earlier. We welcome Sylvie. Everybody, please mute. There's a feedback. I think we're getting some feedback. But you know, there's been this thing about the ECOWAS court and the common government and not. Again, we're getting a feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Okay, good. There has been this thing about the ECOWAS court. And you know, this person hasn't, you know, and President Weah shouldn't be saying anything and stuff. And let me I want to remind people though, I disagree vehemently with the CDC, during the CDC government's time, when with the impeachment of Justice Kabina Jane. I disagree with it. Sarah, I think we're getting the feedback from you. Yeah, because every time you're on mute, we get it. I disagree seriously with that decision to impeach Jane. But there was nothing illegal about that impeachment. Impeachment process is a legal it's a legal proceeding. There was an impeachment process. An impeachment bill came from the House of Representatives. Again, like I said, we disagree with it. Jane should be on the court. But guess what? There was an impeachment proceeding that came out of the House of Representatives. There was a trial in the Senate presided over by the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. The process worked. The process happened. We disagree with the process. But in the end, there was a legal process that led to Justice Jane being removed from the court. He sought legal redress at the ECOWAS court. The ECOWAS court made a determination. So this argument about, who's supposed to talk now, who is supposed to talk now, I don't understand where it's coming from. But again, like I said, I want us to pivot into this statement coming from, because I'm not going to call him even pro protest speaker. The statement coming from Representative Richard Coon, right? Such defiance. So I want us to talk about that. Let's start with Siddiqui, and then we will go to we can go around the horn, and we'll want Representative Billette to speak on that, because these are the people that I'm going to be talking to. That the other end of the aisle. What are your thoughts on that statement? I'm sure you saw it. I know right now you guys are doing everything to kind of simmer the tension. So, but we will also want your initial reaction to the statement coming from Representative Coon. But Siddiqui, you want to come in?
Yeah, Ben, I wouldn't want to even equate Coon's statement as defiance. I'd rather see as arrogance.
Okay.
Because sometimes defiance, you could have some morality to defy something that is not proper. So I don't even want to equate that. I see as arrogance on his part, because and a sheer stupidity. That's not the kind of response you give in a country, in a tense environment, regardless of what, to consider overreach and intrusion. When you have submitted yourself to the very court, now you call it intrusion. So it just reflects stupidity to me. I don't even want to equate it to defiance. But and because I don't want to consider that way, I don't even give it credence. I don't even think we should give it that relevance of discussion. I think we should focus on the majority of the statement today that is celebrating the upholding of the rule of law. And specifically, I wanted to just highlight a little bit on the Kofa statement. I wasn't surprised. In fact, I think last night we mentioned that the best approach was to receive Rither in a more humble way, in a way that suggests that you wanted to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives and not Speaker of a bloc. We thought that the best way to go about it, while it is true the legal question could have been answered, but it still requires political leadership to unite and lead the House. And I think his statement was in that direction. But true to Kofa's, I think that has been his posture all along. Kofa has said, look, gentlemen, come, let's sit, come, let's talk. We can resolve this together. I may not be the perfect person. I think I've done some wrong. I think I'll do that. I accept that. But I think the best way to do it is to harmonize and talk together. So I think his statement reflects his consistency going forward. And I think it's a reflection of what every Liberian has been saying. Now, look, this is not about Kofa. Kofa is not an angel. Kofa is, of course, like any other president, not bigger than the country. But we just wanted to put a precedent, because it cannot be a consistent practice that we come up and say we remove speaker and then we just ignore things, sweep things under the carpet and move away. And I hope that this brings a new day, not just on this situation else, but how we approach national issue consistently. And finally, which I want to bring the attention to our ability and not his capacity as a political leader. When you hear the likes of Mo Ali and people, and it comes also as a question, people like Mo Ali, who is the Secretary General of the Advisory Council of the Unity Party, from a political perspective now, making these kind of statements, doesn't it give us concern as to what approach, what kind of a mentality we should expect after the 2029 election that says Unity Party is not the victor? Isn't that now should give us concern from a political perspective if this kind of a statement can be coming from leaders of the Unity Party?
Thank you.
Wanted to stop on that with that question that perhaps we can brainstorm as well, and particularly to the political leader of CMC.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go to Tomalin George, and then we'll come to representability to take it.
Yes, look, representability says something very profound. It's not about politics. It's not about parties and whatever the case right now. It's about the country. Look, we cannot be a laughing stock to our neighbors. People are watching us. Our neighboring countries they're watching us. And if we sit as a country and allow a few group of people to undermine our judicial system, then we'll call jokers. But like I said, I'm confident that President Garguah will see reasoning. He will understand that the best option is to respect the ruling of the Supreme Court, honor it, and withdraw. Like somebody said, immediately withdraw the security detail. I'm sure he's meeting with Speaker Coon by now, tonight or tomorrow morning. He said, look, let me just Speaker Coon, but Richard Coon, right? And we do him here tomorrow morning or tonight and say, look, it's over. You can't continue to hold this is impeding the work of my government. My agenda is being undermined, because if the Senate comes out and say they recognize Speaker Kofa, you need concurrence. When a bill comes from the House, go to the Senate for concurrent bill to get to your desk. Nothing will be done. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure that's where we're heading. So right now, all I can say right now, our eyes are set on the president. President Garguah now has the founders saying he needs to enforce this, to make sure it happens. And from there, although the members who they suspended in ordering arrears, start thinking about getting the payment to pay the people. And next thing, Richard Coons should turn the office over, get from the office, withdraw the security escort from him. And I know they went back to session in May, I think.
So what the parking spot you were fighting, you can break it, you can car for.
So I know they're on their way back to the session, and then when we go to session, but in the meantime, I will urge Speaker Kofa to continue the route he's taking. Reach out to Richard Coon, reach out to Thomas Fala, other members of the so-called majority bloc, and tell them to come and reason together. And the real law caucus who play a part too should also be reaching out to them to say, look, it's about time we come and end this thing. We cannot continue to keep the country hostage on hold. So now, all eyes on President Garguah now.
So, Representative, I wanted to ask you, what is the next step, right, from without giving out too much, because I know you guys are getting ready to, or you guys have started your negotiations already, without giving out too much to the public and trying to, like you said, you guys are trying to be somber today. This is not like taking a victory lap. Can you kind of just walk the country through what is your next step? How does this thing look? What are you willing to give in? What are you willing not to give in? Where is the no starters? Where are they? It's kind of like just an overview of where we are and what do you guys expect from the president? I heard you appealing to him, but do you believe, and maybe to answer your question also, I have said personally, I think the Minister of Justice should resign, or the president should fire the Minister of Justice or ask for his resignation, whichever way it is, because I think the Minister of Justice is out of this problem. What are your thoughts on the Minister of Justice first, and then talk to us about your next plans as the rule of law caucus?
I like to stay within the confines of the law. The Constitution says that the president has the choice to have the minister. And in a wake of the court saying that, his interpretation was wrong and it's actually irrelevant to the court. Mm-hmm. It's about the president now to make a choice as to whether he feels that the minister still enjoys his confidence. So, Ben, I like to add my voice to something that would make a difference. I don't believe that, the president really care about whether the minister advised him wrongly or rightly. I don't think so. So, I don't want to waste my voice on that. But on the issue of where we are, this evening, the speaker has resumed his duty. He has, Kofa is just a decent guy. All this thing was going on. He took out the speaker lesson plate, he put it down. So today we'll put it on his car.
So you're putting lesson plate by on his car.
Yeah. And then tomorrow I'm convening a national security meeting with all the security heads.
So wait, Musa, let me ask you. So are you guys now operating fully as your leadership? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, okay. I don't want to be sure. Okay.
I'm convening a national security meeting. I'm going to ask the chief clerk to write the heads of security agency and call them to the routines or public routines. We're going to call them to provide the necessary security to the speaker. And that will include the Minister of Justice. I think that's the right thing to do.
That's excellent. To call the Minister of Justice, yes.
Yeah, you may not like the court decision, but the court left no doubt today.
No doubt, yes. And please talk about that, Mr. Talk about that, Musa. Talk about how they broke it down. You were there. You were in that room.
Man, I was sitting down today, relaxing, looking at the chief justice. I was very proud of her.
Yeah, Shannon, you did well for herself in the
court. Let me tell you what happened today. It was funny. I'm not saying something wrong, but we were sitting down for the court to start. Electricity went in the chamber. The current, not in the building, the whole building, but that
in
room,
the chamber.
The current went off. And the place got hot, and the woman said, "We will continue with or without the light."
Wow.
And she started without the light. And then the light came. I mean, I don't want to speculate what happened, but the light came back. And then the ruling was so clear. But notably, none of the guys from the majority black team, so probably they had an idea of what the ruling was. And it was clear, Kofa, how you bring those people back, we don't know, and there's no law to compare them. Guys, your setting that you have and everything you did there is outside of the Constitution. It's illegal. And when you sit, and Fonati Kofa is in Liberia, any setting that you want to have, he has to be there. He has to preserve. If he doesn't preserve, your setting is illegal. So anything, all the things you did, because you said the court asked him when you was sitting down, where was the speaker? And the lawyer said he's somewhere in another room. And the court defined that other room to be the chamber that is purposefully defined. I mean, a reserve for the House of Representatives to meet. So I think in the history of this country, Ben, this ruling may turn out to be the most important ruling so far. It has laid it to bear how a speaker can be removed. It has answered all of the questions how you can move a speaker. And that's why I'm here. Whether you have 50 people, that's not what the court said. The court said for that meeting to be called a session, the definition of speaker is the Fonati Kofa, and he also is the speaker and the presiding officer. If he's not there, your quorum doesn't matter. Fonati, where you sit as speaker, if the quorum not there, you can decide. But to say that somebody will go outside to form a quorum and leave the speaker sitting without quorum and say they will take a decision, the court say illegal. So the code was very clear. What is important is that what we carve to work our way out, the only thing the code cannot do is to legislate reconciliation. And that's why the speaker has said that he will reach out and we'll sit down. He has said more than that, man. That statement is loaded. He said he knows that to bring peace, somebody has to make the sacrifice. He's willing to make that sacrifice. You know, that's a selfless move. All we need to do now is to begin that process. Tomorrow, the speaker is going to sign a book of condolence for the Pope.
Wow.
And
in his official, you guys
as national security, but I'll provide my pilot vehicle to the speaker, so it will provide cover for him, and we'll move.
The political leader.
Yeah, so we move, and I'll be there. That's my job as national security advisor, to make sure that the security apparatus will come back to provide leadership. Ben, at this time, we know we are in the minority, and we know that our colleagues are in the majority. Whatever we need to do, we just need to sit down and do it.
True.
We cannot do it by, shouting at each other.
True.
And the speaker has given a clear indication that if we sit together to talk peace, and if he has to make the sacrifice, we'll make the sacrifice.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
What has been defined today is that there's no one speaker in Liberia.
Yes, very clear. Thank you so much. Winfred Russell, you haven't said anything. I want you to come in and then we'll go back to Mr. Nambe. Just talk about pretty much everything that we've been discussing, and we'll go to Mr. Nambe to talk about some of these other statements that are coming up. Former President Weah, the press union, the ANC, all of these different statements that are coming up. So Winfred, I want to get your thoughts on this because you haven't said anything so far.
Thank you, and great seeing you, Representative Ability.
Thank you. Au revoir.
The man coming to CMC too, because when you start calling coaches, I know you. Now you started with Jeru on the show.
I'm from Tapeta. I told you the last time I told you, right? I told you so. I and Tapeta. So,
but Ben, I want to come on. Nimba brother name again.
No, I know, but Musa, I know you. How you came on the show? You started calling Jeru code. The next thing we load Jeru in Manchester.
Man, do you know that CMC is in the majority on this show tonight? Do you know?
I know. I can see it.
You don't know all. You don't know all, man. Right now, most likely that you and Tomalin just somewhere on the fence.
The political leader. Yeah.
So let me ask this. Yeah. So there were two things. The first one is what is ECOWAS' position now? Is ECOWAS going to recognize now Speaker Kofa? Musa, what do you know? What are your thoughts on that? What's the position, or has been the position of ECOWAS?
Oh, ECOWAS was very clear in their last statement that they wait for the court to rule, and that they urge everyone to respect the ruling of the court. ECOWAS was very, very clear. Crystal clear. Yeah, so there's ECOWAS was unequivocal.
And we're also hearing that they may be issuing a statement. That's what I'm hearing also.
Okay.
It can be,
I think that,
but we're hearing. That's what we're hearing.
That would be great. Now, the other thing though is that are we jumping the gun, or is just the sort of approach that President Boyka takes? I mean, this is part of his disposition to just be very methodical, very careful. I mean, because everybody's coming up, embracing this and talking about, and I mean, of course, there were some renegades, there's some folks who have been making, statements on their own, but there's not been anything official from the government, though. Is that right? And those who are making statements, who have made statements on behalf of the government, why shouldn't they be fired?
I'm just thinking, Chief, and I really like the question. I'm just reflecting 15 months back when the Election Commission, the party responsible under the Constitution, that whatever it says about election outcome, that's the final. I'm just thinking, what if the CDC has said to hell with the Election Commission?
I know, right?
Just think about that. What if the CDC has said to hell with the Constitution? Where will we be today? The Supreme Court, I hear them talking about government coordinating. Well, the Supreme Court says that coordination process, there's no limit for the Supreme Court to act when within the branch or the two branches have argument. Only the court can make that decision.
Yeah.
To clarify, you don't have to agree with the court, man. But today, for the sake of our country, it's almost 10 hours. The government of Liberia has not issued a statement.
A statement, yeah.
It is disgraceful and dangerous. It is disgraceful and dangerous because for me, it was to seize the moment, hear what the court say, and there's nothing wrong with the government even saying, we are United Party, we don't think that we can work with Kofa. That's fine. Mm-hmm. That's your right. But he is the speaker. And up to today, to answer your question, Chief, there has never been anything of such.
Mm. But it's not led yet, though, right, Musa? I mean, it's still. I mean, it hasn't even been 24 hours yet. I mean, is it our expectation?
But when you are serious to run a government, don't you think that last night some people were when CMC issued a statement, and then we had an issue with the thing with children. Some people say the document was prepared in advance. But don't you think if they, some people, their brain not properly connected. But don't you think when you go into election like this,
they're two outcomes.
Then you think you get prepared.
Yeah. They're two outcomes. Yeah.
You think you have to, when people go for contest, presidential contest, for those who don't know, they can write two speeches.
They write two speeches. That's true. Concession and victory. Yeah.
Yes. They can write two speeches sometimes months in advance. They're not used to that. So what I'm trying to say, is that at the end of the day, the president, I believe they were privy because the fact that no member of the majority bloc came to court today.
True. They didn't show up. Yeah.
So the government should prepare. The Minister of Justice is the friend of the court. I don't know how to call it, dean, right?
The dean of the bar.
Court. He has that leverage to know where the court is going. Remember now, this is the case where the president once stopped, asked the court to give him time to try to settle this thing outside. Mm-hmm. You get my point? So after all of that, you not come to make it appear like it's scary, it's dangerous, and I will call on the Minister of Justice to issue a statement In the same way that he issued a statement last time to say, after the court ruling, my interpretation of the court ruling is that the government can work with a majority black. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not even here to go into that, but that's what he did. And if he did that last time, I think he should do it now that the ruling is clear to say, okay, at this time we cannot have two REP1 in the country.
Exactly.
Guar is using his own. He is a legitimate speaker. He's going to go around tomorrow. We have some official engagement, and we're going to go there to make sure that, the speaker is attended to. Every other thing will take time. The speaker has to go back to his office, and
So can I ask how you guys intend to do that?
The rules and order is responsible for that.
Okay.
So they will handle that, but he has to go to his office.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me. I want us to. We just got it through the wires. Alexander Cummings from the ANC have just also issued a statement. So what I'm going to do is, there's some excerpts of these statements that I thought that I wanted to read, not the whole statement, but just excerpts from these different statements. We also have some excerpts from the ruling itself, right, that we have in studio. But let me start briefly with something, and Mr. Namba, you would pick it up from here after we read these excerpts. President George Weah was the first to issue a statement, I think, right after this thing, where he literally, pretty much to summarize what he said is that, yeah, we all know that they said it was unconstitutional and illegal, but there was something that he put in here that I wanted to read out, and then we'll go to Mr. Cummings' statement also. He said, let me be unequivocal. I feel like I can pronounce today. Let me be unequivocal. Any attempt to undermine, ignore, or dismiss this ruling threatens the very foundation of our nation. It risks plunging Liberia into a constitutional crisis, a crisis that our fragile peace, hard-won stability, and democratic progress cannot withstand. I call on President Joe Boakai administration and his administration to respect this ruling, uphold constitutional order. Ignoring or rejecting the authority of the judiciary undermines the sovereignty of our constitution and endangers our collective peace with dire consequences. That was from President George Weah. Mr. Cummings, there's a piece in here where he, in the face of political tension and uncertainty, the court has spoken with authority and fairness. Its ruling provides a necessary foundation for national stability and reaffirms that the laws of our country must be respected by all, regardless of position or political alignment. I wish to acknowledge and commend Speaker Jake Funati-Kofa for his courage, restraint, and statesmanship, his steadfastness during this period, and his expressed willingness to make the ultimate sacrifice in defense of Liberia's democratic values and constitutional framework, are acts of patriotism that deserve recognition. In times like these, true leadership is defined not by personal ambition, but by one readiness to place the country above self. That was Mr. Cummings and President George Weah. The two of them has released statements. Mr. Namwe, I want you to talk about the importance of these statements. I'm also getting word that President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf will be issuing a statement also. It probably should come out tonight or early tomorrow morning. What is the significance and the importance of these political leaders issuing these statements? Now, taking into consideration President Joe Boakai has been criticized for not even having a conversation with these people. He has not reached out to anybody, no political leader whatsoever, since he's assumed the presidency. What is the significance of this moment? Hearing from the former president of Liberia, a presidential candidate. I mean, Mr. Bilete is on the show. He's a political leader. He's very clear. I mean, even though he's a party to this, I want you to talk about the importance of what we're hearing, and also from the PUL and other organizations. Because I can assure you there will be tons of statements coming out tomorrow. I can just imagine the headlines tomorrow in the newspaper. I want you to talk about that.
Yeah, Chairman Ben, thank you, and let me welcome Musa PL Musa to the set. Let me begin by congratulating you and also the Rule of Law Caucus, for drawing a stand in a line in the sand and taking a stand. But Chairman Ben, I think it was Sylvester who indicated earlier that there are some moments, unanticipated, but that will rally a nation. And I think this is probably one of them. I mean, under other circumstances, I would have said those statements they mean nothing, as much as they did not solidify into support for a stand against the violation of the Constitution. But now that we seem to have gone past that, and everyone is now hailing this, I think it's a feel-good moment. And this is my frustration and disappointment that this government, up to now, we haven't heard anything from this government. And quite to the contrary, operators of the government are casting aspersion on this decision. It's just really baffling. I think this president is missing a moment here. I really think so. This is where I thought he would rise to the occasion. And again, I indicated, yesterday, the meeting I had with him on Sunday, he really seemed genuinely fed up with this stalemate, and that he thought, something needed to be done around this time. And so I really, really thought he already had a prepared statement ready to embrace this moment, rally the country, and let's move forward. But I'm thankful to our leaders who are coming and rallying to this clarification. Former President Weah, former President Johnson, Alex, who are supported in the CPP. I'm happy to hear that, Ben, and I think we all should be. But I think it would mean a lot more if we heard from the president of the Republic of Liberia. Then I think all the second guessing that we're having now, with Kun coming up with his own statement, and all the other stuff, I think we'll put all of that to rest. So I'm still holding my breath here, even though, it's almost past that real.
I mean, and you last night on the show, and just to stick with you a little bit, last night on the show, you talk about the fact you are in Liberia as a part of a delegation from EULA. You talk about the fact that you guys met with the president, and you sounded a little hopeful that. And I can understand. That's why I think I can understand the frustration you are venting right now, because last night you sounded a little hopeful. You sounded like, listen, I think this thing it's about to be resolved. I think the president is going to take the bull by the horn here. So I want you to talk about that again for those who didn't listen last night. What was the atmosphere of the meeting without saying what you don't have?
Yeah, Chairman Ben, and like I said, because I didn't have the president authorization, I can be specific, but I can tell you that the president's body language, some of the expressions from him indicated to all of us in the room that he had reached a point where he wanted this to be resolved. He had indicated how much effort he had put into trying to reconcile the two sides up to Sunday. Even the people in the yard were telling us who had come and left the yard. We all know how people talk, who had come in, speak, all these people. So I thought, this is what the president was pushing for. Unless I misread, the signals that he probably was looking for something else. But I really genuinely felt this is what he was pushing for, and this is what he was hoping for. And therefore, this is why up to this time that we haven't heard anything. I'm just puzzled. I'm really I'm blindsided here, because this is not what I anticipated. Look, let me tell you this before I pass it on, right? Mm-hmm. Speaker Kofa, you congratulated him, and I think others did. I think he deserves congratulations. He deserves to be commended. I have heard people describing him as being self-absorbed, kind of arrogant, aloof. But this man seemed to have been humbled by this very moment, by what has happened here. I think all of us, even if you felt otherwise, I think we all should be humbled by this and pull back from the brink here, because we really were on the precipice here. And I think this is an opportunity for us to pull back and wrap our arms around each other and begin to heal. Mm-hmm. This is surprising that we haven't heard anything from this government. I hope it only means that they're taking their time to prepare a really, really good and solid
statement. Exactly, right? They may be taking time what the wordings will be.
I will pass it on.
But but that's why I was saying. So we're about giving them the benefit of the doubt. I mean,
we're tired of giving them the benefit of the doubt. We're tired of giving your people the benefit of the doubt.
With damn thing from the beginning of the whole situation.
Come on, Winfrey with the benefit of the doubt story. Yeah. Let me. Don't mind me, Winfrey. I just try to pick on you. But studio, can you put up the poster from the Chief Justice? That quote from her. I want Representative Ability to speak on it, because Tomalin also is getting some breaking news. I think Senator Snow is on another show. Tomalin is also getting a breaking news. I want Tomalin to read what Senator Snow just stated. And also we did hear from Senator Dillon. We heard from Senator Nathaniel McGill. So, studio, can you put out that poster from the Chief Justice? There's the quote from the Chief Justice. If you're listening, I want us to talk. I want Musa to speak on that. I want Musa to speak on that because he was in the room talking about someone who was in the moment and to see. To talk about that. But before, since they're getting it ready, Tomalin, you want to go ahead and read what Edwin Snow is, what we're reporting that Edwin Snow is saying? Because these are leaders in the Senate now, so we're anticipating that there's a block coming up in the Senate from the discussions we are hearing.
I also think he's in contact with the ECOWAS too, but for him, he's saying, I will honor the ruling of the Supreme Court and work with Speaker J. Fonati Kofa. I'm confident that President Boga will do the same. And, for me is that I will say again, I'm on record saying that I believe President Boga will honor the Supreme Court ruling. I believe he will break his silence by tomorrow. I believe so. The pressure is coming. A lot of calls, especially national leaders, stakeholders are all coming with statements. And you cannot look at all of these people and you just ignore them and say, I will just continue to follow the likes of Mo Ali and others who try to undermine your own government, because that's what he's doing, And especially so, the Supreme Court is the only guardrail we have right now to protect our democracy. So I'm very sure that he will honor it. I believe so. President Boga, I believe he will break his silence. And we're looking up to that. Yeah.
So while the guys are putting up the poster, and then also there's a video, Musa, and I wanted to talk about this because you also we'll get Pewee and the rest of the guys involved. Let's also not forget that the Capitol building got burned, right? And in this country, Liberia, we're so quick to forget, right? We just acting like nothing really happened. I don't know, sometimes it's a positive or a negative. Okay, great, very much. The Attorney General, we did talk about that. No, not this one, the next one. But we'll read this one. She was very clear also. The Attorney General opinions for which the self-styled majority bloc is acting, all right, is of no relevance to this court. And this is courtesy of the Liberian Investigator. I want to give them credit for their poster. So Liberian Investigator, a newspaper, the Attorney General opinions for which the self-styled majority bloc is acting is of no relevance to this court. Go ahead to the next one, Myean. Let's read the next one. We'll discuss those two, because I thought those were kind of the two highlights, even though there were many other strong quotations from the ruling. But I thought those two, for me, was very, very, very important. Musa, do you want to talk about that and what? And again, like I said, taking into consideration what this country has gone through for the last 6 months. We've been on this thing for 6 to 8 months, right? What the country has gone through, the burning of the Capitol building, all of what we have seen happen, the busting of the Speaker office on live Facebook Live on Armed Forces Day, where we had a foreign head of state in the country. Today I saw James Collier, who led the busting of the Speaker office, talking about potential impeachment of justices of the Supreme Court. But then the very Richard Cohen is saying that he is going to seek legal redress. I don't know where he's going, but I want you to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'll try to refrain from talking about Jim Collier.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. At some point in time, you just don't have capacity to respond to certain things. So I don't have capacity to respond to it. But Ben, on the issue of the Minister of Justice opinion, the Supreme Court said what we said ever since.
Ever since, yeah.
I'm happy that the Senate is trying to correct itself. But as the quote unquote the body that provide oversight, for you to take advancement from the executive on issue like this, it was a mistake. And I'm very happy that they are acting now to correct it. What the Supreme Court tried to say is that whatever the Minister of Justice say, it got no bearing on them. And they basically said the Minister of Justice has a right to advise the president. And those who advise under our procedures are codified and they are kept in archive. So time after time, people can go there and see. So at the end of the day, I don't think that, I even want to talk about it, because at the end of the day, Ben, I'm not a lawyer. The minister's opinion is the minister's opinion. It should not be a focus of, we did not go to the minister to issue opinion to us. So, it was unsolicited. But the person he works for is the person who asked him. And then the Senate just jumped and picked that. But the minister's opinion was not meant for the Senate. Let's get that straight.
It was for the executive.
For the president.
Yeah, for the president.
So they jump on the advice that was meant for the president to act on. But I'm happy that, I think for the sake of, what I realized, the Senate is not a battleground like the House. So, most of the thing there, they try to find an easy way, and I think that's what they did with that issue. Some of them were not happy, but the way they want to play to be unified, they just let it slide like that.
No, I agree with you. I want us to talk and let's talk. I think the poster will soon be coming up. Good. This is the poster I was looking for. So and I want Pewee and Mr. Gaiman to jump on this. The conclusion of the Supreme Court opinion and judgment of December 6th. This is the ultra-virus. I'm assuming this is the ultra-virus opinion. Conclusion of the Supreme Court opinion and judgment of December 6, 2024 is that any setting or action by the majority Black respondents toward the exclusion of Speaker J. Fonati Kofa, the duly elected presiding officer of the House of Representatives, while he is present and available to preside, is unconstitutional and without the pale of the law. How important was this? The word unconstitutional, and I think I said it yesterday on the show that there were two words I was going to be looking for in this bill of information: unconstitutional and illegal. I think those were the two things I remember I said on the show here yesterday.
If you're gonna go by our constitution of Liberia, anybody who violates this should be charged for treason.
Treason, right? Exactly. Right? How telling is that?
Anybody who violates this should be charged for treason.
Yeah. How important was that phrase?
It was the moment.
That is the process, and more or less the court tried to not only broaden or expose to those that don't love to respect the law. That was the movement actually, that the December 6th ruling from the Supreme Court. And this thing is just folks blatantly violated the law. It was an alter the respect to the rule of law by this Attorney General and legal advisor to the president, and they would advise the president to break into this process. Even the Liberian National Police, via the Ministry of Justice, also didn't do justice to this process. Now, for the court to come out, what you just read and said it is because, and again, the Constitution is any attempt to abrogate the Constitution of our country. It is treasonable. It is tantamount to treason. So you cannot knowingly, maliciously, and intentionally violate the Constitution. There should be consequence, and that's what the Supreme Court stated today to us. Now, what we have to do now, as those of us that regard the rule of law, we have now to move swiftly and try to prevent those kind of things from happening again. And the court has said it, and it's now clear. What we have to do is to consistently push this process about respecting the rule of law and to allow the office of the president to come and make some statement here. If the president does not, because the court already said it is unconstitutional. It's just like if the president does not do this, will you be surprised if you heard someone trying to do something outside the Constitution? What would they say? So, Ben, the Supreme Court has spoken, and the Supreme Court spoke in a clearly unambiguous term, meaning what those guys engaged in at the time from December 6th or whatsoever 2024, and when the Supreme Court stated, and the Supreme Court also, this statement, Ben, is trying to reaffirm to us that the December 6th opinion from the court was never unambiguous. The court told us that they said at the time it was unconstitutional. See what the Justice Yeo is saying here.
Thank you, Pewee. Thank you for that. And let's I want you to expand on that more. What she is actually saying here is the only reason why we're doing it now, we move ultra virus and we're putting unconstitutional, right?
Exactly.
This is what we meant.
And Ben, we all knew very clearly. I can recall you, myself, everybody. We all said that ultra virus, the meaning is unconstitutional. So the court is just trying to reaffirm to us today, hey, it's just our job to do this bill of information. But we told you yesterday.
And Pewee,
yes, sir.
To also emphasize that when the court said any action, it was talking about the majority bloc.
Exactly. Referring to that.
It said today that any action, it went to say specifically, any action by the majority bloc.
Yes.
In the absence of Speaker J. Funati Kopa.
Who is the duly elected presiding officer? The court didn't miss a word. So duly. So you see, but the one thing we can do now is the best. And I listened to the chairman on national security, and I got more reason to respect his polished thought process as to how they intend to engage this issue. They will have to invite, it's good he said inviting the justice minister. That is a very good move because the court also said that his opinion does not matter to the court whatsoever. The court dismissed that, and it will be good. And he's the dean. He's the dean of the whole issue there. So he's looking for. He's one of those I think he should respect. He's a lawyer, and that's why Charlene Bronson's statement today was key. That's why Ben told you to play from the beginning. That was very sweet. And what she said. She said, because we are the consumer of the law, we should be made to understand. And there's a profound statement there. So we, the consumer of the law, the people of the Republic of Liberia, should be made to understand those that will undermine and attack the Honorable Supreme Court. These are not only very disgusting elements, but these are people that are trying to undermine the jeopardy and using those kind of this. She used a very powerful adjective.
We're gonna
making it kind of derogatory.
We're gonna go to it.
Honorable Supreme
We're gonna go to the
also, and that's a thing that we have to take moving forward on this process. And Mr. Benita, you guys will have to quickly. What you guys will have to do is to ensure. And I like what you said about moving about the plate, the office is important. I know you guys need to go and break through, but you guys are going to use the appropriate legal instrument to ensure that the speaker will move into his office quickly while we await the final decision-making process that's going to come out soon. But I think the president and his office is going to respond in the next 48 to 72 hours.
Thank you very much. Let's welcome Sarah Dopo to the show. Tomalin George, I want you to take this after I play this clip.
Right. The Supreme Court will be given their responding to the bit of information filed by the minority bloc. I think in March 14th. And also prior to the
thank you so much.
Former President Salifa also being very, very vocal about what's happening. And the president met, I think, Richard Kuhn and the both blocks separate where I'm gathering. So, and cautioning that it should end this thing by March 15th over the case. But the Supreme Court rules, they come up on March 15th and said that whatever was done by the majority bloc was illegal, and that Kuhn is not recognized as speaker. What would be the position of the executive branch?
The court is the final arbiter of our law. When the court speaks, that's it. When the court speaks, the court come and say, "Look, this is it," and the other president of the country must follow because that's the final law.
Question, right? The Supreme Court will be given there.
Tomalin George, I want you to take this. This was your interview. Yeah. This was the same interview from the common man quote when he said Guar was a common man. This interview has caused a lot of problem. I will tell you, it's made a lot of news and it's about to make a lot of news because this is the second most powerful person in the country. So we haven't heard from the president, but we know we have heard from the vice president on what the government will do when the Supreme Court rule. Because those were his words. That's the video there. Everybody's sharing that video around. So and when y'all share, y'all please give the closing argument some credit, just so y'all know. because nobody else got that. Nobody else got it. We want to shout out to all the journalists who are already giving us credit. Tomalin, talk to us about that interview and explain to us what, where was Kun coming from?
Well, Peabody asked the first question about the impasse, and then he responded. And during that time, he also said that if the Supreme Court rules against Richard Kun, they were going to honor it. So I said at the end of the interview, I said, let me be on the record. Let's go on the record, because I knew this day was going to come, that it will reach to this point. So and apparently when he answered that question, apparently he was confident that the Supreme Court would have ruled in favor of the majority black. I could tell, because he watched that interview. He explained exactly what happened from Kofa went to him, everything that he even quoted the Constitution, everything. So I believe that point. So, but I'm sure taking a second guess today,
thank you.
Interview today, but again, I was on the record for that. And
thank you, and thank you for that interview. You guys did extremely well. But I'll bring Sarah in, but I want Musa.
It was a master class.
Yeah, I want Musa to come in. Musa, what are your thoughts on that? Right, the vice president is on the record. I mean, this is the vice president of the country, the president of the Liberian Senate. He's very clear, but that stayed for the record. The vice president didn't say anything wrong in that video. I think he was spot on. He was right. Exactly what he said in that video is what we should be doing. But I want to get your reaction as the chair of the Rule of Law, the Rule of Law caucus.
I'm happy that the vice president made that commitment and we go into it. I mean, that's all I can say. I think that I don't think that they will go on it. It's not like the code say you cannot move the speaker, but just say you have a procedure. So there is no defeat for anyone here. I believe that this is not about now the other side, majority black, where the executive will say, oh, we don't control them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. This is about the executive enforcing the decision of the Supreme Court.
Thank you.
And it was an order from the Supreme Court. It said it is hereby order.
Yeah.
So very it was important. Order. And there's only one branch of government that enforces decision of the code, and that is the executive. Yeah. They need to take action right now.
Thank you. All right, let's get Sarah, and I know she's been having issues with her connectivity. Sarah, want to come in? We'll give you about a minute and a half or so to kind of just give us an overview of everything that you've heard with discussing this whole landmark ruling today from the Supreme Court. So, what are your thoughts? And then we'll move on to the next conversation.
Thank you so much, Ben. I also want to say thank you to my fellow panelists, Honorable Billeted. Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for all you do for our country.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah.
Congratulations to you and the caucus for the landmark, victory today from the Supreme Court. And I pray that, our country, our leader, our president, and his lieutenants will adhere to the laws of the land. I've been worried a lot about this and been throwing my own voice out there as to, the stability of our country with regards to the speakership, noting that we had 2 speakers, which is not a good thing for our country. And today that the Supreme Court came down with a ruling, it is just my hope that, all sides will see reason to reconcile and move our country forward, so that, the business of the Liberian people can be carried out. So that's all I have to say. I want to say kudos to our Liberian people, to all of us, for staying the course, for being, resilient, being vigilant, speaking truth to power. And today we have a verdict that we all can be proud of our nation for. So I just pray that everything will go on fine with regards to the executive. That's just my thought. Thank you, Ben.
Real quick, Ben. Ms. Dopo, have you reached out to your brother, the senator, who is also a renegade senator? Have you listened? Have you called him and talked to him?
Who's that? Who's our brother? Who's your brother, Sarah?
President Raji.
Oh, he wanted to. Oh, that's true. That's true.
I haven't reached out to him yet, but I'm sure he heard the verdict today, and I raised him well. He's a law-abiding citizen, and I'm sure he will fall in line with the rest of the senators to obey this verdict.
Okay, you are on record. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I have a question for representability, Ben.
Go ahead.
Rep.
Yes, sir.
Why shouldn't Mo Ali lose his job?
There should be no reason why he shouldn't lose his job. But this government is very callous.
No.
You know, the standard of governance is almost non-existent. So, I mean, what we have here is like a fiefdom, and the people have developed some authority on themselves, and they are operating, like that. There are several things for which people should be, removed.
Oh, I forgot.
Believe me.
That's a feedback. Somebody. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Believe me, anyone who bully or mock the Supreme Court in this manner has to be punished. But you don't just see Mo Ali as money, water, and sewer. That Mo Ali, they're running the government. They run the charter government. They are the power. But the danger is, I'm disappointed in Mo. Well, Mo is my friend. But the Constitution, the Supreme Court rules, and you dare to mock that decision and started asking questions. First of all, to say, how can you make a rule that you cannot enforce? Mo, the Supreme Court does not enforce any decision. It has no power to enforce any decision. The Constitution limits it to interpreting and ordering the executive to enforce. That's why the last war on that document was, and it is hereby so ordered. So once the court does that, the court business is finished. Nowhere in the world should this happen, where the court decides and the government official comes out and say, we're not going to listen to the court. It's not okay.
Wow. Mr. Namwe, I want you to come in here a little bit. Let's talk about tomorrow. Winfrey Russell is hopeful that the president something will come out in the next couple of hours. I want to share his hope and optimism. I have to listen. You cannot be hopeful. Hope is Obama said hope is the thing. If you don't have hope, you die. So we are all hopeful. And we're counting on the president's experience. And like I said, Mr. Namwe, you met with the president recently. Do you share that optimism? Do you share that hope? And what do you think is going to happen as far as the executive mansion is concerned?
Chairman Ben, even if I didn't share Winfrey's optimism, I don't think we have anything else but to hope. And so, yeah, I will join Winfrey in being hopeful. I'm hopeful that the president, the government is going to come through. I don't see anywhere else, this thing could go. I think we are at the end of it, So yes, I join Winfrey in being hopeful. I hope tomorrow, one of my friends I was saying has suggested I should even do an address to the nation, So maybe tomorrow he'll pull all stops and deliver. I'm hopeful. But as I'm passing it on, let me ask Musa, hypothesizing, Musa, that you come out of this as the speaker, again, hypothesizing. The last time we spoke, you talked about your desire to amend the elections laws and, make it more accommodating of our current situation. Are you entertaining any hopes of correcting this brouhaha that really led us down where we are today at the Capitol building? The process that is absent, which the Supreme Court is lamenting now, on how the presiding officer of the minority can compel the majority to come under his gavel. I'm hopeful. Could you speak to that, please?
Yes, that's a constitutional mandate. There are several things in the Constitution that the legislature has failed over the last maybe 40 years to act on. For instance, Ben was talking about Justice General impeachment. There was nothing about Justice General impeachment that was legal. The thing here is the legislature, upon the coming into effect of the Constitution of 1986, listen to this, is supposed to do a bill of impeachment, so that we define all of the impeachment processes. That was not in place. What happened in this particular case? The charge was established, was created after they have already taken action against the man. So what we're gonna do and what we want to do is, there are a lot of things that needs correction. We don't have, for instance, we're supposed to have a civil service commission. We don't have. The election law is refusing to include Liberians like you guys on the screen. And the law say emphatically clear that in the Constitution, not in election law, that there must be absentee ballots. That Liberia, outside of Liberia, must have the right to vote. Yet it is not. All the law also says that the legislature will make laws to ensure that this takes place. The legislature has failed to do that. There are laws on the book that need amendment, like the one that you refer to on the election. For instance, take election or Victor. But now there are several things that are happening in the country. People, occupying one elected position and running for another one. We should radicalize the election law so that if you can take the risk of resigning and then go for what you don't have, you can do it. That way help our election system. We should digitize the election process in this country. If we digitize it, it will cost about 100 million, but it's a one-time expense. So once you digitize it, the outcome of the election will be fast, everything will be fast and will be safe. It's not here. So there are several, Victor, not just one, laws that need to be, amended in order to allow proper governance, proper infrastructure to be put in place to run our country efficiently and effectively.
Thank you. Thank you. So I want to bring Siddiqui in, but before we bring Siddiqui in, I also want us to, at some point, we will chime in, because this was a 4-1 ruling. There was a dissenting opinion today from Justice Wisse, which I find very ironic, because it was Justice Wisse who I think forced the Supreme Court to hear this bill of information. And I think if he had just been quiet, they probably would have kept kicking the ball down the road. But when he came out in Nimba and almost provided a bill of information himself in Nimba, when he explained what he meant, I think that's kind of what even piled the pressure on the Supreme Court. So, Siddiqui, you can also take a step. Oh, well, he gone. Well, I think because he's in the car. But Mr. Gavin Pewee, maybe we'll start with you, Pewee, on what Wisse's dissent. What were your thoughts? And then we'll come down to Sarah, and then maybe Musa will chime in on it, because I know Musa is trying to be very careful tonight with his justices. So we just for the record, what we say here doesn't reflect Musa's opinion. Just so you know, Supreme Court.
Yes. Thank you, man. Thank you.
I know. I know you. Yeah.
Ben,
think,
Ben is Buza, Ben is the consummate politician.
I think the justice again, and that's why President Sadi said before, and said the brand politics. This is difficult to him. It's very convoluted. She said sometimes corrupt official government will move to the church and tell your pastor, the president pastor, and the president goes to church, the pastor will call. So that's the convoluted nature of our politics. The justice that just sounded the way he sounded a few weeks ago, now probably may have received a call. You from this, we have this thing to do and other things, you can't do this. And I don't want to be exact to attack or to call names, but I want to believe he did it on some tribal sentiments thing or for some county sentiments level. I want to be very clear here. If the justice in chambers will sound the way he sounded to dissent and came, and he was one of those that even helped me to basically understand what it meant by ultra-virus. He did a very beautiful job there. And again, one of the representatives even got mad and said he drank something very strong. Yeah, liquor talk.
And we came to his defense.
Yeah, for him not to, we were defending that. I said, no, that liquor talk. But he making me to understand that representative probably was not wrong to say that. But what he's saying today, he's trying to justify that he may have taken something that confused to come and dissent today. He spoke, on a serious note. I'm not saying, I think I'm inclined to agree with that representative that what he said, now he just justified it today. To come and say things different yesterday and come again and dissent today. Read a dissent. I was just going through it. Read it. It's troubling on a serious note. And we don't need these kind of people to be on the Honorable Supreme Court bench. Inconsistent element. Inconsistency is a dangerous process in terms of our country's Supreme Court. You have to be very definitive and clear and come with an opinion that you believe is justified. When Cabinet Jane at the time descended in terms of the decision when Charles Walker Bronsky won the court, he was clear. He gave his dissent on the bill, but he didn't come first and get an opinion on the process and came back and kneecap himself, right? So that's kind of a knee-jerk approach in our judicial system. We have to be carefully look into by looking at certain people to not be sentimental, tribal sentiments, county sentiments, or other political sentiments. They should be void of our national politics. I think it's not a good thing that the justice did today. It's a shame on him. Shame on justice. And again, the last time I was saying, and probably that's the way he said things, right? The way he will come on and tell, but that's a very unspeakable act of justice. Again, whatsoever thing that will unfold there, sometimes we disagree, and that's why I'm disagreeing with him. I respect his.
You respect his dissent,
but I disagree
with it. Thank you.
Yes.
I think it's important. Yeah, you coming in. Yeah, Sidiki, come in because I don't want you to lose you again.
Yeah, so I just want to strongly agree with Pewee. And I think it was very unfortunate today that the Associate Justice basically tend to validate. I agree. Validate the argument that he sometimes provide opinion on the influence of alcohol. Because to give that level of contradiction in his, not only his initial opinion, but the ones he expressed in a public gathering to suggest, in fact, he initiated the entire debate in trying to explain what ultra-virus meant. To simplify it. So to see him making that argument today, the only thing one could say was that whether it was one of his drinking partner that exposed what he does when he's outside. So it's unfortunate. But one point I wanted to emphasize on when it comes to the issue of hope the president will hold. It's good to emphasize, Ben, that is not an option the president has, because it is one responsibility that he took an oath to uphold. Yes. Upholding and defending the Constitution of the Republic is not one of those options that the president can decide as to what to do or how to do it. He has the option. It's one mandated by an oath. So I don't think President Bouaka will want to trade his legacy, will want to trade his government, and want to undermine his own vision for the country because of perhaps a Rachel Kuhn with whom I think he has no personal relationship with. Neither does he believe in Kuhn's leadership for the country. So I think, I mean, it's just unfortunate that we go, and then we then come to the position that emphasize the point that not just the opposition, but Liberians should seriously unite. And then to mobility. I think one issue that keep coming up in the Supreme Court's conversation, which we hope that you people will find a way to address, is this issue of how do you compel the majority to come back to session. We think that is an issue that we cannot take forward. We think that is an issue that the future generation should not address. We think the legislature now should enact a law that addresses how you compel the majority if they do not have the numbers to effect change to compel them to come to power. We think those things should be addressed. So we think that's part of the way forward. We think you guys should take that into consideration going forward. How do we compel those the majority, quote unquote, who have not had the sufficient number to effect change to come to power, and the consequences thereof if they refuse to come?
Thank you. So Reverend, you want to address it? Yeah.
Okay.
Then we'll go to you, Mr. Gimen, then we'll come to Sarah. You muted.
Let me make it clear that I vehemently and categorically disagree with Sylvester.
Are you waiting for?
Every judge in the Constitution is protected by the Constitution. Every judge is protected that whatever when you opine, that opinion cannot be held against you. That's the law. So Justice Bese has a right to dissent, and he utilizes his right.
No, Mr. Benedict, quickly, sir. I didn't say that's not his opinion. I didn't say it would be counted against him. I'm vehemently also disagreeing with him, and that's my right to do, Honorable. Okay. That's what I said. I respect it, but I disagree. I disagree with him.
So then you got to respect another opinion on the same issue.
Yes. And I don't think you should say it's a liquor talk. I don't think so. Yeah.
No, you get it.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't suggest that. I said I want to be inclined to believe what they said.
I cannot say that.
What you're saying is attitude gave a little.
Yeah, but then you do the same thing that for the family did.
No, we're not referencing for the family. We didn't say that.
We reference him.
Okay.
Let me just end.
Yeah.
The point is for the justice, dissent is his right, and he exercises it, and it's on record. Hopefully, people will look at it, in the future, and look into. But I think his disagreement was mostly with the better information because he signed the original ruling.
Yes.
So it was, a better information. But the way life is, man, we can only see the things we want to see. Maybe he's from a different prison. He's acting from that point, and so people cannot be in their feelings, to say, oh, you got to, even if there are two persons that dissent, it didn't matter. The three people would have done it. So that's what the law says. So the most important thing on this land, Ben, is that we as ordinary citizens have to learn to respect the opinion of the Supreme Court.
What are we agreeing on?
And the Supreme Court too has the obligation to ensure that justice is served, at every level. And so I think on the basic issue, that's my. What was the second issue?
Well, no, that was mainly the basic issue, and then Siddiqui was talking about. But you did address what Siddiqui asked about the compelling of because you did say that this is a part of your. We have to because it's a mandate from the.
There are several things there. The thing is so bad. There are several things in it that we have to fix. All of this conflict that we're going through is an opportunity for us to deal with our structures, governance structures, review the laws, and and make sure that the government is more efficient because it's
Yeah.
more accessible. So because today you probably struggle to get everybody in because you are a public, but the situation we have with our laws is very bad, man. As a lawmaker, I can tell you it's really, really bad. All of these institutions, they were tailored around individuals. It did not become institutional. So that's what we're going to change, over the period of time and through proper legislation. And then we deliver good service to Liberian people.
Thank you. Sarah, I want you to come in, and then Mr. Gimme, I beg you, Mr. Gimme. That's Sarah can just, she hasn't said a lot.
So Ben, I have to go. I got a CNC local meeting going on.
Honorable ability.
So Gimme, and I'm part of the meeting.
No, that's
not
meeting.
Pewee, and Mr. Nambe. All of you.
They cheated local. He didn't say global. We are global.
Oh, okay.
I know you're talking about the Supreme Court, but I really wanted to talk about all the noise about our declaration of
your declaration. Okay, so can like you a few minutes to talk about it, then we'll let you go.
Yeah, please, because
go ahead.
Look, election is about results. The CMC is a different party. We're not affiliated with any party in Liberia. We don't make decisions in consultation with any party. And if any party thinks that we're going to make decisions and consult them, that's not true. Look, this party was established as a means of, out of frustration with the Unity Party and the CDC. I want to be very clear about that. So when we're making our decision, we don't want people to come to us and tell us, say, you should tell. No, that's not how we work. The point we are raising here is, Ben, we are one of the most extensive networks in the country. And I'm saying that to you in this room, that we knew by 10 o'clock that the election was over. We knew by 10 o'clock that the election was over, look, I don't even want Koga to win. I campaigned against him vehemently. It was a strong campaign against him. But when the people of Nima decide that that's the person they want, and what can I say? I've seen the outcome, and you can mark my word from this. So far, from last night, 24 hours ago, up to today, all the people who criticizing me and the CMC have never shown anything to the contrary. The argument is to win an election, Ben, you have to win decisively in your stronghold and go second.
But let me say that the EDF campaign managers did a press conference, and he said, Yato said that his
Yato a campaign manager.
Yeah, I think Yato is a campaign manager. That's what he said. He said, according to his war room, they are winning. They I saw some spreadsheet, some Excel document that they have some data put in. And I was on the record yesterday that from what the information I have gathered is that Koga has won the election. Also, I said that yesterday, so I want to be clear. According to what Yato said, that they are winning, they won the elections according to their numbers.
Ben, let me explain this to you. It's dry season in my country. There is nowhere that the election took place yesterday that is not accessible to vehicle. And everywhere that is accessible to vehicle, we deploy about 13 vehicles yesterday throughout Lima to make sure that we get our results and tabulate it. At the end of the day, it's 11:44 p.m. 30 hours, just short of 6 minutes after the election was closed. If you have evidence to show that you have won, but now you should be banishing it across the country. To come and tell people that you believe that you have won, it's unfair. It's even unfair to the candidate. You understand? It's unfair to the candidate. It's not right. It's wrong. And it's disgraceful, embarrassing, and disingenuous for a campaign manager to try to create relevance for themselves by creating controversy. I have no fish to fry in what, the outcome. What we are interested in as a party is that we search this election process.
Mm-hmm.
We had our people properly covered. The outcome was Samuel Kuga won the election. That's not going to change. And so far, 24 hours since we made that decision, I've never seen a single data to say the opposite. I want you to show me one area in all the report you have where Madam Kehleboe Gongloe is performing in the same way that Samuel Kuga is performing District 5, District 4, and all those other districts. None. You have to show your strong. I mean, look at Ganda results. I will be celebrating a unity party law. But Ben, the democracy that we want to bring right now, it has to be centered around the truth. The being opposition, it doesn't mean you should lie and try to confuse the society.
And Musa, let me ask you. So when do we hear? Are we going to hear from your candidate? Are we going to hear from Mark? Is he speaking to the? Is he going to speak to the?
This decision that we put out, we did extensive. We had a meeting.
All right. So going with it, yeah.
Yeah, Mark. This is Mark's position.
That position. Okay. No, I'm just saying, is he going to say anything to his voters? Is he thank them?
That's
I got a question.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I got a quick question. I know, Honorable Peabody, I saw a report today on Julius J page where I think the first set of numbers that came out from NEG, and it shows a very really tight race from those numbers I saw. So I want to know from you, Honorable. I know Mike is the candidate for the CMC, but why didn't he put up the release instead you did? Why didn't you allow him to concede instead of you conceding? What is that for?
Okay, so again, we're trying to get a Liberian people used to institution. Mark is not just a candidate; he's a candidate of the CMC. This is exactly what we don't do, and this party is not going to do. We are building institution. We this is how we make lawmakers. We personalize them. We support them in their own names. They go in the capital building and start doing their own thing, and then we get vexed with them and say all kinds of things about it. The CMC is different. It is an institution. It speaks when there is a high-stake political issue. The political leader decides to speak for the party in a prepared text. That's what we did. And it is in consultation with the candidate. The candidate fully agree with this. We analyze the data together and we came up with this. This party is a party of discipline. It is a party where all of our leaders, both in Liberia and outside Liberia, will be informed on every decision we make, so that they too can have the opportunity to inform other people. If you begin to personalize, you get a representative, you get a senator, you're running a campaign, instead of saying the party, you say him. Just think about it. When there's a protest to, by the way, when there's a protest to NEG against Mark, they will not write any on it. They will write the party name on it. If you want to be individual, you have to register as an independent. When you register to a political party, that party speaks for you. That's how it's supposed to be. That's what we should encourage. Because if we don't encourage them, we don't institutionalize our politics. I didn't want to speak, but the entity decided I don't have I don't gain nothing by speaking on them. But that's the mandate of the institution. But we would never personalize people in our party. We don't want to do that. And that's an institutional decision.
I understand. Can I follow up? I understand your point, not wanting to personalize your institution, but don't you see it as a form of control? Because, like, I mean, he's the candidate and you are the political leader. So I think he should be speaking for his candidacy. He should be conceding instead of you as the political leader signing that release that you concede. You know, he's the candidate. I mean, I find that very, I find it difficult to understand.
I understand. I understand. People will get used to it small.
It shows a kind of control to me. I mean,
I understand. At the end of the day, once that release came out, Mark or anyone from in the party is free to speak on this matter. I think at this time he personally had chosen to remain silent. But from the moment we issued that statement, he could have spoken if he wanted to, and that's what we told him. You can say whatever you want to say. You can say whatever interview you want to have. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
So you're just saying that the process in the party is that the party issues a statement first.
The party, anybody can talk. So it's not control. It's you see, Sarah, I understand what you're saying, but I want when people look at the CMC.
It's your process.
When you start looking at us in a normal, everyday political party, you will see everything is wrong with us because we are not going in the normal direction. We're going in the opposite direction of normalcy in Liberia because we know the normalcy, everybody is behind, there's not taking us anywhere. So we're going in the opposite of it. For instance, we see that election has been won and that a winner is clear. We must hold it just because we want to hold a situation and create unnecessary tension. We can't do that.
So let me
nobody aligned with us. Nobody aligned with CPC. We have no alliance with any party. We don't agree with any party in this country. We don't have the same philosophy as any party. So nobody came to us to join us to say they're endorsing our candidate. We and the Liberian people, we are trying to build a contract with Liberia, not with any party.
Anybody else got any question on CMC?
Yes,
That is
fighting question.
No, I mean you don't want Brian CMC, Bennett. I was letting you go. You say you want to CMC.
I'm ready. I would enough firepower here tonight.
Okay. Oh, you get enough firepower. I can be put on the back. I can be put on it.
Can I make one last appeal, Honorable, please? I just want to appeal that I know that you guys are doing well in the house. I just want to make one appeal to you that when you guys are making laws, I suggest please that you put in that create a law to stop trucking people to counties to vote. I think it's very wrong. It disenfranchises the constituents of that county, and it is not good for our election process. Trucking people from different places to a county to win election, I think it's fraud. And I'm just appealing that y'all will make that a law. That if anyone is found violating that law, will be penalized. That's just my appeal.
There's several things that's wrong with our electoral system that we need to fix. For instance, how in the world you have a national ID card system, then you have another system for an election card. It doesn't happen anywhere else in Liberia. The first thing we'll have to do is to integrate the national ID card system. And then so all you do, you register electronically, you get a national ID card. When election time comes, once you plug that your number, 18. Once you're 18, you get your voter registration. It's simple. We'll do the same thing. So the issue of voter tracking, I think again those in power, madam, they are the one that perpetrating this. We have to change it. The leaders that are elected, I call it democratic corruption. It is wrong, it is unfair, and it needs to be stopped. And the easier way to stop it is to have the national ID card system. So that when election commission say we're registering, it doesn't look like we're coming back now to go through the same process. So that when you go and say my national ID number is 1, 2, 3, 4, as soon as election commission plug it, everything about you will show up. If you don't have a national ID card, then you should not have, election commission. What we are doing with national ID card is also disgraceful. National ID card is supposed to be 10 years, but they make it, I think, 2 years. I mean, unbelievable. National ID cards are
the national ID card are 2 years?
At 2 or 3 years, one at the very short, it should be at least 5 years. So we need to change all of that.
Yeah, it's 2 years. I think the intent of it is to raise more revenue.
No, there are certain things that are the right of the people. You can use that to take money out.
You raise revenue.
That should be 10 years. 10 years.
10 years.
Minimum 10. But anyway, Representative Billy, I want to thank you. Anybody else got CMC questions? Just so I don't want to
let me ask CMC question.
I knew the CDC were going to ask. This is the CDC. And Musa advice here for CDC.
No, but Musa is emerging as one of the new. He been in the business a long time, but he's emerging as one of the new political leaders. He's bringing a different hygiene to our politics. So of course, you want to pick his brain on some of the old political issues, nothing offensive, and one of which is first during this by-election, was there any conversation along the way, attempts to you or through you to create a unified opposition camp against the ruling party? If not, or if that's the case, then tell us. But then, what is the CMC position when it comes to a unified opposition against the Unity Party come 2029 in that direction?
There was a conversation with the other opposition regarding the by-election. It was in that conversation, I'm aware that CDC position was that the three major people in the race are people that supported them in the past, and therefore they didn't think it was appropriate for them to take one person against the other three. Unfortunately, in the end, that's what they did. But that's okay. I mean, it's their, decision to do. But most importantly, to answer your question, it was done. As far as the CMC is concerned, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but the current policies of all the parties in Liberia right now cannot allow CMC to have any agreement with any party, because all of them fall short of what Liberia requires to revolutionize the change that we need to do. So our it's possible some of these parties will reinvent themselves, change direction, and redefine how they do things, and then maybe they will align with us. Nobody is aligned with us right now. Nobody is aligned with us, because one of the things that we want to do, we can't wait as a party for 2028 to start going to Liberian people and giving their hand out. We're moving right now. We're moving to communities. We are moving to other places, getting involved into agriculture, building bridges. We are going to do as much as we can do for the people, and in 2, 3, 4 years' time, we ask them in return for their vote. And we are not going to wait. So these are the difference between us and the other people, and much more as an institution. So to your question as to alignment, really, I don't see it, because look, let me look at CDC, since you are CDC. When you lose an election, you sit down and tell people, I acknowledge that everything that I did were not the way it should have been done. If I'm giving a second chance, these are the things I would do differently. Both United Party and CDC don't even think that they owe the Liberian people that kind of explanation. At this time, no soul searching. United Party did no soul searching. They just got involved into propaganda, smell people, destroy people's reputation. Until today, there is nothing that the United Party criticized the CDC for that they have not done 2 times or more in Liberia today. Absolutely nothing. Everything that they criticize the CDC on, they've done worse. The CDC, since it lost power, has not been able to come to say, look, I want to come back. But I realized that the last time we were here, I had excesses. These are the things that I didn't do the way I should have done. Tomorrow, if I had a chance, these things, I will do it differently. If politicians are that emboldened and feel that arrogant, not to be answerable to the people, the CMC got nothing to do with you. And that is our position. And the 2 big parties have, exhibited that level of arrogance, to say, we don't have to do that. The people still vote for us. We don't have to do that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe. I think when you lose an election, you need soul searching. It's been 15 months. I've never seen that soul searching. I've never seen that thing from CDC where they say, we acknowledge some of the things that we should have done this way and we didn't do it this way. When we get there next time, we'll do it. Right now in Liberia here or in CDC, it's ahead. Everything that it did, it was the right thing. What United Party is doing now is wrong, and therefore when CDC go back, you must expect the way CDC was running the government. Boss man, do you think that's proper? That's disrespectful to the people. At some point in time, you got to have the courage to say, yesterday I did this, I did this, I did this. Today, if I'm getting power, I will do this differently. I will recruit people differently. I will govern differently. I will do this differently. But to say that the way I will govern when United Party movement from here is the best way, let's just go for power. We don't want to be part of that. Before we go for power, we will have an agreement with Liberia. We'll have an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with the Republic of Liberia, where we make promises, and when we take power, we'll make sure we fulfill those promises.
So Ben, I think because CDC was highlighted, considering that I play a role, I think I go to provide some clarification to the honorable man's statement, particularly when it comes to acknowledging the failures and wrong and perhaps remorse. I think not put it in a concession statement, but on more than 2, 3, 4 different occasions, the party have recognized that it fell short of some of the expectations that were expected of it, and acknowledge that perhaps it would have done some things very differently. I think those are comments that come up every day, because if that wasn't the case in terms of accepting that we fell short a little bit, first of all, there would not have been a concession. So I don't think the statement made by honorability is accurate when it comes to not acknowledging. If the party needs to go much more further in the demonstration, perhaps we'll agree in that direction. But I think the institution acknowledged on not once but twice and many other occasions that indeed it fell short. Okay, and that is why sometimes we express complete disappointment in the Guar government, because we thought that by the mistakes we made that were glaring, for which the Liberian people told the judge, they could not be making those mistakes, as he rightly said, making it double. So I don't think his statement was accurate when he says the party have not acknowledged
It's really
you are Ben, please let me just say, this is one of the fundamental things that is wrong with your party. You are making a political leader synonymous to the party. The fact that the political leader has gone to make
But I'm not referring the political leader yet. I
you
said
said he had made 2 speeches, and in those speeches he said,
I said it, but listen, I always said a party. I'm a party man.
There's no such thing as the party. So
who is the party? No such thing as a party.
No, when you're talking to Liberian people, you got to either write it down or you make a policy statement. Siniki, that is an important thing.
Of course, it has happened.
I don't even want to lead you here. I want you to continue to make the mistake you're making. So that
no, but I'm not making a mistake. I'm
but
speaking
at the end of the day, if I were you and I were in government, I will go and list and pick everything that I felt that I didn't do properly and then list how I will do it the next time so that people can see what I didn't do properly. So that people can, and not the people who are hurt by those decisions and still love you will feel better. That at least I know that if I vote for CDC this time, that they think they used to do, I don't like it. But now they are committing that when they get there, they will change it. So you owe your people to that. The biggest problem we have with Liberian politicians, honestly, especially those of you who are riding on popularity, you don't care what the people think. You know, you don't want to reference that. All you do is what are your people love. Oh, brother, don't ride George Weah to the end. Create more George Weah. Create your succession plan. You don't have it. You don't have a succession plan. Today, nobody know who is going to be the in South Africa, ANC, the same grassroots organization. We already know who's going to be the next president for South Africa. You got to create 4-5 men in that organization called CDC to say any one of these guys, in case George Weah decide that you're not running again, or after you run the second time, that will be it. He cannot run anymore. How the party is going to do. Look at what happened to NDPL. Look at what is happening to NPP right now. Okay? Look at everything that happened to political parties that win power and their leaders because the party was tied to the leaders. And once the leader is removed from the scene, the party dies. You have the opportunity to not to do that. But if you want to see how that is done, if you want to see how that done, check CMC out. We'll do it differently.
The cities have all grown the popularity of George Weah. But after 20 years in existence, have all grown the popularity of George Weah. Why it is a significant aspect of the parties.
You will lose your job for that, you know that, right?
What, lose job or what?
That's still made up me.
No, but it's true. It's true. No, George Weah created legacy to the CDC to ensure that it all lived him. CDC is a political party in exile for all 20 years. You telling me it has not all lived the popularity of George Weah? It has. Why I'm saying we recognize that he has significant influence there, but it is beyond George Weah today. You think the likes of Cody, a young baby who was never part of the struggle today, Secretary General, is there because of a George Weah popularity? What a significant portion of the membership of CDC did not even know when George Weah was the most popular person in Liberia. They came into the process in a different political dispensation. So what I'm saying to you, most of the people who claim the George Weah factor are people who perhaps were friends with him and know him. But the new member, the new membership of CDC, what you call first-time voter, are people who got hooked up to the doctrine of the party. So why George Weah, like you, would be an influential with all the influential in the CMC? Why George Weah history, the CDC cannot be erased or his influence? But the party, after 20 years of existing as a political party, has gone in three presidential elections, has gone beyond George Weah popularity. If George Weah was not stepped in the presidential election with CDC 2029, CDC will put up a candidate. Of course, CDC have put up a candidate beyond George Weah before. We have Winston Torgbean. So you know, it's people who our ability CDC is bigger than any individual. It has gone beyond any individual. And the party is a young, vibrant party with new leaders emerging, led by the likes of Koji and other people. People like us, for over 20 years, I've had a chance to serve in leadership position of the party. Of course, it's about time that we step away for new people. And we have very young, vibrant, educated guys who will take the party going forward. So the party is beyond any individual.
Thank you, Siddiqui. Musa, we're going to give you the chance to do your closing. And then
thank you. No, I think it was a good night.
Before you close, I know you are closing. What's the I know you are the immediate past chairman of the CPP. So now, what's the relationship with you and the ANC and also Mr. Cummings right now?
Oh, I mean, it's okay. I mean, CMC does not have any relationship with ANC, but Musa Belete and Alexander Cummings were cool. But we don't have, any relationship with the ANC. We treat the ANC the same way we treat Unity Party or CDC. We believe that political parties in Liberia have now risen to the task of transformation and redesigning how they approach the people. And I think the Liberian people have gotten frustrated with that, and that's why we are here. So we do things differently. But there's no bad blood, there's no bad relationship. We never talk about, maybe the fact that we are all opposition. I'm sure we'll sit one place someday. Or personally, I have a very good relationship with the political leader of ANC and the chairman of ANC and most officials of ANC.
Okay, you can do your closing.
Thank you. So, guys, thank you. I'm happy to, as always, to be here. Let's hope, and I want to urge you gotta stay on the alert. I will be watching for the executive and their reaction to the decision tomorrow. We are hoping that the executive will uphold the rule of law and that we can, find a way out. The speaker has made it clear that if it is have to be for him to make the sacrifice for the sake of, the survivability of the house, he will do it. Let's talk about that, and then hopefully everything we're trying to do as a people, we hope one day our country will stand, and every one of us should push President Parker to please, the world is watching us, please enforce that action. To enforce the ruling of the court is not an option. It's a constitutional responsibility, Mr. President. Nobody should make you feel otherwise. When the Supreme Court says it is hereby so ordered, it means you should take action to say this cannot happen under us now. We're looking at you, we're watching you, and we hope that you will do what is right so that COFA and the majority black, all of us, we can sit together and find a way out. Good news is the speaker has said he's prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice to bring sanity to the building. I think that's a great step. We should take advantage of that. Thank you very much.
I want to thank again the leader of the opposition, CMC, and also the chairman of National Security in the Liberian House, Honorable Musa Hassan Belete. It's always a pleasure, Mr. Belete, and I want to wish you a pleasant good night.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, guys, back to discussion. While we're on this, we got some information. The first thing is that again, I joined Mr. Russell, I joined Mr. Nangbe. I believe President Bwaga will break his silence tomorrow or so, and he will side with the Supreme Court. The fact of the matter is that a lot of factors, a lot of things are ongoing now. As we speak, the Liberian delegation is in Washington for the spring meeting, and everything they're trying to do will affect the rule of laws comes into place. And even Liberia is trying to get a seat on the Security Council, it will affect them too. Besides that, our development international partners, the European Union, and also the other, the World Bank in Africa, all these people, they are concerned because they provide funding for the judiciary to help our strengthening our judiciary. They provide funding, and if you cannot respect the Supreme Court, they're not going to deal with you. Even I think Representative Snow just said, Senator Snow just said that ECOWAS have not recognized Richard Cohen, and with this one ruling tonight is making more clear that he won't be recognized. So the president, like Siddiqui said, he has no choice. I mean, it's not about him deciding the fate of the country. No, he just has to abide for the oath he took in office to defend, uphold, and protect the constitutional laws of our country. Or he had to implement the oath he took. So we expect just a matter of time now, but in the next 24 to 48 hours, the president will break his silence, I believe, and he will have to inform Richard Cohen that, look, the Supreme Court has spoken. This is our country. Well, it's a constitutional matter. That's why the Supreme Court got involved, and they have acted for one majority rule. You have no choice but to accept it, because we'll now be with now. Either you go and try to COFA, so your guys can start reconciling, doing a discussion, or else we'll start withdrawing our security detail from you and return it to the speaker that the Supreme Court recognized. So all that stuff, more Ali than writing on the Facebook now, they just doing it just to show. But President Boga is under pressure because if I'm quoting the finance minister correct, they said they were secure $490 million for Liberia today at the spring meeting. But all that is hanging. Just today, who got on the show? Don't forget, last year, the Boga administration, the MCC said they were qualified to receive a grant of $500 million. Now, today, President Trump canceled that and said not happening. So Liberia is in a tight situation. And I repeat, no investor, no serious person will come and do business in the country if you cannot respect your rule of your Supreme Court ruling, because that's the only guardrails to protect the democracy of the country and also to protect people. So all we got to do is just wait to hear what they're going to say. And because right now, all the people we know, we've been asking them to comment. They're not commenting now. Everybody tight late because the president just has to make his silence now and say something. And also, before I switch or bring other point on, NEC did a progressive tally today. The last thing on the set today was that of the 736 polling places, they have already tallied 314. Out of that 314 represents a total of 42.66%. So they still have left 57.34%. All of that, today's the total vote cast, just between the two top candidates, Madam Ware, she has 22,460, representing 43.8%, 80%, and the MDR candidate, Samuel Koga, 22,588, representing 44.05%. So he's in the lead slightly, but we still have the 7.34% left to be counted. So as of today, at this moment for the NDC, is where the race stands. So there have been no one declared winner, and we have not conceded or not a Koga, so that's where we are. But based on that, let's get everybody involved and what they're hearing and what we just said. Anybody got to know way in?
Yeah, let me draw your attention to the dissent from Busy. And this one caught my eye, and hopefully we all can chime in. He said, I respectfully decline to append my signature to the majority opinion. I further urge the court or the future bench to revisit and recall the present judgment. Now we are hearing that the Chief Justice is about to retire in a month or so. This judge is saying something that the next Chief Justice that will be appointed by President Boakai should rescind, should recall this. This is significant. Is he in the know from the executive that no matter what happened, they will bring in a new crew that will rescind this? Because his category, he says that the next bench, and we know the next bench should be here in June, that the next bench should rescind and record this. Then he went further to discuss his own financial gains, that how can you rule against a court or a particular group of folks whose budget paying us and we are being paid, and this is going to jeopardize us. So this is very strange. Not only is he talking about his own aggrandizement, but he's urging the chief justice that will be coming in another month or two to rescind, to recall, to revisit this case and overturn this ruling. This is very significant that we cannot overlook this particular statement here. It's written.
So let me come in. I think from what I'm hearing from you, I think he's laying the basis, okay? He's laying the basis to overturn this ruling a few months from now. And my guess is they're going to play that same delay tactic between now and that time. So when that new court comes, they can just overturn the will, which is very dangerous for our country. As a matter of fact, our country is not owned by UP government. The country is owned by everyone, every party. Okay? You cannot just come in as a government and decide to marginalize everything and control everything. Our country is not a monopoly government. We have an institution wherein we have democracy, we have rules and regulations, we have laws that has to be respected by everyone. You cannot come take power and just think that you can just bulldoze your way on everything. That's just wrong. And it's not good for our country. So from what you explained, that would be my take. My take is that maybe his intention is, if President Barker makes him the Chief Justice or whatever, he's going to now come in and overturn that ruling, which is very dangerous. You know, that's just my thought.
Well, again, like we said, I mean, what Bese is saying, he has the right to dissent, maybe give a dissenting opinion on a legal issue, but if we pass that, because this issue will be done with, it's done with now. So people have spoken, they move on, and we only waiting. The Chief Justice, she retires in June. I'm sure they will appoint a new Chief Justice, but by that time, this will be gone far. Okay, I'm hearing from another lawyer saying that courts can't just delay implementing a ruling and then overturn it. There has to be a cause of action that gives rise to a new hearing. So, with a majority black file another bit of information based on what, So yeah, it's simple. So,
but to that effect, also again, I was referencing. Let's go back to Article 65 of the Constitution.
Okay.
And Article 65 is clear. This is the judicial power of the Republic shall be vested in the Supreme Court and such subordinate courts as the legislature may from time to time establish. The court shall apply both statutory and customary laws in accordance with the standards enacted by the legislature. Judgment of the Supreme Court shall be final. Judgment of the Supreme Court.
What's going on?
I know.
No, I've been distracted a little bit by something. Sorry.
Yeah, hold on, Pewee. Someone, what?
It was Pewee. It was Pewee.
Yeah, the sound came from me. That's why I was.
Okay.
The judgment of the Supreme Court shall be final and binding, and shall not be subject to appeal or review by any other branch of government. Nothing in this article shall be prohibited, administrative, and blah, 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 continue. So I just thought to reference that position to you. Now, and as too many just said, a lawyer contacted him. So this process that unfolded today to change it, I don't see it happening.
Let me a point of correction here.
Yes, I don't see that.
In the United States here, we had a law called Roe versus Wade, right? That law been on the books for 50 years. The Supreme Court went and reversed itself here.
No. Somebody went to the court to reverse it.
Somebody went to court.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
But
This judge
have said that.
But listen,
go back to the court.
This judge is now it's a gateway here. He is saying that he supports that the next court should revisit and overturn. Now this is a giving for someone who now, Mr. Pewee, you are talking about in normal constitutional institutions. Here
I'm coming. I spare your analogy quickly. You're going to come in. So we're going to hold the country hostage until they appoint our judge, and then come of. Are you going to say then when the person if they elect a new speaker, say, oh, this speaker is not speaker? Come on.
Mr. Gibbon, like you were saying, right? Like the lawyer just telling me said they had a new course of action. That means
that's correct.
Somebody got to bring the case to the Supreme Court. They won't just take a bond and say that revisit it. No. So that means except where the next speaker or the majority of black they stay exist will come and say, well, we want to file better information. That's what they want to say. But besides that, if that's the case, the Supreme Court won't come upon themselves and say, let's take out this case.
Well, what I'm saying here, this man has opened the door for an invitation, and you heard you read the letter from the purported speaker, where he said he will also he's looking forward to taking what he said legal redress, and we wonder in which form, where else can he go because the Supreme Court has ruled. Now, if the door is ajar, where he also can come for a bit of information. This judge has said the next court should revisit this and possibly overturn it. This, I think he's laying the groundwork and left the door ajar. And when you put what the purported speaker said, that he's going to take this further.
Let's go to even review that. Now, there's a unanimous decision. It's 4-1. It's a unanimous decision. 4-1. It's not I agree. He's trying to. That's his thought. You know, sometimes when people are descending in their opinions of Supreme Court issues, they got a right to say. As Mr. Billy said, that right, his opinion, his thought process, that is right. No one's going to hate him off for it. So he said something like can say all the anger and all those things, right? But
yeah, so
there's a unanimous decision that cannot be all it.
I don't worry about because I don't think after this landmark case the ruling today. Somebody will come out and say, I can tell you that. This I can tell you. If the Supreme Court if the House reconvenes and they come back to the session, I know the first thing they'll take out will be that issue about how do they compel the majority to attend session. That I know they will tackle that issue quickly because they realize that people rely on that particular clause to do all these things we've been doing. So I can tell you that will happen. And so I don't believe when a new Supreme Court takes new justice takes place, is appointed, and they will bring it among themselves. Somebody will have to bring it a case with that.
Yeah, that's why there's a need now for some serious process of constitutional review. We need to do a revision of the Constitution to see, because the Constitution is a kid now. We need to push the Constitution to be in conformity with modern day's reality, right? And that's the statement that compared them to come. We need to now fix that. There are other areas in the Constitution that is a little very complicated and very confusing, or that have all lived the past time. It is not in conformity with unfolding the normal time we have. So how can we ensure that it confronts with our time-to-time realistic way we are now moving on with life? So again, I don't know which are the leader. For instance, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and President Weah took a stand in terms of having some constitutional referendum. But again, unfortunately, the both government too a little bit didn't do that well in terms of adequately pushing for us to get those things done. Like those other propositions and other things, most of them left out the line. Because at the steady time, we fixed few and we left more up, and were more aggressive in doing it. But again, most of what we thought we needed didn't pass through. Most of those propositions got defeated. So, but there's a need for a very total constitutional overhaul so that we revisit the constitutions, those areas that will cause some unnecessary distraction for the country moving forward can be set, and then we set the time we go, and the laws they change. The people are going to agree to that.
Yeah, then call her.
Because as per the law of saying how the minority will be forced to come, it's a constitutional process that will require a referendum to change. It cannot just be done through an amendment. No, we have to speak as citizens of the country, wherein the process is going to be. So it's a very convoluted or complicated process. How do we all forge ahead in showing that we fix those things, allowing the country to forge on in terms of a modern day democracy? Because we have to face the reality, and most of those things should be unambiguous, as the people will not be facing some difficulty, always running to the Supreme Court, running to the Supreme Court, running to the Supreme Court. And sometimes the court get politicized. If the court is deeply politicized, and then they will become the victim, you know. And again, that is a looming recipe for what we call chaotic situation in the country, or recipe for more problem. And do we want those things? Now that we are a country, we've got a history of a bloody, devastating civil crisis. Is the country waiting to venture into those kind of a thing? No, the answer is no. And how can we remedy that to do this preventive measure? There has to be a preventive mechanism in place to ensure that we will confront to the modern day time that we believe that democracy have to force on. Democracy itself got a lot of elements. It got your own problem. It got your own headache. What are those elements that are sequential towards us moving forward? We have to define those things.
Real quick before I go, the speaker and the so-called majority bloc, they have a reliance on some article in the Constitution for the separation of power. And they are saying the Supreme Court does not have any power over them. What happens if Joseph Walker intervene and they use that same context and say, listen, the executive does not have any power over us. We will not listen. Then where are we? Maybe.
Well, but it's simple. Look, that's how when the ruling was issued, and the Justice Minister, who's the dean of the Supreme Court bar, interpreted it, and the executive branch and the Senate used it as a cover up to do what they wanted to do. The minute he interpreted it and told them that what they could do, they ran with it, and the hard kind of able to run. But then, not knowing they were dealing with a smart guy in Kofa, he wasn't going to let it go like that. So he went to the court to seek a bit of information. So what's going to happen? On a serious note, from what I'm learning tonight, I've gathered, I'm not worried again. I believe that this impasse will come to an end before the end of it, because right now there's no way they will continue. First of all, if the president going to, I believe again, I'll say again, he's going to honor the Supreme Court ruling, and in doing so, just like they did with Kofa, they will tell Kun, you want to do it the right way. They withdraw his security detail. The clerk of court will all go back to where they belong. So all lawmakers from that very block will break away to go back, because the last thing you want to see happen, the executive branch, if Speaker Kofa says if they put a kind of session, they can hold their pay and do whatever they want to do now. When you get in pay, you can't survive. Some people are seeing a particular group, it depends on paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford to go with one month or pay. So you end up going back now, because that's where the rule of law is. Because the finance minister will not pay, they tell you to hold your pay. Just like you had other people pay, they will do the same thing to you guys. And so that block will break. If they break, they're going to go back to session, and they will start from there and do it from there. So I'm not worried, because the pressure on President Barker now tonight is so much. A lot of pressure on him and the international community. You got his ministers that are all here. The finance minister is in Washington. The public minister is here. Education minister is here. The EDC boss is there. They're all here for the World Bank for the spring meeting. And this is where they get a lot of goodwill from. And they are here and hearing back home that your country is not even adhering to the rule of law. The highest court in the land.
Tomalin, all these people that you just named, sorry to say, most of them, they knew about the whole situation on 40. They even aided and abetted. They helped.
I agree. I see that too. They didn't know that the Liberian response would have been overwhelming like this today.
And most of them, and some of them being government way before. Because first understand the ramification of these things.
It affects your work. Because if I'm here, even you and I know you've been in the foreign service. You know nobody will put money in Liberia when you can't respect your Supreme Court.
They should know this.
It's not happening. So I will give like bro money. You'll be young when I give you money. Say so Baka he's under pressure. He has no choice. All he has to do now is to abide by the Supreme.
He'll have to budge and abide by it and move on.
You know, it's simple as that. So that's the reality. You can't escape it because all he put now the LC guy, he got grip level like bro. I hear what he's saying, but how will you do it if you cannot? If ECOWAS decide to discontinue business with you because you can't respect your own rule of law, your own Supreme Court. I mean, your economy is lawless.
And let me say this quickly before I come in. You know, the situation ECOWAS. I met one of our ECOWAS fighter for in Accra. It's a very senior person. I just slipped his name, but we had a conversation, a very good conversation in Accra before at the Golden Tree Hotel. The woman was saying that the reason why ECOWAS put a lot of time, and he was trying to explain the issue of the coup d'etat for in Guinea-Conakry. His point was that ECOWAS, people always see ECOWAS as a toothless bulldog. ECOWAS is not. He said ECOWAS been putting a lot of things in place. ECOWAS will, and because ECOWAS will internally try to send some advice in. ECOWAS will internally give some issue out, right? But ECOWAS even spoke to the then Guinean president. Oh, chief, the thing he's saying about going for second term, third term, it's not a good thing. But you see the problem, but people don't listen to ECOWAS, not for it. But you remember the role ECOWAS playing in Liberia. ECOWAS is the reason why we have peace today. When the border were all over the place, nobody was willing to come. Other people say we'll pay. This country said we'll pay the money. ECOWAS came in. Again, 2001, ECOWAS came in. So if you can respect ECOWAS, it's not a good thing. And these are the ways now the other people listen. So now you look, boom. There's military coup somewhere. What's the reason behind we're not respecting the rule of law?
You raise a good point, and Mr. Russell, Sarah, Siddiq, Anthony are coming. But let me say this though: right now, if you look, people are threatening now to go further. And now, the last thing you want to do as a government to give people the legitimate reason now to come and cause trouble because they're causing good trouble now. And they're going to cause good trouble because they will tell you say. Oh, so you're lawless. We'll force you to abide by the law, and they will be having some backing. So the last thing you want to see happen, you see the country turning into some different state, and like people said at that moment, anything can happen. So I repeat,
man, disappointment people like Kofi Woods and Kofi Woods. Imagine he went to
that means they gotta need they are lost. I mean, I don't.
There's a man that came over. Him on a record. So there's nothing you hear from Kofi Woods. Nothing at all.
Nothing. It's a disgrace.
I mean, look, okay.
Disgrace and disappointment. Kofi Woods.
Yeah, for me,
it's a constitutional human rights lawyer. Today, people they are blatantly violating the Constitution, and you now call yourself national security.
I strongly believe that there's still time for them to respond, and they're probably calculating what they were going to say and all of that. So we'll give them some time, and then people, expected them to.
Mr. Russell, if they force because of public pressure, that's a disgrace to them.
It shouldn't be about public pressure. It shouldn't be about public pressure. But I'm not going to knock a jurist, an associate justice for his opinion for giving a dissent.
No, we're not knocking.
And I think
we're not. We're not knocking.
There are some people who seem to have had a problem, but seem to have a problem with the fact that he gave a dissent. I mean, it's all part of the process, right?
No, because he came up with different opinion on the same issue. Now he's changing on. That's why we're saying he's not consistent. That's what we said about him.
Well, but things maybe he got more information that sway his thinking in one direction over the other. So I mean,
Mr. Russell,
maybe the information he has now, he didn't have that information. He didn't have that information.
Yeah, but Mr. Russell.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, but I thought the process that occurred was yeah, I thought.
Well, I mean, I'm just hey, I mean, we can't be we can't be a bunch of absolutionists here, and just saying okay, this what absolutely happened. We don't know that for sure.
But the thing that confused everybody is this: the Bill of Information was not intended to try the case again, it was only intended to provide clarity or simplify, perhaps,
what we meant.
The position that they came up with, and that position. So it wasn't like they were going to give up new trial, new information. They were only providing clarification on what they meant, and so that you will change your position after you had it. I mean, that's that. In my view, is that a different opinion?
Oh man, I mean, of course, I understand that, but all I'm saying, I mean, he's I'm not going to question him or.
I mean, need to be impeached, my man. Yeah.
Well, that's a whole other conversation
Let's say today, because the idea about the bill of information was that you choose to hear and provide clarification on your ruling. So let's say the entire Supreme Court come up today to provide that position he gave, that it was their position that said it was illegal. I mean,
my thing is that why they took this long. I mean, they were waiting for the lower court of ruling from the lower court or what? I don't know why they took so long to even clarify the ruling that they gave earlier.
It was all political because of demarcante
sometimes you provide room for people to negotiate behind the scene. So I mean,
that's possible. But the person who would know this stuff, who's been in those smoke-filled room, negotiating all of that, who are probably part of this other negotiation, is the. Oh, what are they laughing for? How you show anybody?
Yeah, what money is in the back? We just got we joined by Law's card and that of our brother from the other side of the forest against. Yeah, but before we get to Law, because we want to seek his input in most of the other technical legal issues. We're going to hear from you quickly. Before somebody can come, Anthony, you can move on and we started with a minute. You can take a minute, 30 seconds, and come in with your intro. Then we're going to move quickly to Law to get his insight on this discussion tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Law will, lament on the legal aspect of it because I'm not a lawyer.
How you know the man will lament?
Because I was confused as to what the other associate justices were doing today. I don't have to be a lawyer to understand my own constitution. But during the trial, everybody made a point. And what he was doing today, I was like, what's the point of doing other days today now? I thought you should have done that during the trial, but maybe I may be wrong. I'm not a lawyer. So, but yes, what I want to say to what he said. When law is all about reasoning, and I'm not a lawyer, but I understand it because I did legal research, that his point he was making that if we say this act was illegal, then the national budget is illegal. The people went to work, their salary was not stolen money. They didn't steal. They went to work, they earned a salary. If the government passed a national budget that was deemed illegal, does not negate the fact that they should not get paid. And that was the argument he made as a lawyer. I'm sitting in my seat and I'm like, was the money given to them stolen from somebody to pay their salary? The answer is no, the money was not stolen. The act of passing the budget, the process of passing the budget was illegal. And that part of it should always remain illegal. That has nothing to do with people who went to work and earned a salary honestly. An honest day of work requires honest pay. But your action in passing the national budget, it was illegal. And I hope law and other legal scholars will make me understand as a layman who doesn't understand the law. But I just found out, very disturbing for somebody who, in order for you to put a foot in law school, you must have your first degree. As the first requirement, you must have your first degree before you go to law school. And then you can't come out of law school spending all of your time studying and try to confuse people. When the people went to work, they didn't steal for going to work. They deserved their pay. The money that government gave them, that money was now stolen money. That money that revenue generated by government, I paid them. The art or the process by which the national budgets were passed, it was illegal. And that does not negate the fact that whether or not they got paid. I hear people making an argument. So, please help me here because that's my confusion today.
Yes, so we would want to get your take on this. First, the focus is what the descendant justice said. Is it possible that the next bench coming can review this and overturn this? I want you to start from there where you make all the importing other areas, basically. What justice basically descendant thought is that it is possible that the next court can review this and probably overturn that. Is that possible?
So good evening, Pewee. Good evening, fellas. I can understand the angst and the fear, and so I'm not going to, reassure anybody by saying it's impossible, but it's highly unlikely. Okay, because if you look at the Bill of Information file, it was filed for a specific, course of action or in a specific course of action, right? The court made a ruling back in December. One group was acting a certain way. Another group felt that, look, the court needed to clarify to make sure that its ruling was being enforced. So then the Bill of Information was filed. So make the assumption would be an intellectually gargantuan leap to say that, okay, because of the dissenting opinion, therefore he's probably holding it in abeyance when his Chief Justice retires, and he or somebody else becomes Chief Justice, then they can reopen it. It doesn't work, especially at the highest appellate level, which is the Supreme Court. It doesn't work like that. I can understand the concern and fear. And I think I heard you earlier, Pewee, and I told you were spot on, at least for my understanding of it also, that it's not just likely, it's not easy that they will just come and do that. And as much as we are disappointed in what the dissenting opinion says, let's remember that part of appreciating the process is also respecting the dissenting opinion.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So, and I think the good thing about that dissenting opinion is that it came from the very person who was heard on an open mic not too long ago, giving us reasons to believe that the action was not being followed.
Yeah.
So for him to have all of a sudden found a new interpretation of unconstitutionality in today's action only further feeds the suspicion that people may have had that this may not just be a totally legal argument. And so, but some of us are a bit cautious on how you critique decisions from the high bench. So I'm not too worried about that. I think what needs to happen is the practical thing that Anthony is talking about now, that how do we begin to heal the country? How do we begin to move forward to correct those legal lapses? I don't think judges want to say, if I make this proper decision, a whole bunch of improper things that happen could affect, the country. So therefore, I'm not going to make the proper decision. As much as they are not oblivious to what's happening, these proper decisions need to happen, right? My hope has been, and again, it's a hope, and we are actively monitoring the process, that for the last 6 months, while nothing was happening, especially the last 2 to 3 weeks, that the executive has been maneuvering. Look, Stevie Wonder could have seen this was coming today. I am surprised that the majority of Black pretends that they didn't know this was coming. In fact, that should render them ineffective to even be in office, because the signs were very clear. Like everything they went through was very clear. Even the legal argument, when they went for the oral arguments that day, even though it normally doesn't tell you exactly how judges will rule, you have a pretty good idea when you go through oral argument. And when Barney Sherman made that concession that Speaker Kofa was there somewhere in another room or somewhere, okay, he basically allowed that he was present and so therefore should have been acting, right? So everybody saw that. It's not about being a lawyer, not being a lawyer. So why did the court wait so long? Look, I remember when the special counsel took President Trump to court for not just to document kids, right, but also certain acts that he did that could be considered illegal while he was, during the time he was president, right? Could he be protected? Did he have immunity for those acts? The court took an inordinately long time. So sometimes courts may not be totally divorced from the political environment, but these things happen. There are other rulings when they ruled quickly. And sometimes, again, I think they're attuned to the political. And not I think, I know sometimes they are. But the fact that they schemed late was a bit disappointing for a lot of people. But at least now the country can truly begin the healing process. People with political animals, all of us on this thing, nobody can tell me that it's just that the court giving its ruling on the day of the NIMA election discussions and all of that was just done without some degree of consideration. Now, I don't particularly opine that it was because of that, but it just seems, very, very coincidental.
No, but then from the excellent Lord, now going back from the political angle, now you're seeing some of the protege or surrogate of the president, meaning some of his general officials or so, coming on, hitting on the court very hard. And so do you see the president acting or coming to respect the court decision, or will he move to reprimand most of those unproductive statements coming from his officials?
A while ago, I think we were on this show when Henry Costa was very adamant that the president had no idea what was happening. And sometimes, Pewee, when people work for you politically, or them, or have the kinds of relationships that we have around here, it's difficult to really discipline them. But then when they publicly beg you to discipline them like this, now you have a responsibility to do something.
Exactly.
I think when a government official goes online and basically tells the court, you made a ruling that you can't enforce, let me see how you enforce it. The same people that were celebrating just yesterday and said that the court ruled in their favor when they were torturing the December ruling, and now the same people who defy the court. When you don't discipline me on Sunday for friskiness, on Monday for chickiness, on Tuesday for rudeness, on Wednesday when you want to do it in public, then you look embarrassed. If it festers on and the president doesn't do anything, I think they did him a disservice, especially because not every time you think something and you occupy a public perch, it belongs outside in a public space, because now you own it, right? And these are not people who are not educated people or who are not politically savvy. I can understand a representative pretending like he's angry and say he wants to impeach judges or justices. That that other talk. I can understand that pretense. Where he will start with. You can't even get 48 for the right number 48, 49 people to impeach a speaker, but you can't impeach us. Yeah, so the other talk, I can't even pay attention to it, right? But when an member of the executive who's also known to be in the president's inner circle, I think, if I know Mo Ali, and I will hope this, I think that he put it out there, and I'm sure by the night he's probably having some regrets. I'm not sure. He may say he's not having regret, like, not to be publicly stern, but I'm not sure after the last many hours, he can look at that statement and say, if I had to do it all over, I would do the same thing.
Scott, I want you to, and I'm going back to this because this particular statement, since you're here now as a lawyer, is that I further urge this court or future bench to record this judgment. This is a man who is admonishing his colleagues, and because I know very well, we all know that there is a new bench that will be in 60 days. So I'm saying this to say, not only is it confusing, but I think Pewee said something that there got to be something tribal about this.
That spoke to him. Maybe
that's what I'm saying. And when I'm saying tribal, not in Bandi versus Gribble, but it is so archaic to the point where we can say he did it because he wants to have some allegiance to whatever geographical location they come from. But this is demeaning, because I'm saying this because the court itself said that the action of the justice minister was, where did she say the word? It was pale. Okay, but yet it's still the same Supreme Court that is frowning on the justice ministers or the attorney general's interpretation. Did not either reprimand him, disbar him for committing a heinous crime against the court.
So let me take it one way, and there's neither to defend him nor support him in it. But I disagree with his analysis then, but let me take it this way. A legal analysis that is flawed, right, doesn't necessarily lead to an intentional criminal act. Sometimes it could be, right, but not always. I don't think anybody who understood or understands English read the court's ruling and felt that they needed extra interpretation from the Minister of Justice. How often, Mr. Gayman, you've been in the political space for a long time, how many times has the Supreme Court ruled and the president has asked the Justice Minister for an opinion on it that was made public? How many times? So when people need justification, we can do things. And since some big people never wrong, the technical people, the ones will be wrong, right? I'm not too worried. Don't get me wrong. I'm concerned, right? But the reason why you don't cite the dissenting opinions for controlling authority when you're writing is because it's not controlling authority. It's one person out of 5 who says, look, I hope another court will come and revisit this. That's okay. Which means when the next speaker, God forbid, but it most likely will happen, is being impeached and the process is followed for some or not followed for others, and they come before the court, maybe the court will take a detailed analysis of what the bill of information contains, if it's properly filed, and then they will look at it to see how they may make distinctions or change the precedent in this ruling. But as far as this situation goes, I think it will be to the president's political detriment if he allows this to go on for another 60 days. If I'm the president, and I can assure you he's getting this advice based on talking to big people like Pewee and other people. But if I'm the president, within the next week, if that long, within the next 48, 72 hours, we will be having serious discussion. The country has to move forward. The international people have to look at us like we're serious. The president has been in office now for a little under 1.5 years. 6 months have been spent on this fracas.
Mm-hmm.
At some point in time, we have to heal. We have to move on. And he has a great opportunity. The Supreme Court has given him a soft landing. Mr. President, take this and run with it. No, you're not a lawyer. No, you thought you were doing the right thing and your people were not doing the right thing. Here is the ruling. Implement it and move on. Get rid of this problem. Don't let it do. So for it to go for another 6 months, Mr. Gayman, then I think the president now will be really, really hurting himself. I don't see how it goes. No, strange things have happened in Liberia, but I don't see how the one goes on this long.
Great, I'm hopeful.
Let me tell you, Mr. Kofa also did a very magnanimous thing.
Of course.
When in December he hinted at the same thing about potentially resigning. And today, I think he made the same hints.
Yeah, he said he's prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Yes. And the last time I heard in politics, the ultimate sacrifice was Thomas Guar, November 12, 1985 speech.
That's right.
Okay. So for Fanati to use it, Mr. Kofa to use it today, was basically saying to them, let's come together, let the country heal. I will be the sacrifice, but at least the rule of law has prevailed.
That's right.
Right? Yeah. I think the president should, if I'm working for the president, instead of going on Facebook and challenging that ruling, I'm already trying to see what can be worked on behind the scenes, because I think everybody benefits that the country moves on.
I want to make a comment here. I think one of the problems that is giving the majority black hard time is that pride. I think that just the ego in them is just way too much. If Fonati Kofa is hinting you guys that he wants to resign, he's not interested in the position anymore. He just wants the rule of law. The right thing to be done. What is there so difficult? You guys already have you're majority black, all you need to do is just go in there and follow the law and do what you have to do to get him out. But I think there's a lot of vindictive, attitude in these people, and because the executive is supporting them, that makes them even more emboldened to do what they're doing. And so at the end of the day, it becomes so difficult for them to look at the Supreme Court ruling and follow it. The ego is just too much. They're just trying to overlook the laws of our land so much to the point that they feel they have so much power, they can do this, they can do that, and stuff like that. It's just so wrong, just so wrong.
Another thing, besides the pride, right? And I think the pride is informed by certain things. Are we sure we even know what they've done since they've been, quote unquote, the majority black acting like they're running things? Yes, we've seen them, drill a cars to war.
But that's
office.
That's the point, Lloyd. That's the point. There.
Yeah. And there's a whole lot of things that they may be afraid of being accountable for.
Don't mind you, over the weekend.
And you just said something.
Doing all these backdoor they were doing with the president.
The president is not even happy with them about those guys suspended.
Thank you.
$1.something million, they squandered that amount.
That money,
yes, that's the thing.
So there's a lot of things that Ms. Dopo, it looks like pride, but it's more of saving face, saving that skin, right?
A lot of things.
And I think that's where the rubber will meet the road.
Yeah,
what
happened? A lot of things.
But look,
Robert, you came to class late. Welcome.
But like I said, we've been talking.
I'll come in here. I'll be following the show, but I gotta drop for now.
Yeah. Okay. Tony, go ahead.
When all the BB boys and big girls go, the small children show up. That's what I just did.
I want me and Robert waiting for.
I'm sorry, we got a few more minutes because we're there for 4 hours. I got more 4 hours. But on a serious note, this issue about this NIMBA election, let's discuss it quickly. End it quick.
The poor right here issue in the Supreme Court thing today because the kind of people that I see on the Supreme Court.
Oh no!
Go ahead.
They think how the country backward. On a serious note, they think the country backward. Everybody concerned about it. There's no joke about it. The whole country. Look, even the guys that in Washington here attending the meeting, that you said Pewee, they knew about it, but now they don't really still want to come to this point where it hinges on the outcome of the Supreme Court. In the country, all over America right now, you know very well. Well, Trump from the Supreme Court right now, they're telling him you gotta go bring that man back from El Salvador, and they're telling him that now they're about to take out the issue of birthright citizenship. These are things the Supreme Court getting involved with, and he wants Republicans saying that if Supreme Court issue a ruling, I don't think he will disobey it. So in Liberia, the only guardrail that upholding our democracy is the Supreme Court right now because it is the rule of law. You think you violate impunity and go? But I don't want to have the rest of the agenda going.
I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah, but somebody just told. I
have faith that at the end of the day,
said that he would respect it and cool and bad. But other thing, what they did today was they tried to just, Lloyd. What they tried to do today was they test the resolve. Let's test it. Let come out all of these things. More were intentional. Don't let him play with you. He knew exactly what he was doing today. He wrote that stuff.
No. He's not playing with me. What he's doing is that he's giving the first draft of his eventual dismissal letter. So he's not really playing with me because
I get that.
If he empowers the president will do this.
It's Tomalin. It's on there. It's permanent. Like he didn't go somewhere and have a discussion and somebody tape him where he can say that lecture talk. He actually decided, and I'm trying to understand the logic of writing such a thing on social media publicly.
And he didn't even stop there. He doubled down by attacking other people that even came on. So he's repeatedly doing it.
He's a savvy PR guy, so I don't understand what was that about.
Who you guys talking about?
I mean, Mo. Hey,
but what make Mo Ali a savvy? Come on, Lloyd. Don't even start describing. Mo is listen. Anyone. For me personally, like I said a few weeks ago, I thought that, and I'm not a lawyer, and so there are things within the legal field that I don't understand. But I think just being an educated person, the Supreme Court ruling I think was very clear from my perspective. I think that politicians, especially those who were for the illegal removal of the speaker, I think they chose to be dumb, and they were very intentional about interpreting what the Supreme Court said to one confuse the general public. I think there are a lot of gullible people in our society, unfortunately, including those who claim to be educated. But they were very clear that when you act and you don't have the power to do what you've done, your actions are ultra virus. They were very clear. I don't know any other way they could have said what they said initially, right? I don't know any other way they could have said that. But we chose to be dumb. We chose to ignore what they said, and we chose to do our own thing. I mean, I don't know what different this ruling meant as opposed to the first one. Everyone understood what they said, right? So for Mo Ali to come and start talking about it's not enforceable, who says it's not enforceable? Who determines that? The Supreme Court is the highest decision-making body when it comes to justice and the rule of law in our country. When the Supreme Court speaks, every law-abiding citizen must listen and respect that ruling. I gotta give Abraham Darius Dillon credit here today. I'll give him a shout out because I like what he said, even though I felt like he and others were on the wrong side of history. But I like when he said that the Supreme Court ruling was very clear. Fonati Kofa has been the speaker from the genesis of all of this. Fonati Kofa has been the speaker. All these guys had to do was to follow the process and procedures in removing him. You don't like the guy? You can't just say, we don't like you no more, so we're all going to gather somewhere and we're going to get rid of you unconstitutionally. Allow him due process. Let him respond to some of the issues. They didn't do that. So I'm glad that we'll take this ruling at this point and respect it. Unfortunately, that would not be the case. I think you guys already discussed. You heard this the crook Richard Cohen's response to the Supreme Court ruling today. He's not going to step down. This guy is look, he wants power so bad to the point where he's willing to dance with the devil, like Joseph Boaga said, to maintain power. And I see people advising Fonati Kofa to be. I think Fonati Kofa has extended his hand. I think he's led. I think his post and his address to the nation, I think it was needed. But I don't think Fonati Kofa should kiss, excuse my language, he shouldn't kiss the behinds of anyone. He shouldn't. He does not have to do that. He is the legitimate speaker. We knew this all along. I think he should go and do what he always been doing. His job is not to beg for quorum. His job is to show up to lead session. If representatives choose not to show up in a 10th session, that's up to them. If the executive decides to continue to go down this unconstitutional role that they've been going down for the past few weeks and working with this illegitimate speaker, it's a reflection of Joseph Boaga, and I think this will hurt them come 2029. But I'm glad the Supreme Court gave clarity today. Hope the clarity given is respected. Unfortunately, I do not see some easy, kumbaya, let's work together if Richard Cohen does not remain in the position he finds himself in today. And I think it's unfortunate.
No, but I tell you this though. I mean, like I said earlier, people will try to test. Even your children at home, they will test you. They'll test you. They say, "Let me see what mama or daddy way. Let me see what it will do if I do this." They will test you. And what's happening? These guys right now, for the next 24, 48 hours, they'll be showboating. But when reality is setting, when the president finally decides to uphold his oath of office and respect the Constitution, and because no matter what happens, it will affect his agenda. It will affect him. He can't be president. You want to succeed, and you will be flagrantly enjoying to break the law, to disrespect the Supreme Court ruling. I mean, like there's somebody said, you may not like it. I remember when they did that issue about the Roe versus President Biden spoke that very day. He said, "I disagree with them," but he had to respect it. So, but I can tell you this: Mo Ali, I would say again,
if he's not careful, his case will cause him to lose his job, because what he did today, and he being daring, he keeps on writing. I've seen that write 4 or 5 times writing. He taking it for a joke, but until he's caught out, people should call him out, because what he did today, he's just proved that he's someone who especially don't respect the laws of the country. He has respect for the Constitution. It's not a matter of free speech. He's being very disrespectful, and not his first time. He provoking trouble in this country, because when people start anything happening in the country, they will go after him. These guys are threatening to disrupt the peace now if they don't adhere to the Supreme Court ruling. They will go after Mo Ali, and when they start flogging him, I think he will come to his senses.
No, but Tomalin, you know who needs to be flogged? You know who needs to be flogged? I think no, Ben, 1 second. You know who needs to be flogged?
Really? Are you guys really serious with calling for somebody to get flogged?
I'm not saying you should go ahead. No, I'm not saying.
No, man, you'll stop.
No, but listen. No, but Ben, I'm saying legally.
Is he a Liberian?
I'm saying legally, Ben.
Yes,
I'm
he's
not
a
saying.
Liberian. Stop.
I'm saying legally, right? You know who needs to be flogged legally? Ben, you guys are the one about. You know what? I want Fanatic of our number, please.
No, I'm not giving it to you. Nope.
Before you go flog here.
No, Ben, please share the speaker number with me when you leave.
Nope, I'm not gonna do it, and I'm gonna advise him not to listen to you. If I will put a clip for this show and send it to him, that don't talk to that guy.
Please share the speaker number with me, because you guys that are advising the speaker to play cool, be diplomatic. You see what Cohn is doing. I think Richard Cohn should be flogged legally. If he refuses to remove from the office that should be occupied by the speaker, I think he should he should be made to move legally from that office. We should start taking some serious action against those who decide to ignore the rule of law in our country. We should start taking action against them. We should start, because right now he's occupying that office unconstitutionally. That office does not belong to him. They broke into that office, they violated the laws, and they broke into the office. They removed the speaker's properties. They should not have done that to begin with. So the fact that he will remain there after all of this stuff, we should act. Some action should be taken. There should be armies and police officers to go over there to remove him, to forcefully remove him from that office.
Well, let's see what happens. Man, I say it again.
Robert,
when he busts out causing trouble, they don't come. Look,
I don't think anybody will accuse Richard Cohn of having proper judgment. Anybody who takes the oath of office with your left hand, okay? Anybody who, in an electoral system, calls himself the regime speaker, okay? Anybody who insists on wanting to be a leader while picking fights with the very persons he's fighting to dethrone somebody to lead. Anybody who will give an order in 2025 to drill a car door when you don't even have the key to start a car and move it. Anybody who will send people with cameras to burst into an office on Flag Day when the government has a foreign leader as a guest speaker at the AFL program. That person's judgment should never be confused for somebody who knows right from wrong. When I said Mo Ali was savvy enough as a PR guy, I'm saying that you've been in political battles. You understand the depth to which foolishness can reach. You should understand how your principal, in this case, the president of the country, could get steamed by what you put out there by virtue of your position and proximity to him. Like the ruling or not, you normally will wait for a cue from your principal before you start doing silliness, right? So that savviness that I gave him betrayed him today. And the fact that he's still doing it, look, the president will have to demonstrate. We spent 6 years saying that Mr. Weah couldn't talk. He couldn't discipline his people. Part of Mr. Taylor's problem was that they said, oh, his boss would run amok. He was not really hard on them. Are we going to deal with the same problem now, where the country is in a semi-constitutional crisis, if not a full-blown one, and you have members of the executives inflaming passions and no action is taken? So Something will have to happen.
Yeah, but Scott, I hate to be the pessimist here, but let's look at some of the things that have happened in the country where the president have said nothing. Do you know? Well, I don't have to tell you. We all know. Liberia has a population of about 5 million people, right? 1 in 5 million is occupying the presidency. That tells you the importance of that office. And you saw at the Ministry of Information, the deputy minister basically insulting the former president over and over. And this sitting president, not through him, nor his secretary, the spokesperson, or the minister proper, ever came out to say, listen, guys, there's no gaslighting here. This is beyond the pale. You cannot insult the office of the presidency. The president never did that. The Minister of Information proper never did that. The Minister of State for Presidential Affairs never did that. Kula Fofana never did that. And allow when Sano Johnson, or that's his name, Sano, the Deputy Speaker, that's Daniel Sano, to insult the former president. And they are cheering. So for those of you who are very optimistic that this president is going to do something, I would say I would be shocked.
No, Mr. Gaiman, this is what I'm saying. The first law of nature is self-preservation. When your misbehavior becomes something detrimental to me and my, leadership in the country, at some point in time, actions may be taken. I'm not saying there will be in this case. And let me just make an argument for the president. I have absolutely no clue that this happened, but I will make the assumption that behind the scenes, people may have been disciplined, people may have been advised, people may have been warned. At least I will hope so, right? But I think that, look, in the first year, when the president is trying to get his bearings, when Yellowgate, was bothersome, when different political challenges were there, maybe he tried not to immediately tinker with his team, and eventually he could do that. Unfortunately, they spent 6 months on this self-created problem in the House that should never have happened. So again, I will make the assumption, because I'm hopeful, right? I will make the assumption that he will discipline them, because if he doesn't, he will have nobody to blame but, just look in the mirror. Because if Moore has done nothing else, he's giving the president a reason to say, please show the Liberian people that you in control, right?
Lord.
The vice president of Liberia, Robert, you wanted to go?
No. I want to say something before you continue. And I'm optimistic. I'm hoping that the president acts, but I would join Jerome to say I doubt that will happen. If the president was serious from the get-go, I think the president would have respected the first ruling. Number one. Number two, it's been 2 hours since the ruling of the second ruling of the Supreme Court, reaffirming Kofa's speakership. If the president felt like he was misled on judgment by the interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling by his chief advisor, the Attorney General, legal advisor, by now or by tomorrow, hopefully, the president would have said, you know what? Based on the misjudgment from the Attorney General, which guided our decision to recognize this unconstitutional body, he will be dismissed. I don't think that will happen. I think Mo Ali is at the bottom of this. I'm not trying to be condescending, but there will be Mo Ali would not be a name in Liberia in anything substantial, in anything substantive, if it wasn't Liberian politics. I'll be honest with you. He has no record of being anything outside of Liberian politics, right? So I don't care what he says, because it was this very same Mo Ali who, in a few years, and I think people have already started sharing his post, where he was questioning other people's decision not to respect rulings from the Supreme Court. So the fact that we're seeing him switch today is
But
indicative that
Mo has never been accused of being consistent. I mean,
no, but exactly.
consistently,
So
he's never been accused of that.
I'm not worried about what the president will do to Mo Ali. I'm worried about what the president would do when it comes to sending a stronger message. With let's start with the attorney general. The attorney general is the chief legal advisor to the president. You know what I'm saying? For the attorney general to have sat there and allowed what happened, if it was not instructed by the president, then let the president fire the attorney general tomorrow. I don't see him taking any other serious action because I believe that he endorsed this action from the get-go. I think he was part of the whole plan to unseat Fanatic Kofa, and I think it's backfired. It's backfired.
I have a good authority, at least hopefully, that Ben may be drafting. Ben is a PR guru, so they may be drafting something for the president.
No, Ben is too diplomatic. You see, Ben is diplomatic these days. Ben them are the one advising the speaker to play cool, even though he has power.
I think I need to speak Robert. I need to speak up the
Let me ask you, Robert.
The people advising Richard
I need
Cohn.
to speak up the mo.
But Leo,
Robert, can I ask you?
The people advising Richard Cohn are telling him play tough, even though he's unconstitutional. But Ben them, my brother, they're telling Kofa, just play cool.
Because Richard Cohn ain't got nothing to lose.
Oh,
let me also say this. Did you listen to the speaker? Did you watch the speaker's video?
I watched it, yes.
Did you think it was great?
Awesome.
I thought it was too great to be true.
So what the problem? What the problem you got with that? What the problem you got with that statement?
No, the guy is ultimate politician. The guy is.
Ben, I think what the speaker did today, I think the speech, right? The speech, I think, it's too modernized for Liberian.
So what you wanted the speaker to say today, Robert? Tell me.
No, what I wanted the speaker to say is to play both play, right? Reconciliation is good. But I also wanted to yet strength, tough, that you know what? Under no circumstances.
We got a budget account today. The budget wanted to say today,
Wait. Under no circumstances, Ben, are we going to bend or are we going to bow under unconstitutional grounds? We will not bow. No, he didn't do that.
I think he said that. Look, it's apples and oranges.
Now Richard Cohn is still acting tough, Ben.
Because
Richard Cohn said will not allow the man to preside.
Because that's Richard Cohn. Richard Cohn is a drowning man who sees a straw on the top of the ocean and he's grabbing that straw. Even Stevie Wonder, as blind as Stevie Wonder is, can see that this is the end of the road for Richard Cohn. Okay? So my point to you, Robert, is Kofa has to play the leader role here, the leadership role. There are folks who are disenfranchised, folks who have different issues, all of that thing. Well, at the end of the day, they'll figure it out, right? All I'm saying to you is I thought he struck the right tone today. I thought he made it very clear what this fight was about, that this fight, one, was not about him or a title. This fight was about upholding the Constitution. It was about doing things the right way. Because of this fight, because Kofa saw this through, we will have a law from the legislature explaining how the minority can compel the majority. That was something that was ambiguous. We didn't even know how. There was no law. The Supreme Court has mandated that the House of Representatives would do something like that. So I thought Kofa struck the right tones. I thought even in the end, where he even talked about transition, where he talked about the sacrificial lamb, I thought it was the right tone. So
Ben, whoever used that word sacrificial lamb.
Okay, don't throw me into it. I know you want. I knew that exactly where you were going.
But Ben, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You say he's not unwilling to pay that price.
The price, the ultimate price.
Right. He's not unwilling. If it boils down to Fanatic Kofa stepping aside, only to make Richard Cohn the speaker.
No.
Is that a price he's also willing to pay?
So that's what I'm telling you. That's not possible.
How is that not possible?
Let me tell you why.
When he resigned, the law said the deputy becomes.
Because Richard Kuhn is not speaker. Richard Kuhn, if Fonati were to resign today, Thomas Fala would be acting speaker.
That's correct.
Richard Kuhn is new.
Thomas Fala be speaker. Let be speaker for some time to preside
until the new election.
Speaker interim. Yeah, speaker pro tem.
Yeah.
Listen, and Robert, that's what I'm telling you. All that thing you see Richard Kuhn doing, that bravado thing he's doing, Richard Kuhn met his bus stop today. If there was ever a question of whether Richard Kuhn was pro-potent or unpropotent or upside down or inside down, that was answered today. Everything that led to Richard Kuhn coming in the name of speakership, the Supreme Court was very clear today. None of that mattered.
So don't you think that we should get back to the drawing board and do this thing all over again? I would advise the speaker, listen, maybe you need to step aside, but let's go back to the original issue. If these guys had a case against you, a cause for which they have lost confidence in your leadership, why don't they all gather in the main chamber, put that cause on the floor, he recuses himself, allow him due process, and then he can decide willingly. You know what?
So Robert,
I will resign. I don't want to speak up to resign after he's won a landmark case.
But Robert, that's what I'm just saying to you.
Yeah.
Your fear, you don't have no reason to fear that.
I agree with you.
That's what's going to happen. When
Robert also,
I'm willing to pay, when he says I'm willing to pay the ultimate price, right? What the speaker outlined today, he outlined a process that ultimately will lead to them convening under his gavel.
That's correct.
There's nothing that can happen in that House of Representatives outside of plenary. Plenary is the highest decision-making body of the national legislature. So even for a decision where Kofa will say, I'm recusing myself, he got to knock that gavel. They got to hit that gavel, he got to hold it for him to recuse himself. So what he was saying today was, let us form a reconciliation committee that will lead to the end of this stalemate. Because how that end of that stalemate will reach, that is the conversation that they're going to have internally. But two things I want to make clear to you. One, Richard Kuhn will never be speaker except a new election is held. He put his name out. He is voted by his colleagues. That the only way Richard Kuhn will be considered.
That's what we want. But let me ask you the other question, Lord. So don't you think it's a possibility? I know everyone keeps saying the speaker has to resign. Look, I have my own issues with the speaker, but isn't it still a possibility that Fonata Kofa can convince many of those who currently, on the other side, and continue his leadership? He may not end his 6 years, but what is this issue? What happens? Must he step aside as part of the process for reconciliation to allow the House of Representatives to continue to function peacefully? Is that a possibility that he can continue as speaker? He was elected. Elected, right? He has not been given the opportunity to respond to all of these different allegations, which boils down to corruption. So shouldn't that be part of the plan for him to continue his speakership?
Robert, listen, if President Weah has any relationship with his people from the CDC that switched, I think there were about 6 or 7 that switched from the CDC. 10. 10. If President Weah got involved, and not all 10, because all he needs 37 for quorum, right? And he has 30, so he needs 7. If President Weah could be of help to convince 7 of his colleagues to come back, partisans to come back, to give the speaker a quorum, this will end the whole thing. Because I don't think Kofa wants to be here, but he wants the constitutionality of the whole thing. Listen, it has to happen that I hold a gavel and call the meeting to order. That's all he wants. Okay.
Yeah, but
Robert's question was a bit different. Ben, go ahead.
It was a bit different, and let me say this: Speaker Kofa remaining as speaker for the next 10 days, 5 years, 2 years, whatever, it will be left with his colleagues. He will have to, as it stands right now, as the status quo stands right now, Speaker Kofa doesn't have quorum. At least that's what we know right now, right? It could change tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we could wake up and 10 of the representatives from the majority bloc can issue a statement and say we respect the ruling of the Supreme Court and we give Speaker Kofa a quorum, right? But the thing is, there are several things that are eventually supposed to happen here. And that is the reason why he has to continue, right? He has to continue to speak to his colleagues. There were issues. He has to talk to them about it. I don't think, and the beauty about where Kofa is right now, he has already made it very clear that this is not about him or holding on to a title. This is about respecting the rule of law and people doing things the right way. And I think he has started off on a good footing. I think some of his colleagues, people, he will reach out. He said it. I'm going to reach out to Deputy Speaker Fala. I'm going to reach out to Honorable Richard Combs. He will reach out to everybody and they will have that conversation. The decision about whether he stay as Speaker, that is squarely with his colleagues. Squarely with them. They will have to make a determination that if they want to continue to enjoy his confidence as Speaker, or if they don't. And if they don't want to enjoy his confidence as Speaker, if they feel that he has lost confidence, right? If they continue on the trajectory that we no longer have confidence in him, 49 of them will have to remove him. It's just that plain and simple, right? Or he will reserve the right to decide what he wants to do. You know,
I think that's the background noise.
Yeah, I think Sylvester. Can
you?
Pewee babysitting.
Yeah. So I think that's a gentleman. But Lloyd, I think you wanted to come in. But at the end of the day, I think we are. I think the country was served well today.
Yeah.
We again, and this is I like to always say this is what Barack Obama talked about: perfecting your union, perfecting our system. Democracy is messy. Democracy is by far the most stable form of governance, but it's also the most messy form of government because all power is inherent in the people. The way our system is structured is inherent. I mean, it's entrusted with our deputies, our representatives, right? But I think today what Kofa did, history will remember Funanti Kofa because he didn't cave in, because he stood. You read Ellis Cummings' statement. I thought it was very magnanimous. I thought it was, highlighting the fortitude and the resilience of Kofa. You read George Weah's statement. All of these statements that are coming out, he stood tall. He could have resigned. He could have taken the easy way out. And I'm pretty sure there were moments where he wanted to throw in the towel. But guess what? He stood his ground, and kudos to the Supreme Court for not being pressured, because I know they were under a lot of pressure, for not being pressured and for standing. Justice Nyenwolo and those other justices, right? Those other 3 justices did the country well today. They stood their ground. They read that. When I was listening to CNN, you were reading that opinion. I was like, yes. She broke everything down to the point where, my 11-year-old daughter can take that opinion and read it and say, but okay, no. So I think the country was served well today.
Yeah. Thank God.
Robert,
it wasn't busy. Yeah.
This level of magnanimity by Mr. Kofa is necessary if he has to convince the others to come back. The defiant tune will only have turned them off more.
Exactly.
You run the risk of that. So you have the audiences, right?
The one in politics, you need good advice on the law then.
Not like you.
No, Robert.
If Kofa listen to Robert, they kicking him on tomorrow.
But Robert's side is
going to start
necessary.
people.
No, you gotta have a balance. You gotta have a balance. You gotta have a balance.
Yeah,
I agree. You gotta have a balance.
And so once you can get them together, because now you can't repulse them. Look, Richard has a template for turning people off, right? And so you don't want to follow that measure. You're losing with the Supreme Court, but you seem defiant. The guy is winning, but he's sending the olive branch. Who would you want to work with? Okay. And the people who followed Mr. Kuhn have to then come back and say, we're going back behind Mr. Kofa. What Mr. Kofa has demonstrated, look, I don't hold grudges. We don't have time for this. And you said something that he could be speaker, technically. The practical problem with that, Robert, and I'm sure Pewee, Tomalin, even Mr. Gibman can join us with this, can join me with this. Do you want to be speaker and deal with this another 3 to 4 months or 6 months from now? Look, when you have beaten the executive, when you've slayed the dragon, so to speak,
That's right.
you don't want to give them another. Now people will start getting very, very frustrated and bored. You know, like they may gotta be speaker, who did trouble. So look, you prevailed, you persevere, you bring the body together. Let people ask you, why did you leave? And for them to ask you, why didn't you leave? Okay. And I think the best thing he can do to himself would be, sorry, people, go ahead. You muted.
Yeah, I think and I agree with that in principle, because if you were to push again to stay and row, this is the point. They will do a lot of things behind the scene. This is the government, right? They will make you very uncomfortable as a speaker. So I think the olive branch he sent out today was just very prudent. It's the best way to forge on, set the stage, and eventually he's going to resign. I don't think if the president were to come up today and tomorrow of the next 72 hours, or hopefully the next week, and said that he respects the decision coming from the court, and his Minister of Justice start to act in line, will draw the security details from the current, the former, the representative, and then Mr. Kofa will set the stage, and basically he called time for the representative to call, because the Supreme Court referred to him as the he got the escort from the representative. And the representative, I call him boo.
But people remember now, Robert. Remember, there's been some remnants, some problems that Mr. Kofa has encountered with this, right? After the whole speakership fracas began, the fire happened at the Capitol. Fingers were pointed at their direction. Staff members of his have been questioned or are dealing with this. So there's a lot that at some point in time you say, you know what?
Yeah.
Look, somebody has the purse and the power, and you've beaten them. At some point in time.
I think in hindsight, I think he's won. I think he's won the biggest battle, right? Because this thing has been going on for a long time as well. It happened with others, right? Right, and so I think he stood his ground, because he could have easily caved in, right? And I'm glad he didn't do that. So to you guys' point, I just don't like this whole idea of us buying to people like Richard Cohn. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys who continuously violate the law and they're willing to play dirty politics. Even if it means at the detriment of the House of Representatives, and it's something that I think we should all stand up to. But like Ben said, I think we were served well today. Now it's up to us as a country to follow through. I think we have to follow through. And even if Speaker Kofa resigns, I hope that every other action that leads to his resignation it represents democracy, represents the rule of law. If they need to have an election, the same election that got him elected speaker is the same election process that should elect the next speaker. It should be done constitutional, and I think he can stand tall and say, you know what, I fought hard and I won. I think he's won. I think he's won. And those who were on the wrong side of history and continue to be on the wrong side of history, I think they should be ashamed of themselves. But again, I like the fact that the Supreme Court was very clear today. They broke it down in layman terms, and I hope that each of us understood what their position is, and we can respect that. We can respect that. But he needs to. Richard Cohn needs to start. Richard Cohn. I think he should save himself the embarrassment that is coming, because sooner rather than later, if he continues down this road, he could be very unpopular very soon.
No, he's not going to do that. What's we're going to help? We're going to help us is the president is going. The executive.
I say the president. The president will find.
Yeah. We're not going to remain adamant. He's going to remain adamant, and it's the executive that just have to stop this matter.
Those that making noise, writing on Facebook and say they're making fun of the Supreme Court. Don't forget now, Liberia is a funny country, right? They passed the budget and they all got the perks in the budget. So it's like all the budget will not pass. We got all the issue there. We gotta protect it. That's also what they're doing. Don't let them fool you. They get all kind of deal, Willie and Dean they are planning to do, and they know that they can only succeed with what's happening. But look, but for me, I would say I end on this. Joe President Boga, I can bet you before Friday he will break his silence and he will bring the impasse to an end. Richard Kuhn, he will be respectful to Richard Kuhn. He will call and say, look, Richard, the Supreme Court has spoken. Come out publicly and say, look, give us peace in the interest of for the country to go forward, the president agenda. I will respect the Supreme Court ruling. We'll take our grievances to our session, and we found a dialogue there. I'll meet with Speaker Kofa and Deputy Speaker Fala, and we found something. And do it with pride and dignity. But you want they say if you bypass a disgrace, your respect, you meet your disgrace. So that's what he will do. He and Boga will talk. Boga will not just come and say, oh, I will just come up public and do it. They will talk to him and they will caress him and say, okay, do something. I will make that speech. Gentlemen, look, we can't do nothing right now. We got to protect the president too. Right now, the president's hands are tied. If we continue to be a rebel, to rebel against the Supreme Court, the Liberian people will take against us, and people will take the law in their hand. Everything will go helter-skelter. So right now, let me make this speech calling for calm, and we found some common ground, and they'll move on.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the dates tomorrow. The front page that I think the inquiry is reporting for tomorrow is a direct affront to constitutional governance. Supreme Court invalidates Kuhn's speakership. Now I hope to see the rest of it tomorrow. The president will wake up tomorrow morning with the press secretary reporting to him with all of the data, hitting very hard. I don't think he's going to be a happy president tomorrow morning to read the data coming out, and the international partners going to move on to also seeing all of these things coming. It's going to be it's kind of an embarrassing situation for the government. I think the government have to move swiftly to solve this issue. Listen, Kuhn will just have to go back to district number 11. It's our representative. We letter you for 6 years. Concentrate on your role as representative of district number 11 and do the job of our people.
Somebody lecture the LU. They can say, "Hey, quarter."
No, bo.
I wonder, guys. I wonder how you think the vice president is feeling with this ruling.
Bad.
The vice president,
the man's in a corner. Tomalin just corner him. They corner the man, put him in a battle and cap it. He can't get out.
Part of the reason why they came out against Speaker Kofa, they felt that he was anchoring for the presidency. There's also new reason to do that, right? So we wanted to decapitate.
That's what I'm asking. You know, when you look at the VP campaign in Nima, and you look at his attachment to the speakership, now you're beginning to see the signs of the campaign against him. Should he decide to run 5 years from now? Because people will generally be afraid, be concerned. Like, what are we building here? And so, you know, and interestingly, he hasn't spoken yet on it. I'm waiting to hear him reaffirm what he said to Tomalin during that interview.
No, but the vice president was in a happy mood yesterday. I'll tell you, in a happy, joyous mood. And then, on a serious note, he was joyous. In fact, my friend told me, he said, look, I watching your show, you're talking on your show about your result. We finished BT. So I said, wait. I said, and he get the result. He said, hey, and I told you 2023 we're gonna whip you out, and you say you will stay with Georgia. Would not be again. I said, NEC get the final card. He said, oh, I tell you, over. But so today, right? I said, oh, so what you take on the Supreme Court ruling? And says that I'm not here, no comment there. So maybe I think maybe you want to consult the president before they come out and say anything. Yeah, maybe
it's something about the VP though. You attach to Koga, he doesn't appreciate what he should or shouldn't say publicly. Why he's running for office. You attach to Richard Kuhn, supposedly, and he himself, doesn't understand public decor as far as what to say and what not to say. I think the VP needs to ingratiate himself in better company. People who know how to comport themselves and understand the movement and are prepared to be leaders nationally and not just divisive figureheads.
Well, Jackie, if you're hearing this message, Nora folks saying I'm not getting appointed, you must come back to closing argument. Jackie, so but anyway, Nora, leave Jackie alone. Jackie, my second round.
Where is Jackie now?
Jackie in Georgia. I mean, Jackie, we can talk.
Oh, she left and like brought back, yeah?
Jackie in Georgia, but
They say she's back. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. But anyways, look, the Nima election,
Look,
right?
honestly, Jackie was a very good story gift for that, man.
Oh yeah,
it was a very good story gift for them on the
show.
And she's a good administrator also.
Yeah,
she was been very useful to them.
Jackie,
I don't know what and these are the people that need it. I don't know why.
I said Jackie, people don't
try to decide on how that way.
Most of your people that watch our show, and if they see you there advocating, making a case for them, defending them, they'll say, "But why would they let it? Would they let it?" Then there was.
But they saw that before.
I know, right? So maybe they'll say, "But they let it should come because I gotta go more need." But I said, "Well, Jackie said one labro. Oh, Uncle said I one labro. Then we got labro. You decided to support you supporting Boga. We want to we are." He said, "We forgot about you." So come on now, everybody split. You and Roland Guinness, the former minister, you all went to what guy name?
Lami Pagwa.
So until the other you're going to Baga, we say okay.
Then we were the other side.
Who's the one we are? Then he say he's going no. That what happened. That politics. Look, quickly, man, before we go. In my election, I don't know, but the last result from NEC today, the NEC said they have checked out of 700 polling places, they have checked 314, representing 42.66%. So they're still left with 57.34%. And out of that amount, Madam Kehleboe Gongloe, where she has 22,460 votes, which represent 43.80%. And Samuel Koga, 22,588 votes, representing 44.05%. It's a close race, but I talked to Kehleboe, I told Yato today. Yato said that he's confident that they will win. They win this race. And I also heard my brother Emmerich on the podcast last night and saying there's no way Koga can win this race. No way. He said there's no way. Absolutely no. So they have all the tally sheets. Again, the politics, we don't know. They have this. But I mean, I want to wait. Well, you guys are waiting on it to find out where you think we are with this election. And for some of us who've been in this process before, when it comes to that brain election now, they are very careful. That's why you see last night I said, I'm calling no race. I would do NEC because I remember in Liberia in 2023, we're calling the race. And I remember my man Ben, when I thought Kevin get back on me, when goes out to Ben, you see what happened in the Southeast right now? Ben said, President Ware is clearing all that era. He's gonna win that era. He coming down the belt.
That one said the rest of the thing come from him.
But then on the ass, Mariah and Tina, they say, "Oh, I think the vote that they winning in Nima and Lofa, they won the Southeast and the South was honor my head and the president will come up. Everybody had their own version, But then the thing about it, I'm very careful when putting on election. So I learned my lesson for that election a whole lot. I'll be very careful when election in a war room and everything happening. You won't see the actual numbers and so. But again, let me hear from you guys. What you take on in the elections?
I think for me, I will be very brief on it. And with the report coming out of Nima, what we're hearing from all the 7 districts, the 7 electoral districts in Nima, I think it's not going to be good for Kehleboe. We have to be very clear on this issue. The report coming in from all of the rest of the area. Listen, It's clear that the Gil terrain, it's a very huge terrain also, right? But the reports coming, most of the results read today from the NEC came from the Gantat side part of the area that Edith is expected to do well. That's why you see the results stay the way it is. But it's going to sharply change, significantly change tomorrow as the report coming in more. I think Koga got this. He got this one, to be honest. I see no reason whatsoever to see a significant change that are going to change in the favor of Edith. Where again, reports about elections numbers will always be we always mix this with propaganda. That is known. We've done this a past time when we are winning the 2017 elections. The CDC guys are there saying we win it bigly. We're doing this bigly. So the actual result, and as the late Professor Sumokupi always says, a number. He was a number man. It's an economist. He said number don't really lie, son. So he said when people play with numbers, the number going to come. So I don't see this changing. On a serious note, I believe that Skoga is going to be the next senator of Nimakane.
Wow. Well, just in case either come back and win, I will be here to congratulate her because my political leader had already conceded. If miraculously if she comes back and wins, we come back here and eat crow and say, listen, we were wrong. And I don't think in politics there's anything wrong with saying you are wrong, but great fight. I heard some folks in the Nima area, they complained about too much security. There were police all over the place. And some folks said they were even afraid when they saw the police with their long guns and everything else. Some of them were afraid to come out. So even though the security apparatus may have had, it might have been something, good intention, but a country that just came from war, to see that much security with gun, most of the folks, from what I heard, it was a very frightening sight. Maybe next time the IG will understand that you can have police, you can have security without the ammunition, without a gun, so the folks can be free to come out. But from all indication I heard, the turnout was not as robust as people thought it would have been. But in all, you got to give it to the people from Nimba. We had no report of any wrongdoing. Everything went very, very well and smoothly. And I think we have to give it we're going to give it out to the people from Nimba. Great job.
Listen, the people of Nimba, like I said, I think this election was based on travel line. I don't think if Kokai, if he ends up victorious, I don't think that it's because he best represents the aspirations of the people of Nimba. I think this is travel politics, and unfortunately, some people might see it as Liberian politics, but I don't think it represents Liberia by far. And I think the best travel guy won, pretty much. So if that's what's good for the Nimba people, then that's what's good for them. Then congratulations to them. And let's see how this election of Koga changed their lives. Because he hasn't done anything as representative. He's been there for almost a decade, a little over a decade. He hasn't done anything. And so I don't know if he's going to work miracles to do something differently as senator. I don't foresee that. And so, but the people of Nimba made that choice based on the next reporting. I thought Edith was fighting. I thought she was doing pretty well. I think the last I checked earlier today, 300 something polling station out of 700. She was still ahead. She was still ahead by 2%. So I think that. Am I frozen or can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. yeah. So I thought she was doing pretty well. So if she ends up not winning, I think she should be proud of herself, especially as an independent. Because even though she got endorsements from other parties, I think that she ran as an independent, and so she didn't have the kind of machine that the government put behind Koga. But it's a Nima people thing, and so I got nothing much to say about that.
I think again, as we get ready for the bigger election in the not too distant future, the next 4 or 5 years, I think the VP has demonstrated a degree of tribalism that needs to really be taken on the carpet, right? And I'm not going to buy this lecture that is localized, so therefore he could go ahead and play in it. There's another, he's a vice president of Liberia who ran to be the second Guar senator a few years ago. So to now talk about, oh, it's not a minor seat now, it's a Guar seat now. Again, when you occupy certain positions in life, your words have a different meaning, right? And so the healing of the county begins, I will trust, once the results are finalized. But those are the kinds of things that Greater Liberia has to think about. Does Jeremiah Kuhn principally think along tribal lines, right? Is that's how he's going to be couching the things he does on a tribal basis. I thought that was something. I also saw an open attempt at alleged vote buying, where you had government officials, spending money like drunken sailors, right? And that concerned me because that was just a replacement election for senatorial seat.
In broad,
so that
in broad daylight.
openly, like they didn't care. So that concerned me also. And another thing is I'm looking at the numbers from Nima. There's one or two things, even in a low turnout elections, right? So we crunch the numbers. How many persons voted in the presidential election? Even if you truck about 10% of those people, right? Why was the turnout so low? Okay. I know voter apathy is one thing, but I really didn't care anything about Prince Johnson. But let's be fair, replacing a guy like Prince Johnson in Lima drew a certain level of excitement and involvement. And why was it so low? And I will also look at the final numbers and see what was the proportion of invalid votes, right? Because so that's it gives us an understanding or an insight into understanding what really happened there. But I think the VP Koga winning, he gets bragging rights, but for how long? Should he have wasted the kind of political capital he wasted there? And I'd like to see, I will pay attention to the dynamics between Koga and Jeremiah Kuhn going forward. I think VP Kuhn and Koga, I'm looking forward to some interesting twists in their relationships because of the unique character that Koga is and the vice president's, world chronicled record for not honoring certain commitments or promises. I'll pay attention also. And I think the opposition shot itself in the foot. I think CDC should have led the way as the biggest political party, should have led some degree of coalition building, getting together and said, look, now people may have chosen not to be part of it, but I think we did not make a hard enough attempt. This idea of being afraid to lose really hurts us because then you try it and you see what your strength is there, right, as an opposition bloc. Because let's be serious, at the end of the day in 2029, if you want to win the next elections, you will have to be united as an opposition bloc. And so this was an opportunity, especially with no midterms. This was an opportunity that I think we lost as an opposition bloc. I congratulate the people of Nima like I would congratulate anybody, any group that goes into an election, basically violence-free. Yeah, you had the intellectual schisms here and there, but by and large, it was peaceful. And so we look forward to how does it benefit Liberia that a Samuel Koga, that's Samuel Koga, who talks the way he talks. How does it benefit Nima and Liberia that he will not be a senator? Is something that is above my pay grade to even think about now. But
Yeah,
we'll wait and see.
there's no benefit, Lord. There's no benefit whatsoever. And I'm glad that the opposition, maybe it was a missed opportunity, but I'm glad that the missed opportunity happened this way. Any attempt to collaborate with such a small time, I mean, in a collaboration, you need to decide as a collaborative body who represents the opposition. And I don't think that would have worked. I think Edith's mind was already made up. I think she would have ran as an independent. Even if the opposition would have suggested a stronger candidate. I mean, I think Chris was talking about the fact that she was not a Geo woman. I think, right? So you can't take the fact that this was a tribal politics in my county. Maybe the CDC would have had.
But I don't buy that. I really don't buy that, Robert.
Maybe.
And I'm sorry that somebody would make that argument because I was condemning people when they made the same argument against Madingos. Okay, I was condemning Jeremiah.
The man in Liberia LEC.
But Tomalin Josh, Lord made some very
he will come back. He will come back.
Important points, and I think to some extent I agree with him, particularly so when he said that this election, and we will continue to say, and we said this on the basis of strategy. We said this on the basis that in politics you must test your organization, you must test your influence, you must test what you have to be able to fix it. It was an opportunity in these elections for the opposition, particularly the cities, to have gotten directly involved in it. Look, sometimes the result of an election is not just about you winning the seat, but it provides you insight as to what you need to fix before your time. It's like this election become like almost like semi-finals or practice before the actual something. Not to have any election that tests your strategy, that tests your coordination, that tests your organization, and yet jump into the election for 2025 is not from a very favorable position when you come into that point, because the ruling party will always be active. They control the government. They have institutional thing working. You just sitting down. Perhaps once in a while
But Sidiki, let me say this though. I understand. I too join the chorus that says that the opposition should have been united, but again, they say Nima is a special election there. It's a tribal place. We do a tribal election. It's tribal there. Okay, and we saw it too. But here's the thing though. I don't think anybody expected the CDC getting involved, and they wanted the most popular partisan to go there in that place. Because first of all, you won't be seen in a situation where you got a potential 2029 matchup maybe between Kun and Weah, to see Weah there campaigning, and then at the end of the day, the results come like this. You know what I mean?
No, Tomalin, let me tell you something.
I think go ahead.
Tomalin, let me tell you something. What happened in Nima? The issue about whether the political leader are going there or the political party, it would have increased voter turnout. You are not going to talk to new voters. Most of the people that participated in the elections in Nima County, they're already registered. Many of them already have political lineage. But here's the thing. Let's leave the trucking ones. But the ones
so that election we are going to waste the political capital on.
No, not necessarily we are. You see, you still looking at we are.
I hear people saying, "Oh, we actually are going to go campaign for the woman." Again, okay.
Listen now. I'm saying to you, if the opposition wanted to defeat the Unity Party, they could have done that. And the best strategy to have done that was to have a united front against the Unity Party. What it does is that it weakens Jeremiah something. With this election, he's embodying. For example, if our Jeremiah Kun having won this election, I will build on it. I'm not just going to take out one video and let go. I will build on it.
But Derek, but you keep saying about opposition unity. I don't understand. Are you saying that CDC should have put forth a candidate? I don't think that if your idea of an opposition unity means that the opposition should have collaborated as in what we saw with the CPP, then I think it would have died a premature death. because part of the reason why CPP died a premature death, even after the one a very big election in Mauserato County against the then ruling party, was because the formation was premature, and so no one saw Prince Johnson's death coming up. I don't think any of the political parties anticipated that there will be a special election the time that it happened, right? And so for the parties to come together, you need to have the number of parties coming together. If it's CMC, CDC, ANC, whatever, they have to come together, and the party will have to agree, who do we pick as a candidate, one candidate as a collaboration to represent us in Nimba? I don't think you had the time to do that. I don't think you had the time to do that. So, Hamed, let me ask you this question. You are an executive member of the CDC. Here's my question to you. I'm not talking about the unity party, that the opposition having a united front as a collaboration. I don't think that was feasible. It would have been premature. But CDC as a party, the biggest opposition party, why is it that you guys did not put forward a candidate?
Okay, so CDC position in a situation was CDC tried to mobilize the opposition with a united front. And so suggested to the guys, look, we wouldn't put up a candidate as a party, but we are prepared to support a candidate, one of you. So among the three of you, that was Garrison at the time. I was Garrison, I was Mike, and I was Edith. Three of you supported us. We wouldn't want to go in an election supporting any of you against the other. But we think it's better for the three of you to come and select one person so that CDC could show its weight behind the person. So CDC wanted to support a single candidate in the Nimba election, not necessarily by putting a candidate on its ticket. But unfortunately, those three candidates that at least have given us support all along the line were not prepared to coordinate. Had they done so and said, look, let's go with Mac, CDC was going to show its full weight behind it. And I'm telling you the truth. Had that level of engagement happened, the result we have now, we're not going to have that result. I'm telling you. Because listen, one of the most important in the election is to have the people going to the election, participating in the elections. To have that discernment of the party in Nimba kind of would have working a lot of participation in there. Koga was not very likable candidate. So even people from his tribe, though they still get the whole tribal thing, even people they were not very excited about a Koga candidate. Maybe to the extent that they went for Koga was only because they thought that not to vote Koga who gave a different story about who Jeremiah Kun is. So Koga as a person against another person on his own, he couldn't have won an election. And CDC full participation or would have taken a lot of people to the polls. That's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's true. That's true. And the other guys can come in. That's true. But I personally do not agree that there should have been a united opposition front in terms of collaboration. Maybe yes. Let's consult and let's figure out who do we support. But again, if the CDC were to suggest a candidate, now the CDC is coming to the table with as the biggest opposition political party. I'm sure they will have to say, listen, I think we're going to put our resources behind this. We can get the votes out in Nimba, and so we have to support our guy, right? And then the other CMC might have a different opinion. The other political. So I'm glad that it wasn't in terms of a collaboration, because I'm sick and tired of all of these premature collaborations only to send a message to the incumbent. I think these collaborations should be bigger than that. It should be about the issues. It should be about a message. It should be about who's best positioned.
I'm disappointed with the two candidates. I mean, they were
independent. They were independent.
No, but yet and still, I thought, on a serious note, from what I was told, I thought that Mike Blue and Yeru would have maybe get maybe 20% of 15-20% of the votes. But the result I'm seeing with them.
Can I say something? Can I say something? I think, in my opinion on this, is slightly different from all of you. One, I think the opposition lost. The opposition as a whole, the opposition to the ruling party as a whole, I think they lost the messaging war in Nimba. I think they allow the Unity Party to define the narrative, and that narrative stuck. It held. The second thing is, I think they also, in as much as we don't want to talk about it, I think the Edith candidacy, and I asked the question the other day: was Edith the right candidate in this election? Taking into consideration not qualification I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about qualification, because at the end of the day, what we're looking at, right? What we're looking at here, we have to look at the regional component. We have to also look at the tribal component, which is where even in America, right? Even though we don't talk about tribal, but in America we talk about demographics. We talk about Rust Belt. We talk about blue collar. We talk about millennials, Gen Zs. It's just like in Africa, we say tribal, this one, right? So my mindset was, whether the opposition whether the CDC had a candidate or not, if it was not the right candidate that checked all those boxes, the opposition went tone deaf when the conversation started about knowing very well that this was a seat to replace Prince Johnson. The opposition, I believe, went tone deaf and hoped that because of the gaps and the ineffectiveness and the flawedness of the candidate in Koga, that they thought the actual core the core thing of where the election was structured around was going to evaporate. And like I said the other day, and I think Lloyd disagreed with me on this, and that's why I'm glad he's on the show. When the vice president came out and said, this is a campaign, right? That this is a campaign about balance in the county. One Gio, one Mano. I think the response to that messaging was weak. The opposition was not able to develop a cohesive response to that message. At one point in time, Robert, you remember they came back with a gender thing. That, oh, this is the only woman in the race, so let's go ahead and support her. You, in fact, at one point in time, pushed back against that. You said, I don't want to just support Edith because she's a woman, right? I think, again, and this is where some people got vexed with Senator Dillon when he posted something on Facebook the other day when he talked about politics being local. You cannot discount that. Again, if we're going to win these elections, I think we have to be strategic. The opposition has to be strategic in how it engage. The CDC found herself in between a rock and a hard place. They thought they had they had three candidates in the race that at one point in time supported them. Newsflash, three candidates that were not members of the CDC. If they were members of the CDC could have exercised their superior mindset on them to say, hey, the CDC have had this situation in the past where you had 2 or 3 more citizens wanting to run for one seat. They decided to say, you know what, let's go to a primary and pick one of you. That option was not presented in this case. You had 3 people who were not members of the CDC who were hell-bent on running. And so the CDC decided that, you know what? So I think, in my mind, I think the CDC made the right call. I think the CDC made the right call in the end, because at the end of the day, there was no way they could have gotten out of this situation where you don't piss one side off. So I think the CDC made the right call. I think George Weah staying out of that election was the best thing he probably could have done for himself. Because imagine if George Weah had gone into Nimba,
it'll be a referendum,
and that defeat had happened. It's a total. Listen, this is banana. That 2029, we now start already. Kun defeated Weah, right? So I will end on this note. I think this is the other issue though is we don't have a midterm coming up, right? So, I mean, I don't want to hope for somebody to die, but the only other election that I know that's coming is the election to replace Koga, which more than likely, whoever maybe he supports will end up winning that election. I think we just need to take a step back, like Robert said, I think we need to look at the strengths of these candidates. We need to engage it in a different mindset. But I don't think the CDC made a wrong. I disagree with Lloyd on that. I think the CDC was found herself between a rock and a hard place. I think yes, at one point we were supposed to form a coalition, or collaboration around a particular candidate. But I just think all of the candidates that were in the race just wanted to run. And I don't think the CDC had any power to say, you know what, we can stop you from running. Those are just my thoughts.
So, Ben, if President George Weah loses a race in Nima, what referendum to a Jeremiah Coon back candidate? What referendum is that on him versus if he goes there and pulls it out? Right? 5 years to election. I think it was 2 years to the last election when President Boyka's candidate lost in Lofa. If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
He still ultimately fared well 2 years later. Nima is not supposed to be a bastion of CDC that they can go there and just sweep. I'm saying that, look, let's not forget the financial priorities that Mr. Koga had. If any candidate had close to that, to go around the country and the county, to spend the money on logistical needs and other things that he had, it probably would have been different. Look, in such a short time, what local big need candidate in Nima that was there for the pickings other than a Gongloe, right? I still think that the fear of having a referendum 5 years ahead, I think Mr. Weah did some good work in Nima, especially on those roads when he was president. I don't think they exploited it well in 2023. I thought this was an opportunity to try to solidify those relationships because you don't have another election between now and 2029, except for the House thing that I don't think you were waiting. So I thought that there should have been more to say, look, again, you want to get numbers. It's not electoral college. You don't have to win the whole Nima. You just need a 10-15% from there in 2029. So I thought it was a good opportunity to get your feet wet or go all in. I don't believe it, President.
Ben.
Yeah, I beg you, 30 seconds. I want you, the CDC man, I want to throw something in here, 30 seconds. We must also be cognizant, Lloyd, and also this is to you. Let's also be cognizant to the reality that the machinery that the MDR currently have in Nimba was built, maybe not from the ground up, but was further solidified by the very CDC. The 5 years.
I don't disagree with you.
Huh?
I say I don't disagree with you on that.
Good.
And I believe that's why the party state. No, I don't disagree with you on that.
Exactly. So that again, like you said, right? Infrastructure or the CDC tried to do this in 2023. They tried to take 6 months to break down an infrastructure that they built for 5 years. Because remember, when the CDC won the elections, because Spring Johnson has supported them, the CDC practically turned Nimba County over to the MDR. All of that had Mark Blue, one guy appointed as county inspector. All of the people.
As governor,
all those people. Everything was because there was never one local appointment that was made in Nimba that didn't have the approval of Jeremiah Coon and Prince Johnson. So what they have currently in Nimba that the Unity Party benefiting from was built by the CDC. So my thing is, well, like you said, there was going to be no other bigger name than Edith Gongloe. I think Edith Gongloe is an attractive candidate, but she was the attractive candidate in the wrong election. I think we need to accept that she was an attractive candidate in the wrong election. I don't know if you agree with me or disagree with me on that.
Well, the contrast to that Koga was also not a direct candidate.
I don't disagree with that. But Koga was benefiting from the machinery.
Yeah, he fed in a narrative that he was about to. So let's say for example, if Garrison was the one representing the opposition black, right?
Yes.
With his full support.
And
then the message then becomes tribal balance.
But that would never have even been the message.
So if that was the man against Edith and tribal balance, the people will have the option in terms of as to whom they go to balance that.
If Garrison was the spoke, if Garrison was that candidate, that was not going to be the message of the ruling party.
So when we gave our position on the CDC race,
the message would have been to replace Spring Johnson.
Johnson, who exactly?
Yes.
It would have been to replace. That's why I asked the question: was Edith the right candidate in this election?
Absolutely no.
She was the most attractive candidate, but she was the most attractive candidate in the wrong election.
Based on what was important to the people there, and I agree. The politics must be local. You must identify with the people, what the aspirations, what they want. So I agree. So when we talk about the CDC own role in these elections, of course there's no right or wrong approach in that regard. Definitely, is positioned to say, look, 3 people supported us. We cannot openly support one against the other, so we take our hands off, or we ask our partisans to go and support. So okay, well, it makes sense in that direction. But what we are saying is, when sometimes you test the process to know what you need to do better. Nima County will forever remain a place where people want to have significant vote. Now, of course, I'm not too sure Nima will ever vote as it did with Prince Johnson again. I don't think Nima will go and say, no, let's do it this way. One vote is not going to be. So you want to make sure that you have a significant chunk from in there. You know what I'm saying? And how do you do that? You go in there and test what of the CDC had close to 50,000 votes during the last presidential election with George Weah on the ticket. You want to know whether you can even get 10 or 15,000 of those ones if he's not there. You want to know that. It's important. You want to know whether with Nima County not producing the vast majority, whether people from CDC still remain loyal to the party, or they go now to identify with the Kingsmen. You want to know all these things, and you don't know these things through the process.
Mm-hmm.
So it was that, like I said, it's not about whether you go in and win, but rather you go into understand test. It's like you get this car in the garage, just sitting for you don't know that the car is working. You must put on the road to test it, not because you want to go somewhere, but just because you want to try and see if the engine working. So it was an opportunity to go in a densely populated area. You're testing your strategy, you're testing your message, you're testing your appeal to the people. It's George.
Who do you think the CDC should have put on her ticket, or to have put in that?
Have we considered that Edith has lost? I'm not in that. I'm not totally there yet.
You think Edith's gonna pull it off?
Again, I don't know. Earlier this afternoon, I would have told you yes. What I heard later on this afternoon made me fall where Pewee is. But I'm too, as late as tonight, people were celebrating in Ghana for Edith.
Yeah,
so
well, that's what I
got
on that note. Sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
So let me end in trying to answer your question. So
finish up.
Look. For me, it really matters who the candidate was at the time.
This is just not have that vacuum.
It really matter who the candidate. Even if it was Edith, it fall back with Edith going in there to test what you have, to know what you have, what you need to replace, who's still loyal to you, who gone, who now from.
Okay, that's your point. Okay.
Yeah, who now with the MDR. Other than that, what you're going to do, you're going to go to 2024 with the notion that you have this arrangement, this structure in Nima County, and you depend on that, whereas it's something different. So it was just meant as a litmus test to understand whether the structure is there for you, what you need to improve on,
then let briefly take Mr. Gongloe. You said something.
Strategy, though.
He's trying to make a comment towards that. Kehleboe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Ben said something which I think is important to re-emphasize that. He said the current NDR structure or architecture in Nimba was built by the CDC, which is true. CDC's towers have intimated to some of us in privacy that in 2020 elections, Madam Kehleboe Gongloe actually won the elections. And Prince Johnson walked to them and said, if you let this result stand, then I'm not going to be the kingmaker anymore. She's going to be the kingmaker. She is on the CPP ticket. You have to do everything within your power as a government to let the MDR candidate win. And that was Jeremiah Coon. And that happened. And I'm talking this with absolute confidence, just maybe wanting to protect the need of the individual involved. At some point, as we debate this on, maybe years on, I'm going to actually call our name. And it was not just said to me, it was also said to Madam Way with apology, that we are so sorry, forgive us, we did this to you, So I think CDC went into an alliance with a devil that they trusted, but they didn't know well. And it came to bite them. In fact, there are other accounts that say half of the wealth that Jeremiah Coon has today was built by the owner of the CDC administration. There are accounts that say that. But more than that, the other question Ben asked, whether Madam Way would have been the best candidate, I think people say numbers don't lie. If you see the numbers that she's getting now, one may maybe ask a question. Was it better for maybe a united opposition to stand there and say, we're going to raise her hand. We're going to give her the resources. Let's stand by her. For the record, the cars that she's using, the 3 pickers the 2 pickers that added to the pickers she had, were given to a family member. In fact, one of them is my picker. The other one is Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe picker. So, to the best of my knowledge, there was, and these are old cars that would break down in a moment, on the highway. And it broke down many instances on the campaign trail. They have to end up using motorbike. Okay, so there were a lot of challenges she has to go through. Almost every week she'll go to Nima campaign and visit few villages, and then run to Monrovia to come and beg, go from office to office, from house to house, begging for money. I think Scott may be aware of some of the conversation I had with him. Okay, and whereas Koga had all the resources, he went in and never returned to Monrovia because he had no need to do so, because the cash was right there, the vehicles were right there, and he just needed to release to a sign and say, you carry 100,000. This all this, I'm giving you this. She had to come to Monrovia repeatedly to beg. Okay, so there are a lot of challenges she went through. So, but I think the major challenge is the leading opposition in the country has not realized their importance, have not realized the role they need to play. That is a challenge with CDC. Yeah, CDC is still debating, and I don't know, she said it's still whipping from the defeat they suffered in 2023. Can
I hold you there and ask you this question so you can give the platform a current update as to what is where doing now in terms of the results? We listened to the results from the National Election Commission today. That now it's like almost 42% of the results being out today. So we still have significant results yet to be announced. Hopefully tomorrow moving forward. What is coming from your war room? Is there any indication that she's going to come out victorious in this process?
This is one thing I don't do. I comment on certain things, but this is not one of the things I comment on. When it comes to become a family person, there are people who are non-family members, who are supporters, who are in charge of this. I let them speak to those. But I don't want to speak to that, okay?
Okay.
I speak to maybe something that somebody may say about her, and I know the truth and it's not true, then I come in defense of her publicly. But when it comes to something like this, we have people who are dedicated to that, like maybe Myean and others who can speak to that. I just follow what is public.
But why are you hearing from them? Is it positive?
Well, I think I just said I don't want to get into that. Once I get to that, then what percentage? What is that? But I think at this point, all of them still feel hopeful and confident that it took MDR less than 5 hours to declare victory, and the thought was impossible given the size of Nimba and the number of polling places you have to report from to take them less than 5 hours. And mind you, Liberia is a country that has tremendous capacity constraints. Regardless of whether you have the money, you have this, there's capacity constraints at all levels. Even people with university degree and what have you, there's still capacity constraints. To consume this number in less than 5 hours and declare victory, it was just something that was more or less doubtful to be understood. So they are getting their numbers and what have you. Okay, so for me, I think, and I told Madam Way, and I'll end on this. I told her that regardless of the outcome of this election, there are a few positives that I want to observe now. One, in less than a month of campaigning, you were able to put a coalition together. The number of young people that I saw come around her in Nimba, in villages, in the urban area, has never happened before. Most of our co-supporters in previous elections have been older folks, chiefs, elders, and whatever. But this election, the number of motorcyclists, the number of young people, teachers, that governors supported around her was very significant. Then not only that, in Monrovia, she was able to galvanize the women movement at the national level to come endorse her. That you saw the likes of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, even at that age, made her duty to go there to a rally and walk there and dance and make a contribution, financial contribution. Okay, so for me, it elevated her to a level that she's part of the bigger national discourse. She now has a bigger platform coming out of this. Whether win or lose, that is a very profound positive that I told her you cannot ignore that. You build on that. Whether it's a win, you build on that. Whether it's a lose, you build on that. And I believe in this.
Let me jump in, man.
You want to ask him?
Two things. No, I don't have no question for Kehleboe. I just want to make
okay. Kehleboe, thank you. Thank you.
Just sit on the line and contribute.
Okay.
So two things that's concerning, and I think Ben mentioned something earlier about being very strategic with regards to who political parties chooses to to be a candidate in these kinds of elections. I agree that in America there are red states, there are blue states, but qualification, I think, is a key component of representation. And I think in Liberia, tribalism kind of trumps qualification, and it's dangerous for our country, especially when we look at the caliber of representative senators that we currently have at both houses. I think that's very dangerous. Number two, when Kehleboe mentioned about Edith had to make many trips back from Nimba to Monrovia to back. Money is important for any election, but I keep going back to Alice Cummings. Alice Cummings didn't only have money, and not only did he spend a lot of money in the last two elections he contested, but he was well qualified.
You think he did that? He spent money? He didn't spend money.
Yes, he did. I think
maybe not. Raul, he didn't spend money.
No, Sylvester, maybe not in the second election, but in the first election, I received documentation that Alice spent a lot of money.
That's not also true. Trust me.
When Alice Cummings initially sent Leah Moba from Atlanta in 2000, before the 2017 election, when Leah Moba went to Liberia to lead his campaign, there was lots of money spent to relocate Leah Moba from Atlanta. He was then the president of our community here. I won't go into details, But I think he spent a lot of money. But apart from the money situation, he was well qualified. And he was still ignored, right? And people can argue that, he didn't sell himself well and the Liberian people did not know him. I think the danger when it comes to Liberian politics is that those who are tribally connected in these different counties, even if I was the best candidate for Grand Bassa County, for instance, I may not survive in Grand Bassa because, one, I can't speak Bassa. I may have the money to contest, and I may be in a position to represent my folks well and give them what they really need, and by extension, Liberia.
Few seconds, Raul.
Right?
Few seconds, please. You don't have to speak Bassa to be senator in Grand Bassa County.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is, I'm not saying
I
that.
gave you class example.
My brother, Philip doesn't speak Bassa.
No, that's not what I'm
for
saying.
2 terms.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, Sylvester, the way we look at tribal politics in Liberia, if we continue down this train, I think it's a dangerous thing to do. I agree you don't have to speak Bassa, but certain candidates, especially those who are in the status quo, are using this as a political tool against people who are more qualified than them.
You're right, my brother. You're right about that.
They're using that. And
You're right
that's
somehow.
doing that. But when we looked at what happened in Nima County, look, there was no other reason why Richard Cohn won other than the fact that he's a Guar man. Other than the fact that the people out there knows him. Other than the fact that he had a machine behind him that had the resources to spend, right? But when you looked at who was best qualified, I think it bothersome when we are looking more to things that don't really matter, things that have not worked,
but Robert,
things that have not helped.
Robert, I disagree with you.
Because even though we have rest,
the
people still look at
qualification is not the only thing you need to win an election.
is still important.
The politics of the election.
Hillary Clinton was more qualified than Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton was more qualified than Barack Obama. And she lost to him. She lost to him.
Of course.
So you got to understand it's a combination. I said Hillary Clinton had more qualification and experience than Barack Obama. And she lost to him.
I think I would take the experience. Qualification more.
Yeah.
No, you're making the point. The point, if it was in Liberia, there was no way of Barack Obama, inexperienced, not known.
Robert, this is why I always try to bring you to the reality of what we're dealing with. Every politic in every country has its ups and its downs, right? It's the same thing. A couple of years ago, somebody like Donald Trump could not survive in the politics in the United States. It was the timing. It was the point where when he inserted himself into the politics. So this thing about like the Pewee said, right? Like Pewee said, Western Affinity don't know how to speak Bassa, but he has gotten elected twice in Grand Bassa County. It's about a couple of things. Edith Gongloe, let me give you an example. What about the campaign they always run against Edith? Or she always in America. But every time Edith has ran, Edith has come second. So it's not necessarily about whether she in America. Like maybe like Kehleboe said, maybe the challenge Edith have is resources.
It's resources.
So my thing is
resources.
you gotta have a combination. You gotta have a combination of the package to be able to be successful in any politics. George Weah was extremely popular, but lost 2 elections. One of them, he was really in at the time Tomalin they were bringing him on us. 2005.
Where he was those elections or were they stolen? I don't think
it was never stolen.
Never stolen. There's no people can say it was stolen, but we don't have any evidence of that it was stolen.
Ben, I just want to ask Robert something. Robert, you always talk about a tribal politics. Why we don't subscribe to it, but we need to listen. We need to be able to differentiate between tribal politics and people's connection to a candidate on the basis of something, either by tribe, by locality, by different things. For example, that's why our laws made it clear, considering the importance of tribal or commonality, that 2 presidents cannot be of the same county to contest as president and vice president, because it understands that people can be driven on the basis of those things, and everywhere.
But you're right. Tribal politics will always be a factor in politics. In Kenya, tribal politics is there. In Ghana, tribal politics is there. Sierra Leone is there. And Rabbi, come in 1 second. In all these countries, you got tribal politics. All these countries. Even in America, it may not be called tribal, but a black man can go to West Virginia and win an election.
Ben, the first Liberian mayor won in a predominantly white state, right? What? And before that,
Montana. Helen Montana.
Before that, it was said that a black man, it was impossible for a black man to ever win an election in that state.
Okay, so then why you think he won?
So why didn't it say that? Why you think it said? Why you think
one? Let me answer the question.
Tell me why you think he won.
Well, Robert, that's an aberration.
One second. I think he won because this is the United States of America, where people, especially new candidates, new politicians, are given the opportunity to be heard. Ben.
But Robert, if that was a normal situation, why are you referencing it? You reference a black man being elected.
Listen,
you referencing a normal situation, something that people didn't expect that it would happen simply because that is a dominant white community that is. So those things can be, for example, let me go back to our local politics. In Lofa County, the guy who won from Lofa, what is his name? The Jala guy who won, he's from the bandit tribe. They formed a minority in there. Is that a normal situation that is present?
Yeah. All right, I got a caller on the line. I want to address Raul. Caller, mute your TV in the back now and call your name, please.
Man, Raul need to be updated on the Liberian politics.
Speak loud, please.
Let me see who talking. Who talking to me though? Who is that?
Speak loud. Call your name. Speak loud.
Robert, not careful, man. You scared me, man.
Can we go?
So that you understand, people are saying Clarence Thomas is the Supreme Court, so black people are not rich, right?
Who said that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I agree with Ben. Tribal politics is all over. The only difference in Liberia, Kun was just talking about, tribal. He forget about talking about the bread and butter. He did not speak about bread and butter. That's the only difference. Here, they speak about bread and butter. That's the only thing. But tribal politics all over. And what they use in Nimba, it worked. There was no counter to it. The gender equality that we were supposed to push more, there was not enough force on the gender equality. So the tribal side dominate. You heard what Kou said. That tribal politics supersede
gender equality. Yeah.
But I whole tribal thing was hypocrisy on that part, man. When Jeremiah Kun ran 2020, they didn't know he was guilty.
And two,
it was all hypocrisy, man. They didn't know he was guilty.
It may have been hypocrisy, Lloyd, but it worked.
It worked.
It worked. That's not issue that anybody should even move to say. As Jeremiah did when Thomas Guppy and Prince Johnson did the same.
Thank you.
What for them?
I don't know why they were not using that.
Thomas Guppy and Prince Johnson did it. Jeremiah and Prince Johnson did it.
Yeah.
They didn't talk about power and tribal politics. No one should try and reiterate that here. It doesn't add up.
It's a disgrace that the sitting vice president of Liberia
doesn't add up.
Used his office to carry
let you finish, then we'll do
no one to hijack him, but we don't want to say that is not an issue to reiterate.
The other thing that we're not looking at, they have a minor senator who's speaking to the minor people. We're carrying that same message that it got to be Gil and Mano. A minor senator.
That's another strong point, though.
which it was strong to them.
They had Antoine.
No, unfortunately, Mano Santa is on their side. He will say that.
Obviously, he will say.
He will say that. You
But that's it.
I mean, they should have responded effectively. What Mano Senator will go to his people and say, y'all don't need one of us again, y'all need one of them.
Exactly.
They
When
should have
before
responded
they had two
effectively.
Gilbert
But to be frank, I think I think the strategy was perfect. To take it from Ebony Tribal to tribal ballot, it was difficult for anybody to fight.
Okay, let Kev finish. Kev, 30 seconds.
I will respond to that.
Yeah, finish. 30 seconds.
The normal people, the normal people around.
Kev has one?
Yeah, who else?
My voice sounded different now.
I have voice sounding like incoming United so good.
No, but one can't move, man. Kev, that we are chair.
That's Siriki talking, huh, Sylvester?
Oh, Siriki, I beg you, my brother.
That's what I'm saying. What you want to say? You know me. I will not give credit you today. Go ahead, Kev.
The normal people not looking and say, oh, this on our side, this on this side. What they're looking at, they're buying exactly what they're telling them. They told them that what Prince Johnson left, that's the tradition Prince Johnson left. And nobody could sell that part that when Jeremiah Kun was running and Prince Johnson was senator, that was too Guillaume. We couldn't sell it. The other side couldn't sell it. So we're not selling those things. But again, let me say this, right? The last thing, I don't think it's over yet. Let's wait until all the results come in. When I spoke to Yato, he's very optimistic. And the last thing, Ben, you're quite correct. The PDC made the right decision. You cannot go there. The Guillaume.
How are they going to make news today about CCTV made a red show? How are they going to make news? The
District 4, the District 4 and the District 5. The District 4 and the District 5 will never vote for a manor. You see the number that either for getting there was not huge. They will never vote for a manor in that deal. You see, the manor people were open. The manor people can vote for anybody, but the deal is impossible.
Okay, thank you, Kev. Thank you. But and you notice Cornelia Cra, who is the minister in the government, you saw what she posted. You saw her post, right? What she said, the Guyo people don't something. What she said, the Guyo people don't do nothing with their vote. They don't waste their vote. She used a word, I forgot what she said.
Again, what we expect, they in the government. I think if Edith Gongloe campaign looks back, maybe they didn't want to engage them on the tribal fight, and so that took hold, I guess, before they started responding.
Okay, I gotta be fair. There's a female that wants to say something. So hold on, let me get her on the line. Okay, there's a female. I don't want to be charged. You're already talking about gender equality. I want to make sure that I get the female in line. Go ahead. I call your name so the people can.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, you're very clear.
Okay, thank you. This is Eugenia Greenworry. Obviously, I'm part of Team Edith.
Who is that? Who is that?
Eugenia. That Robert, Mama Robert, stop. Don't mind Robert. Go ahead, Eugenia.
I just wanted to say thank you to all our, all the supporters of Sis Edith, Madam Edith Gongloe. I know you guys are just speaking because you don't have the numbers and the facts in front of you, but you'll be very surprised, from our war room or what we're looking at. We did exceptionally well. When I tell you we did well, I am so grateful.
But Eugenia, let me interrupt you. Did you guys win?
Yes, you can do well. You win.
well, or did you win the elections?
We are in the lead.
Okay, no, so you can confidently say you won.
Well, you know what? To be very honest, I don't want to come out and just say that.
Why you laughing?
You're in the lead.
Oh no, that brother, you did well. Looks like you do well to beat them.
Okay.
Can I talk?
No, let it get talk, please. I beg you.
So when that comes out tomorrow, I think they're coming out twice, at 1 and then again at 6 p.m. You'll see the results are going to show. Numbers don't lie, right? And the good thing about our war room, let me tell you, the young people who are behind Madam Gongloe, you'll be so surprised. These are some of the most brilliant people. I am so surprised. I've never seen this level of dedication before. And you know, that whole tribal narrative, let me tell you, it's not as important to the young people in Nimba as it is to the older people. If Kundem was able to buy some of the young people, it was because of the finances. But let me tell you, the majority of the young people are standing behind Sis Edith Gongloe. Right. Okay. And I just want to thank everybody, you know, Yeka coming on the ground, showing out, the women movement, everybody that supported her and endorsed us. It's been a big, big, big thing. And you'll be surprised. I will tell y'all, just wait for the numbers. Don't think because the camp is quiet that we're not, you know, doing something. It's just that we want to be very sure before we come out and say anything. We're not like those propaganda. Our team is not about propaganda.
I'm making sure I'm protecting you from these guys. They're not going to harass you on this phone. So, but
go ahead if they have a question or two.
Okay, the woman said I can ask questions. Y'all got questions for the camp for Edith? For Edith camp?
No. My point is actually is that the results, like saying from their war room.
And this is the CMC. This guy is from the CMC. Just so you know.
It's nice, but the war room. What I want also tell this platform, what's the exact number coming from the war room? Because the fact that you say what exact number they have from the war room and from which district are they performing? Right, we have 7 districts in Nimba. Now it was told yesterday that she was doing good in district 1, 2,
we have
7
districts in Nimba, not 7. Go ahead.
Come again?
You got they got 9 districts in Nimba.
Yeah, 9. Sorry, 9 electoral.
I didn't know they got 9 districts.
No, sorry, 9 electoral districts. I was saying, but he was doing exceptionally well in. You don't want to protect me, Ben.
Ben, you rattled by CNC.
He's doing well. She performed well in 1, 2, 6, 7, and 9.
Okay.
Yes, 6, 7, and 9. That's the report.
And as of this morning, she was doing well in 8 also.
Yeah, in
8 as of this morning.
Yeah, in 8. He's in 8. But you have 3, 4, and 5. They were the trunk of the vote. That's the most populated part of Nimba there. 3, 4, and 5. And he's winning there heavily. So that's what I'm trying to say. What's the report coming from your war room that will offset the result from 3, 4, and 5?
Okay, let me answer. So obviously I'm not going to give you any numerical number, but let me tell you, right? You're right. Koga does have a stronghold in maybe 2 of those districts. Really only 2. I'm not going to lie. The numbers that I was expecting to see from Garrison to pull from the district, he did not pull those numbers at all, which was very surprising. But the places that Koga is doing strong in, you'll be very surprised that she still got decent votes in those areas. Now, the opposite, the places that are her stronghold, he did not get the numbers that they were depending. So I'm telling you guys, wait and see. Just wait. Tomorrow, the camp will be coming out with an update.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we're going to come out before NEC does or right after they come out, right? And we'll be able to give you more detailed information. So just stay and wait for that.
Yeah, so
that's fair enough.
Can I ask
you, Eugenia. Oh, you got a question for her? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
This is the sedition.
A few minutes ago, one of Ele's brother, I don't know his role in the campaign, was on here and he mentioned your difficulty in finance, which affected some of your operation. So to what extent you think it might have affected your operation, even though with that, you still claim that you people could win. So how you reconcile that issue about finance?
Is she an official spokesperson for the camping?
No.
Give her a perspective.
She's one of the. Yeah, she's on the team.
Mr. Gongloe, he's not really part of the campaign. He's just supporting, as a family member, which we appreciate. And I'm not an official spokesperson for the team, but our team have nothing to hide here. So it doesn't just have to be Yato out here speaking. Finances was an issue. Obviously, y'all saw us campaigning. You saw us campaigning for Save the Vote. So we did definitely do that. I don't know the actual number amount, right? But it was a challenge. But even with that, you'll be surprised at people who step up to the plate to make sure that these things happen. The amount of people from the various counties like Grand Gita, Bond County, Maserado, who wanted to come and help These young people just wanted to come and be a part of this history making. They didn't care if they was getting paid or not getting paid. They just wanted to be a part of this thing. It was like a movement. And the only thing I can say is if we had more time, imagine the short period of time that we had and what we was able to accomplish. If we had more time to run this campaign, it would definitely have been a landslide.
Wow.
No doubt.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. I think everybody's done, but thank you for your participation.
No, I have a quick question for her.
Okay. CMC number 2.
Do you have all your tally sheets?
Yes, we have tally sheets.
Okay. Now the counting, the numbers that are coming in, are they coming in from the Gongloe strong? I mean the West stronghold, or is it coming in from the opposite? So you can at least have an idea to say, you know, we have now conquered their stronghold. Now let's go and see what we can do in our. So can you give us an idea as to where the numbers are coming from?
We have numbers from our database. We have numbers coming in from all of the districts. And with that, we are looking pretty good.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben.
Yeah, we're coming to you.
Yeah, Ben, I have somebody here from Nimba that want to talk.
Oh no. Okay, Eugene. Thank you for
Thank you guys.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Who in Nima is sleeping down there?
Go ahead. No, hold on 1 minute. Scott, you want to say something?
Yeah, but I just want to be clear quickly. Look, I think it's only fair to the campaign if we bring officials to the campaign to represent positions, right? Somebody who can talk about the numbers. I'm not sure if they're in a position to talk about the financial challenges of the campaign.
True.
Okay, I don't think it's fair to the campaign. That's what I was trying to opine on. Like, if you're not prepared to even offer numbers, which is the public record, I'm not sure the financial thing, which is the private record, is what you're equipped to talk about. That's
and in fact,
political
I thought her brother was even more. I mean, he wasn't afraid to speak on some of these things as if he was giving the authority. Yeah, as if he was giving the go. As if it was approved by the campaign.
And he said, "No, come out. You come on.
I think he spoke with more authority. But
more information.
Okay, we have somebody. Your name and where you calling from? Hold on. Your name and where you calling from?
Mr. Gilman, this is Melinson Yadro from New Jersey.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Hold on, Nimba again?
No.
SCMC people.
Listen, guys, listen.
I just want to appreciate you guys on the show for various opinions, more especially for Simon Bay. He said the right thing. While Mr. Weah could not president, Weah could not get into the election. But I also want to disagree with people who are complaining of finances for Ide. I want to say it clearly that the support Ide has in the election was very huge, more than all other elections she has ever run. Even though I have never been part of a previous campaign, but this campaign, she built a national coalition from here in the United States and in Liberia, across the world, even Europe, Australia, people supported her. So I don't want people to talk about finances. She had a real support, whether not financial, but moral support. But what went on in our...
Why are you saying that again? You say financial, you say not financial, moral support?
What went on in Nima County?
Moral support
Yeah, a moral support will carry point gas in car.
That will not go in our way. Jeremiah Cohn spent millions of dollars in the Manon bill. He did not carry that money in the Kyo area because he knows that the Kyo will not go for Ide. So he spent millions of dollars in the Manon bill, more especially Ganta area and district number 8, my district that I come from, to reduce Ide.
Yeah, but they tell you, money had the money.
No, I'm not talking about money for coming from her. But Ide has always been significant when she went wrong. Without heavy finances, she has always been significant and she's a popular need in the country. But no, with money or without money, but still vote for her, but still support. She said the support bill or the support base bill in 2011. She still maintaining it
Wow, is it your uncle? But
you so
listen, I got a point to that. People here on. I listened to Edith yesterday. Edith herself, Madame Gongloe herself, said yesterday that her campaign was a little challenged in terms of resources, like even deploying pool washers in certain areas. So you are trying to contradict what she said to us yesterday. And she's the candidate.
Right, but yeah, I want to give you my opinion and my feeling how I feel.
Your opinion is not okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a citizen of Nima County, and I was one of the supporters. I was involved in it. I used my own money calling on radio station in Nima to campaign for her. I transported people from Monrovia to go to Nima and vote for her.
Okay.
On my own will. So I don't want you to use that. You know, she said, or people are saying that, but Jeremiah costs a significant amount of money. The great Prince Joseph could not even use 5 cents for a full campaign in Nima County. He would just go on radio and talk for him. Not alone to spend it on somebody else's behalf. It never happened. Jeremiah wants to prove himself that he's a successor of Prince Joseph, that he can decide who to be senator or representative candidate. He tested the water with this election. So that was Jeremiah's involvement. Without Jeremiah's involvement, Senacoga is now mass for Ide in Nima County. It's not mass.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me ask a question that anybody can answer, and maybe Kehleboe can also answer. Do you agree with him that this time she built a larger coalition than ever since she ever has?
She had less time. She had less time.
And within less time, right?
Yeah, I don't believe she built a larger coalition necessarily than ever. I think
the CPP coalition was bigger. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes,
it was bigger than
the CPP coalition in a quicker amount of time. But remember that CPP coalition, you know, but for maybe running as an independent, Tara running and the shenanigans that happened, she would be the senator today.
Yeah.
So this time, in such a short time, she cobbled together something. But I don't want us, people in the diaspora, to think that it was bigger than the ground game she had then.
No.
Because that ground game then won that election in Nima.
Yeah.
Okay. So why is it that?
But Kehleboe can help me. Maybe I'm off.
You just heard a guy and you came saying it was a challenge and he's saying no, it was not more money coming in. So
listen, I believe whatever Kehleboe says, because that's his sister, and I'm sure that he's in constant communication with them. He may not be part of the campaign, but I think I'll take his words over that of his supporter.
Are you done?
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, so I can comment on this. I don't agree with the beginning with law on this one. Why it's true, we are waiting for the result of this election, but in 2020, the CPB coalition was a fractured one. I'll tell you why. The CPB election, she waited for Cummings. She asked Cummings, can you come to Nima to raise my hand as CPP candidate? He was not coming. She went to Boaka. Boaka said to her, I cannot do it because I don't want to take part in that election. Some of the candidates are known. I think Taiwan with mom, either from Lofa or something like that. I think he said something in the fate of Taiwan with his nephew or whatever, you know. So he stayed away. So no CP political leader was willing to come to Nima to raise it. And part of the campaign, Mr. Onwe, and that's history now, she was not the CPP candidate. And on that note, she was fighting to get CPP, anyone from CPP to come to Nima to raise her. And that didn't happen. So that was for
a member of the CPP.
Yeah, those the big four or the big three. Yeah. None of them could step to Nima to do that. In fact, she went one step further to even appeal to Darius DeLong if you could visit Jess Ganter, that as part of the parliament of voices in the CPP to come there. Nobody was willing to come to Nima on that, you know. So, but I just want to point that out. But
let me ask a question to you, Kehleboe. If she happens to lose, is she going to run again? Do you know?
Well, I can say, but actually, all I will not run in my, and I want to underline this thing because I just said something. The reason why I was moved to come on the show at this time is because Siddiqui tried to twist what I said. That's that actually pricked me, and I wanted to come and respond to him directly as a CDC official. And it's too early for us to begin to have an aggressive response to CDC official on this kind of thing. I said something about finance, and he tried to ask Eugenia, twisting what I said to imply basically like maybe I said we are giving up. It didn't imply that. Okay. But let me answer your question on that. For me, as an analyst, I'm going to say that as an analyst, if I were her, if I were him or she, I would actually aim for the national. I'll go national. I will not go local because you know what? She got an infrastructure locally already.
When you said national, what do you mean? Can you be a little specific?
I could contest for a position that has national appeal that takes me to 15 countries.
Yeah, you talk about like only two positions, president and VP.
President or vice president.
Yeah, but you know what? So I can name one. But it could be, for example, she could be
funny. Funny too.
Hello, it could be a running mate for someone.
Okay.
But if you guys let me, I will give my reason.
No, but go ahead, Kehleboe. I think I want to hear this. Yeah.
Yes, my reason.
Would not be president would like that.
Consistently, she has held a second place position consistently. And this does not happen to many politicians around the world. You run election, you can't close, you go for the third time, you drop, your numbers start to drop. Voters get tired with you, right? Consistently, voters are not tired with her. The people stick to her. So consistently, she's coming there and she's having challenges to get there, right? Let's wait for the final result in this one. Even if she doesn't win, from the start of the election, everybody said it's a two-horse race. The NDR, UP, government, / whatever, was her. Okay? So, and for me, it's a significant thing, it's profound historically to look at it, that she has a special place, that consistently she has a coalition built in 2011, and that coalition has not left her. Why not take that number to the national, okay, to begin with?
So do you think that number is sufficient for national election? Because again, at the end of the day, yeah, she's come second, but she hasn't won an election, Kehleboe.
No,
let's be honest. She hasn't won an election. And you just admitted that. I mean, the resources you talk about is one thing, right? But let's be honest. She has not won an election. She has not been able to solidify that base and improve on really truly competing at that level to win an election. I mean, I'm hearing but I'm hearing that Senator Koga could win more than 25,000 or 30,000 votes, right? So, do you think the fact that she has not won an election locally? I can understand if she had won an election locally, right? She hasn't won an election. You think that's enough? She's still a loser. You think that's enough to go national? Who will pick her as VP?
Robert, hear what I was saying. Every election is unique, and there are issues in every election that propel voters to vote. Every election is unique, okay? And I will argue on that, and I'm not sure many people will disagree with it. Every election is unique, and it has its own slogans, it has its own momentum. There are other different considerations, right? So if there could be maybe a local factors that prohibit maybe a forward march, there could be a different factor at the national level, right? For example, in national election, nobody will mention Gil and Mano as a condition. You agree with me? It will be totally different requirement. Okay? So you have to look at it. And I'm talking about somebody who, like Ben said earlier, is politically attractive. She's articulate.
She's a great candidate. I'm telling you.
Articulation is one of the
will we be having two Gongloes in a potential presidential race?
That is not possible.
You
don't have to ask that.
I got to ask you a question. I mean, Madam even though she's red now, but will we be saying based on your analysis and your
I don't think they will ever do that to each other.
That can never happen.
They will make a decision. They will
My
make a
family
decision.
But Kehleboe,
family is
These are family that's organized.
if
The
she
organized
were-
family, you can't do that.
Kehleboe,
But
let me
why can't we allow the man to answer my question?
But the men don't have to answer that question. We
Kehleboe.
know that it's
Why?
not a young
But
man.
let him answer.
That serious question.
Ahmed,
But
okay,
what-
let me answer Ahmed's question. Add this one there.
And that question to ask, man. Yeah,
Because I'm
serious though.
interested.
But what do
in
you mean?
Anyway, Gongloe, go ahead.
But when you answer that question, I wanted to piggyback on what he said to
but-
Robert's question. I
Lord.
do see her being a national candidate. Some people can be better national candidates.
I
than local
actually
candidates.
wanted to agree with that. I actually.
Yes.
So
I can see her-
that is
I
why
can see her
Ben.
helping
Yeah,
Ambassador.
but
I can see her being her
That is
ambassador.
why
and
I asked.
and
That is why
Ambassador.
that is why I asked the other question about whether they were going to have both of them.
Amen.
So then we know.
Okay, both of them
listen.
can run together. They will not run against each other.
So-
Answer for this.
So Kehleboe, no, 1 second, please. Add this one there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and maybe you guys can charm me. So, let me ask you: can she deliver Nimba County?
But I don't think it's about delivering though.
It's
But anyway,
Why not? Why not?
No,
She don't have to deliver Nimba,
She
but
doesn't
can get
have
a
to.
significant vote in Nimba.
Yeah.
Huh?
She can get a very big chunk of
She
votes
can
in
get it.
Nimba.
It's just about getting significant numbers.
Yeah. Listen,
And
It's not, it's not like the electoral. It's not like the electoral college.
So-
right?
so-
She doesn't have
so-
to win the
and
county.
I agree that she
Cause
can be a
damage.
very perfect running mate to me.
Yeah,
Not the
she can help
presidency.
you.
I think-
She can help you, Pastor. She can help you, Bong. She can help
Yeah.
you, Maserati, and even Makipi.
Yes.
Let me tell you guys this. Few months ago, on this very show, the late night show, Lord made analysis.
But
Lord
this
said,
is
listen,
a late night show.
Yeah, at the time, Kehleboe, they didn't want to agree with.
I mean, maybe
was
CDC
talking
but
about
they
it.
carry on. You don't
I
know.
wanna
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are
You
you
didn't have
saying
your hand. Let me get
are you saying
I
Ella
wanna-
has more
I wanna-
appeal than her brother Gongloe nationally?
No.
I think so.
Yeah,
She
you
may-
are
she
saying
may.
something.
Okay.
on this particular show, Lord made an analysis. And I think he and Ben Sanvee, that night, I went at Ben Hashley.
He did. I know why he went after him because I was letting the
Yeah,
secret out.
obviously.
They said, this woman, if she wins, she could be a presidential candidate.
I
or
said
she could
it.
be a president. And you know what? Interestingly, these are some of the prohibiting factors that most political leaders are
I'm
afraid
afraid of.
to
Yes.
put stuff. In fact,
That
we
is
have
one of the
rumors.
Achilles heel
We have
that
rumors.
he didn't carry.
For example, there's a particular guy or star of the CC who actually told her, come. She arrived in Monrovia. She started calling. She went to his office. Okay, I will gather resources for you and switch his phone off. And to the extent that CDC chairman went to him and said, you need to deliver, you need to give donation to this campaign. And he said, I don't have money. And the chairman called me and I said, you know what? He have his presidential ambition, my vice presidential ambition. So he thinks maybe this madam might be his rival in the future, you know. So he's acting on that. So there are many factors, there are many things that play into this kind of game, right? So that's what I'm saying. Look, if there are other prohibiting factors at a local level, why not try national that would be on the bread and butter issue and charisma? Look, I will be honest with you. On the particular, at this moment, on the political scene, those who are the male candidates, she's articulate more than most of them. I can argue this, I can debate this, right? Maybe the next person that she can compete with would be Dr. Clarence or Monimba. You know, without even getting to name the other politician that have this, she's very charismatic. You know, and this is what many of the young people want to hear. Okay, being charismatic in politics is a gift by itself. You know, so and I think she has that. You know, if you challenge your system, she already has an appeal. Look, when she was supervising on Nimba, Ben, I can tell you guys that I was in Liberia. And she loves radio because her training is, she's a journalist by training, you know. I would listen to radio and callers will call from Maryland, from Mangibi, from Grandida, saying, oh, one that want to be our superintendent, you're bringing her to Walmart and said he can make that woman to be our. I still remember those calls, you know. So she had like a national appeal. I can tell you that for free, you know.
So, you know, and before I think Pewee or somebody come in, Listen. I've always said this. I've always known Edith Gongloe was a candidate of national stature. I've worked with her in the past. We did have a little rough patch, and it wasn't because of my fault, but that's for another discussion, But I always thought she was an attractive national candidate. I said it I'm glad he is admitting that he went after me that day, because the reason why I said it was because I knew it was a problem.
You said it the wrong time.
Yeah, the wrong time. Thank you. So we can talk about it now, right? But I knew it because I knew that was a problem for her. Most of the people who would have, some people really think several political leaders did not really want to go into Nimba to go campaign for either. Some of their advisors advised them to stay back. Listen, maybe I've actually heard, conversations about, hey, it may not be, you don't create a monster on your hands. Whether you like it or not, with Prince Johnson gone from Nimba, Jeremiah Kun, yes, is the political leader right now. In a sense, he's the highest elected official from Nimba County in the country. But Jeremiah Kun cannot exercise total dominance over Nimba. It's not going to happen.
No way.
It's not going to happen. Those days are gone. It's like you saying somebody coming to win election the way Charles Taylor won election in Liberia. It's not going to happen. Never. It's gone. Right? Maybe not in this lifetime. Right?
Charles Taylor was just unique.
It was unique. So the reason I say that is because what Edith presents, Edith is, like I said, an attractive presidential, vice presidential, senatorial, wherever. I just think she has been, there's an album, Jay-Z got an album called The Blueprint, The Gift, and The Curse. I think in many instances, her gift ends up becoming her curse. I think that's what always happens to her.
That analysis to her. I said to her,
that's exactly what always happens to her.
I say your quality is your problem.
It's a problem for her. It's like people literally see, you can literally look at Edith and see her coming. You can look at her and see her coming. You can. It's the same situation that Joel found herself in 2014. The moment Joel won her re-election, she was one of two senators. One was Prince Johnson, the next was her. Everybody knew that Joel would eventually run for president, or she would have been vice presidential candidate on a ticket. And in fact, it was predicted that anybody who picks Joel would have won that election, and it did come to pass. That is kind of like the trend that Edith was kind of was treading on. But again, like I say, we are where we are. And Lloyd and I talked about this. And like Kehleboe said, hey, it probably was the wrong time that I said it.
I think we heard that in 2023 or not heard, but what stopped it, obviously, with her brother being on the ticket.
Yes.
That consideration was out the door, right?
Yeah.
But if I know the political players, the great minds like Ben and Pewee and Tomalin, I suspect, Siddiqui them, I suspect that 2029, she has to be on somebody's radar.
And she's always on a short list. That's the thing about Edith Gongloe. Edith Gongloe, since 2000 and since we've been having elections in Liberia, I mean, in this new dispensation, she has always been on people's short list.
Look, I will predict that she may hardly be considered on Guar radar.
In fact, Brookskin,
yeah, I know of at least 2 or 3 radars that she will be considered on.
CNC radar, the party that consider will follow.
CNC radar.
CNC radar.
Yeah, but let's see.
Let me tell you, Chesa Kehleboe, true Sakima. He didn't get it.
Tomalin, why you want to contribute to the discussion?
Yeah, but Edith like Joel represent Edith like Joel represent the best of our female
women political gladiators.
Charlie Bronskin, the Edith, the Joel, they represent.
They're likable candidates.
They bring a lot on the table. Of course, I'm very impressed of Madam Gongloe. But listen, if you start to think in that direction, this will be my advice to you. She must consolidate her ground game by staying more in the country. You cannot depend on, this coming. So I'm saying, if you think about it, look, we think now, let's take this thing, let's take this thing beyond this point. We think you got more to offer. You love your country. You want to give back. You have tried on 2-3 different occasions. And every time you come, people rally around you. I think let us put in the sacrifice. Let us go in there.
You're right. That's an important point.
Let us
But she said something the other day, Siddiqui. She said that, and not taking on that national aspirational thing, right? But she said, look, she is so inspired by this movement she's built, and I may not quote her verbatim, that she sees, win or lose, a role a la Stacey Abrams, to build something, right? And so, and I think they could have even attacked that, not in the country head on, but again, the time was small, but there are ways to attack those. But I think she's determined to be involved. Sometimes when you get in these races, whether you're a handler or whatever, you see the kinds of disadvantages that are being put against you by the system, by people who you expect more from, and you get more inspired to fight, to say this cannot be like this. And I think when I heard her talking either yesterday or so, that's the version that I heard, that this determination is good for the country long term.
Oh, you are right. Our conversation with her, she's determined. But Siddiqui, let me come to your point. You sound like Jeremiah on this one. I would think.
So what said she is about to become Stacey Abrams of Liberia? That's what she said.
Yeah.
She said it right on the show.
Yeah.
That's not somebody who wrapping up her boots, her
Let me
cleats.
say this. That whole thing about coming to America is actually a propaganda they have exploited election after election. It's like someone, it's like in the ACA. Every time they see her on the ballot, then they bring down and play. The facts are there. And she has emphasizes, she has her interview where she has even just was staying in Liberia and lost her green card. From 2011 up to 2016, she lost her green card. She has to re-enter the United States as a new immigrant. And since then, every year she goes to Liberia. Once every year she goes to Liberia. And she got business in Liberia. She got little real estate.
But she will still be coming after 6 months to keep her card.
So what I'm saying, I think we welcome this. I think everybody on the show tend to agree that, of course, either represent a person who can contest for any higher position in the country. All we're saying is that those are some of the propaganda used against her. Let her consider them in.
Somebody who can work with Dr. Moneyba.
I get a point.
What is that?
Yes,
I said somebody who can work with Dr. Moneyba.
Lord,
I want to end on this point.
Don't say all of us. I share a different opinion. I don't think.
Edith?
Yeah, about Edith. I think she's good, but I don't think that. I don't think she's done enough for national politics. I just
don't more than enough. She's
but listen, look at some of the people that are in national politics. Look at Jeremiah Coons.
But Jeremiah Coons, I agree with that. But Jeremiah Coons will argue that he's won. He's won an election. Even if someone else is saying how you won, he didn't have won nothing. I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying she won't be a good candidate. I'm not saying she won't be a good candidate. But I think there are other candidates.
What did Joe Boga win?
I'm about to ask you, did Joseph Boga win anything before he became vice president and help Ellen win Lofa?
I'm sorry?
Did Joseph Boga win anything in Liberia before he became vice president and help Ellen win Lofa? 2 times?
Joseph Boga was, you just made a point. The reason Ellen strategically picked Joseph Boga.
Okay.
Because I think she believed that Joseph Boga could have helped her win Lofa County, and he did. I asked the question earlier. If any candidate,
let me say this quick.
Apart from that, let me lay down. Apart from that, I think the relationship between Ellen Jones Sirleaf and Joseph Boga, Edith does not have that relationship right now with any of the folks who could possibly pick a presidential candidate. It was more personal relationship. She trusted. Wait now, Gongloe.
I'm just asking why you conclude. That's all. Added to it.
She trusted Joseph Boga, and I think it played a part in that pick. But he delivered Lofa County for her. I asked the question earlier. Can Edith deliver a county? You said no. She don't have to deliver a county.
But it's a little different, Robert. Robert, with that, it's a little different.
To win nationally or to appeal nationally.
But Robert, it's a little different. right? When Barack ran, he lost the local senatorial race, but he won the statewide race in Illinois.
Yeah. Absolutely, but he won something. He won something.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not even going to the presidency. I'm using the statewide race to make a case where she can be a more national candidate. She's well known in Maserati. She doesn't have to travel baggage in Maserati, right? Maserati gives you 1.something million voters. You need 300,000-400,000 votes to enter a second round. So she helps you fight better in Maserati. Now, you don't need to win Nima. Jeremiah Kuhn needs to win and dominate Nima. So she gives you a more than a fighting chance in Nima also.
Lord, what other county can she run? What other
She
county
also
can
helps
she
you in Bassa. I believe she speaks the dialect. Her mind is from Bon County. So the Bon and Makibi belt is there. So even if you just took two of those counties in Maserati, she gives you a fighting chance.
So that Lord,
And Lord, whether you like this or not, she can mobilize the female vote. Whether you like that or not, she's able to mobilize the female vote. Yeah.
So guys, so then what everyone have said, Alex Cummings have ran twice in the presidential election. The question everyone have asked him, and the political experts have said they think he would do well starting off as a senator, right? He will easily win as a senator, right? And they attributed that to his struggle nationally to the fact that he has not won anything. He should have started his political career as a senator. Let me ask this question: if she cannot win in Nima, can she win? Can she contest and win in another county? I think she should start that.
But let me come in, please. Let me come in, right?
Go ahead.
Right now, on the national stage, when you talk about women in politics, if you take, count 5 prominent Liberian women in national politics now. Kehleboe Gongloe comes among the highest.
On what ground?
On what ground? Because of the role she has played. She was former prisoner of Nima.
Okay, let Robert name the five.
I come in.
And lead it all. I want to see you lead it all.
I come in. For the last 3 presidential elections,
you can't even lead it all.
Elections, Nima always coming in the vice president. The last 3 elections, and the last election, other candidates, I think besides President Weah, other candidates try to talk to her. They approach her. They were trying to talk to her. Yes. The only reason why she couldn't,
because her brother was in the race.
Yeah, because she told me her brother in the race.
Yeah, so she would have easily been a VP candidate in 2023 if Kehleboe Gongloe was not running.
So now
she would have done better all coming together and challenge.
Right on a national stage now.
But they had a problem.
They are going to a sunset. Okay, so you talk about Edith. Right now you say Edith, Yombly, Madam Howard. Who else again?
Look at the name of your calling.
But tell me that prominent national women in politics right now.
Our country were very limited.
Robert, can you name me 5?
Very good.
Top 5 Liberian politicians that are women.
Yeah, but politicians. But again, it's not a lot of when you say powerful top, right? I look at not just names and people who have been around for a long time. I look at in Liberia, we're looking at people who just been around. Names.
Robert, they're not only Liberia.
No. It's not only Liberia. You know why? I'll give you an example. When you start with the name 5 top women politicians in America, let me start with Hillary Clinton. You know why I start with her? Hillary Clinton started as first lady of this country. Wait my argument. I'm talking about impact, Ben. I'm not just talking about people who's been around and they have a name.
What are you? That's what I'm saying. What you contradicting yourself?
No, I'm not contradicting myself. Hillary been around, and she not only have she been around, she made impact. Hillary Clinton can walk around and say, you know what?
Now when you call your big name, Robert got upset. I think that ain't your big name.
But you don't have to get upset. That's the reality.
She championed the children healthcare.
She just wanted to make up a female politician. Listen, gentlemen.
Exactly.
The point here is we have to be realistic in terms of the politics back home in the country.
Yeah, but
if you are calling, I'm coming around. You got to hold on to the debate. I'm coming around.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but Robert, I want to ask you, name me powerful women in Liberia.
If you are going
to America,
no.
But gentlemen, let's get people a chance now.
Ben, if you're a politician, then I will agree with you.
I'm about to go to sleep. Let me say this.
Okay, forget politician.
What your problem?
Pewee, I beg you, let Robert learn, please. I beg you, let Robert learn. Let Robert get his list, please. I'm interested in knowing Robert's list. Robert, please give me your list of powerful women in Liberia.
Robert may need time. He may need some time to think.
No,
to put it together.
the list of powerful women.
I don't think you can give Robert 5 minutes to do that, though. Maybe you need Robert to give 10, maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks to do that.
Wait, Ben, I can name you 15 to 20 powerful Liberian women. They may not be powerful Liberian politician women.
We say we don't want 5.
So let's keep Ben. So to my
Robert, we're looking for women who are electable.
That's politician we're talking about. We're talking politics here. We're not discussing business. We're talking politics on the show.
Ben. So again, so if we're talking about powerful Liberian women politically in Liberia,
yes.
Then of course the names you guys are mentioning fit the bill. For my disappointment, my disappointment with those names. I mean, y'all been foul. You can let me. My disappointment with those names, Ben, is that these are just names, right? Lord, these are people who have just been around for a long time.
How do you say that?
My frustration again. Look, listen, you had a guy like Dr. Clemens Amonaba, for instance, a fine gentleman, right? A fine gentleman.
Hey, Robert, you're moving the goalpost, man. My man, we got to proceed. Man.
I'm not moving the goalpost, Ben.
Yeah,
I'm not moving the goalpost.
We're talking about women. You jumped to Clarence Moneyback. We talk about women. We said name 5 political powerful women in the country.
There are more impactful women, Ben.
Listen, Ben. Moving back in the country. We have to be very clear. And you Raul going cycle whole night. We'll be up to 5 minutes a.m. You're going cycle this and that.
They have no impact.
But how do you say they have no impact? Do you know the record? Do you know the record?
Madam,
Robert, are you saying
what is Senator Lawrence national impact? Name me one Senator Lawrence national impact. What is one thing he's done? I'm asking you. I don't know how. So I'm asking you.
But then don't assume. Then don't say if you don't know. Then if you don't know, then ask. Then don't say.
I'm asking now. So name me one. I'm asking now.
Robert.
No, Ben. Ben, let's not just go back.
Ben, I'm asking now.
You're not asking. Because you already said they are just names.
I want to
impact.
argue for her, right?
They have zero impact. Come on, man.
She's the head of a major political party.
You're talking about a small humanitarian work. Come on, man. Maybe one of Senator Lawrence major national impacts. I'm not talking about what she's been doing campaigns, putting street light up after 1 minute goes. I'm not talking about how national impact. Serious
your concern, Robert. But Robert, I understand your concern. But that's why, with our mindset, our candidates are we don't win because we're not meeting the country where it is. You want to have impact before you win elections. Yomni Kanga Lawrence is president pro tem of the Liberian Senate. Okay? Yomni Kanga Lawrence is head of a political party. That is an impact, right?
But before the Hillary Clinton you're talking about, before she became first lady, before Hillary Clinton became first lady, didn't she have to become first lady to work on the child and healthcare thing? Was she just ordinary Hillary Clinton?
But before she became she became senator. But before she became senator, she did a lot as first lady.
So that's what I'm saying. But she needed the platform to do that
initiation for a national impact for the children health care.
Robert Garguah, what did you know of Hillary Clinton?
There's no serious substantive impact.
Listen, we can talk together. We can talk together. No, I want guys, we got to control the show, please. Let's control the show. I want to ask a hand. This is the question. Thank you, Eugenia. I want to know what did Robert Garguah know of Hillary Clinton before she became first lady? What impact do you know she had? Name that impact. Before Hillary Clinton became president of this country.
Let me remind you. One second. Let me remind you, and I hope we get this point. before Hillary became first lady, she was a very reputable lawyer in these United States. Let me remind you. Before
Charlie Brodsky.
One second.
Let me finish, please.
Before she became first lady, she was an attorney. She was an attorney who had represented high cases in this country before. She wasn't just a.
Name me one high-profile case Hillary Clinton represented. No, I'm asking you to name me one high-profile case.
I don't have to name one case.
Name me one high-profile case.
That contrast that to the first ladies in our country. Before Senator Joy Howard became first lady, what was her impact now as a private citizen?
She was deputy governor.
She was deputy governor of the central bank. Great. She was deputy governor of the national bank.
You need to research on these people.
You need to research.
Great. No, Ben, don't tell me to do my research. What I'm saying to you is this, right? This is what I'm saying to you. I said most of the most powerful women in Liberian politics have little or limited impact. That's what I'm talking about.
My argument to you is.
That's what I'm talking about.
My argument to you is.
Joy Howard Taylor had an impact before she became first.
No, but let me tell you something, Robert. Yes. Robert, let me tell you what my disagreement with you. My disagreement with you here is majority of people who you consider who have had impact needed a platform. It's what you do with that platform. Like Yomli right now. Yomli is pro tem of the Liberian Senate. If Yomli leave the pro tem of the Liberian Senate and don't accomplish anything,
Ben, you're going too far. You're going too far, Ben.
Ben, 1 minute. Ben,
what's the accomplishment?
Ask you one question. Will you consider Michelle Obama impact for lady?
No. Let me ask Ben a question real quick, please.
Will you consider Michelle Obama impact for lady? Michelle, will you consider powerful? Michelle Obama.
I don't want to go there first. Let me ask Ben.
That question.
I know, but let me ask Ben. Let me ask Ben a question. He just struck a point.
Yes.
You just said they needed a platform, and I agree with you. They needed a platform.
A majority.
One second. Unfortunately, the candidates, the young women, the women who have potential to really get things done are not recognized. They're not given a platform. But you just sat here and said, if Yomi Lawrence does nothing as Senate Pro Tem, then we should grade her for that. But Yomli has been senator for Grand Bassa for how long? And you how much more impact platform does she need to tell us what she's done? She's done nothing as senator of Grand Bassa.
Robert, but here's the thing, Robert, here's the thing. You make a very good point, Robert. Ben, Robert, I'm coming, right? Robert, I think you make a great point, right? I think you make a great point. Another thing is that they don't really fight on the germane female issues. However, if you are putting together a ticket to win an election, she is more known than those who are making an impact because they are not in public service. They're not in the public eye. You have to get in the public eye. What we're discussing here is electability. It's not deliverability. Now, during the election campaign, that's when you can tell somebody's ability to deliver. So, but this is the same standard I want us to start holding, even our male politicians too, right? Because we get few women, we beat them for it. I want us to do the same thing with the guys. What is the impact? You get 20% running for president, 16 men. 14 of them you only hear about them 1.5 years before election. But we don't give them that.
Okay. But no, I think we're being unfair to the women in other words. I will take it a little back from the time Brown was talking about Madame Salif bringing Joseph Boakai in to name him that he won. But Joseph Boakai didn't push Madame Salif to win Lofa County. Let's make this thing clear. Madame Salif brought Boakai in because of their family history. They were family friends. United Party, and Ben, you wouldn't know this, that's the reality. Let me say this to you so you guys will understand it.
But remember that Pewee.
United Party was entrenched in Lofa. Edward
Bianca.
Yes, it was because of Edward Bianca. United Party based in Lofa was always huge.
Yeah, we know
it was
that.
Not because of Boakai.
So you saying having a Lofa man on the ticket did not have any impact?
It didn't have impact.
So you think if she had not picked Boakai, she would have
United Party would have won in Lofa. They would have won Lofa heavily.
It's debatable. Anyway.
No, because the point you're making, right, Ben? I remember. I think
I'm not saying they didn't. I'm not saying they didn't have.
I think Siddiqui is something right because 2004.
She would not have done as well in Lofa if she didn't have a Lofa on her ticket.
Let's consider this. Let's consider this, Tomalin. If she had not taken somebody from Lofa, Would the Lopians not have felt disrespected that she was not taking over the party and chose somebody else?
And maybe you're
No,
reason
but let me raise a point to you.
that's a point. Maybe you're
listen
reason,
now.
but
I can support Pewee. You know what I support Pewee for? 2005. That's Siddiqui my witness. Siddiqui were looking for running mate for George Weah, right?
Johnson.
We without Johnson, former foreign minister. But you're not impacted on the ticket. Let me frank.
But part of the reason
but he
why
could not take an impact. That's a big mistake you're making. Without Johnson was out of the country. Without Johnson was out of the country. But Tomalin, without Johnson,
But without Johnson was not grounded.
Even when he was in Liberia, he's not well known.
Yeah.
Why you not grounded?
No, Rudolph Johnson was
not in the country when you're paying.
Rudolph Johnson was a presidential candidate, though.
Yes.
He was a presidential candidate.
You spent 30.5 minutes disagreeing with Robert, then you make the inverse point. How well was he known?
No. That issue about being new. I'm saying, Father Rudolph Johnson was
okay, wait. My father year, which year? 2005?
Yeah, Rudolph Johnson, listen, he came
out. We are talking from presidential to vice presidential.
Listen,
we are elevating him.
A former foreign minister of Liberia. Rudolph Johnson, a former foreign minister. We needed a vice president who will bring that addition or that value to Weah.
We saw here somebody who an experienced person who would have guided Weah.
That was it. We didn't leave for popularity. We was popular. We was popular. Listen. You need a real intellectual base.
I say he want to be in politics at all. We are probably put Bismarck.
I want to make a quick comment, and I want to go back to where we started earlier when I joined the show.
Yeah, that's what
Ben made a statement here, and I want to just remind us this campaign that just ended in Nima. There were so many things that were said, but I want to emphasize one of the points Jeremiah Kume, VP Kume, as part of his propaganda page. It was very clear that I'd listened to him in many different forums he appeared, and even in one-on-one discussion with people and we got the news, he would say to them, Nima Pewee want to produce president, then you don't vote for Madam Way. If you vote for her, she and Weah will defeat me in 2029. If you want to produce president, then vote for Koga, who will stick with me. If you vote for this woman, then Weah will come by. He was using those as propaganda. And there's no crystal ball here to say if Madam Way wins, she's going to go be president. We are running it. Or she's in the election because she wants to be a former president. We are running it. No. But those are the propaganda. They were part of the propaganda Jeremiah could use. You're not just saying one thing. You're saying multiple things because he has the biggest microphone. He has the money to pay journalists to spread his misinformation and disinformation. So these are things he was doing, okay? I want to just remind people on that. This whole thing about having fear of a national appeal was giving Jeremiah a sleepless night. That this woman is going to stop me from becoming president. So you don't.
Let me.
I want to just remind you're coming, Lord. I'm going to end on this point. I'm done for the night. Robert was trying to use the Ellis Comey thing to say, the same point they used on Ellis Comey to say he must go start as a senator or representative. Robert, that criticism and advice has always come from Ellis Comey opponent, predominantly the Unity Party people. So how will you take your opponent, what they use to demoralize you and the thing they advise you, why will you even capitalize on? Because those of you who were in a cycle, you're not saying you don't believe that coming in to go start from somewhere in order to come up. No, it doesn't work like that in life. It's not like a step. It's okay, I got to go step here, then I'll take the other step. No, he has the resources, he has the corporate experience, he has the executive experience as a corporate executive. He can capitalize on that. I think the thing with Ellis Comey, and we can downplay it. He comes from maybe I don't even go that run about small county Maryland, but I think he stayed so long out of the country in a way, or he was disengaged from the politics of the country because of his corporate role. So his footprint on different national issues were kind of limited, which I don't think is even a bad thing, because if you knew you can be attracted, it depends on how they market you, because politics is about marketing, you know. So even just being a new thing, and you just need to marketing differently and maybe use certain different physiology to sell into the people. That's all. So I don't want to say that, oh, okay, it means Madam Webb must go start as representative or as senator, because even people who have won the presidency, they start that way. I can even say President Taylor, who at this point still remains very popular in Liberia. Quite frankly, I always argue that I'm not a Taylor supporter, by the way, but I respect him as a strong person. If Taylor were to come from jail today and contest in Liberia, I would quite frankly believe he'll win election, because he still has such a period across the country.
The city killer when I have partisans.
So Kehleboe, let me say
what is it?
Robert, let me add something quickly, okay? There was a time, there was a man in Liberia. He used to play football. They call him George Weah, Ambassador George Weah then. He wanted to be LFA president, and the system fought him. They had to contend with him as the biggest political leader. Jeremiah Kuhnen will rule the day. They stopped her and they ran the tribal campaign, because she may be the national leader that may be the one who stops him from the ultimate goal that he wants to achieve. I think he will rule the day. I think it's fear. You can circumvent the time. If it's going to happen, it will happen. And I think that fear may have emboldened her even more. And that would be something that he will live to rule. I would want to predict between now and 2029.
And you may be correct about that, because Nimba Kane, and that's what it's not only about the Gio and the Manon people. We have a lot of non-Gio and Manon that are currently residing and doing business in Nimba, and we want to see the real issue unfold now. And politically, and one of the things, the fact that Mr. Gongloe brought this out, to be frank, she's a very serious political capital in come the next elections. No one should overlook her. She didn't win the past 2 elections. She may not win this. I don't know the facts behind all the numbers for now, but no one should overlook her politically. And the same, Yombly and other things we're just talking about. Yombly won 2 elections in Grand Bassa County. 2 elections. It's not a small feat to win 2 elections back to back. Now you have to respect those kind of individuals that will win elections. Now currently she's a pro-10. It's a serious political. So in the country, if you're counting females in Liberia, you talk about Manasadi is out now. Senator Vice President Taylor, Yombly Kanga Lawrence, Kehleboe Gongloe, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. She have not tested anything, but she may have some brand name also. How to call her? Lima Bowie and the rest of that. You have other people come up. So she's a serious political capital in the country who shouldn't overlook. And one thing she brings very seriously also, she's an intellectual. And the young people, the intellectual class also will listen to the kind of people. She can give reasons to push through. So we shouldn't just try to deflate her political record and other things moving on. I think she's someone that we should take very seriously. And even if she didn't win these elections.
Robert, give her a chance more about that.
We did not pick it.
Yeah, because he was talking for the past 15 minutes. So we wanted to cool him down.
So Kehleboe, I'm not trying to diminish. I'm not trying to diminish the strength of Edith. I think she's a fine woman. I think anyone who knows me knows that. And by the way, I don't understand Liberian politics. Liberian politics is not one to understand. And I don't want to understand Liberian politics, because Liberian politics has no resource. Liberian politics is not resource oriented. And I've said it. I've said many times here on this platform that part of our issues are those who represent us. The caliber and the qualification, the quality of folks that we've picked to represent us does not have what it takes to really get us to where we want to be. I've said it on many locations here. We've actually ignored great candidates And we've made all the different excuses. Either Alex Cummings is new to the city, he's not known, he hasn't been around for a long time, but we also know that he's rich. He's a well-known corporate guy. He's made all his money. He has a record of getting things done. But guess what we've done? Oh, he's not known. He's not a Liberian politician. He's not marketable. So you know what? Let's ignore him. Let's find someone else who's marketable, even though that person does not have what it takes to change the narrative, to change the trajectory in our country. I've always said that. So when I speak about, when we say the most powerful, I'm not saying in reality for Liberia's standard, these are not women names that come up. Of course. And I'm not also saying that these people does not have a level of quality, or they're not educated, or they don't represent something. They represent something. But again, I don't think Liberia should be limited to the mediocrity. When you have these names, you talk about Yomikanga Lawrence. I gotta be honest. I can't take it with the fact that she's rised up to the top. But on what ground has she got to the top? Is it based on what she's done as a career politician, the impact she's made in the lives of those she's represented, and by extension the country? Or is it because she just won an election, because of a connection, because of the resources she's gathered? What has she done that we can all be proud of as a country to say, you know what? This is Yomikanga Lawrence's record. She's been senator for 10 years, and she championed this. She championed this. She championed that. She has transformed her district in Grand Bassa County. She's done this. This is what I'm talking about. I've said it many occasions. We have elected poor people, and these poor, hungry people, once elected, they have nothing else is on their mind than to make up for lost time.
What did Hillary Clinton champion in this country?
And they don't have the vision to move our country forward.
So
I'm not saying that Edith has not won an election. Edith have not been given the opportunity to perform. And I've said it, even though I did not endorse Edith, if I had to pick or make a choice or vote in this NEMA election, obviously I would have voted for substance, because I think she has more substance than Samuel Koga. But what did the NEMA people do? We're just making an argument. The NEMA people picked who they were most connected to tribally. They picked substance over tribe. And when you heard the superintendent of what was her name, when you listened to her speech, it was very clear. She said
tribal substance, right?
I'm sorry.
I said he said it picked substance over tribe. He meant to say it picked tribal substance.
They picked tribe over substance, obviously.
Yeah.
So my point is, when we mention powerful, the emphasis on powerful should not just be on names, should not just be on political longevity, how long they've been there. We should talk about what they've done, what kind of impact they've made. And I'll close on this note. I love women, and I know we have a lot of great women, great career women, women who have achieved things. Women who have achieved. Look at Ben, you're scaring me now. Women who have women.
I love women.
Ben, women.
Robert, I think you have made a point here. Just two quick comments, Robert. You know,
Ben, you're speaking cold. Why are you speaking cold for, man?
I'm just telling you. My sister can watch this show. I'm on the I love women.
Yeah, you pluralize.
You get my point, right? Lord, you get my point, right?
No, we got to. Let me make two quick comments. One, you know, you're talking about choosing tribe over substance, but I want you to know this. You know, in marketing, you may present one thing, but it's backed by other things. So, particularly in a political campaign, Vice President Kun was not just making a tribal argument, he was also making the financial argument. He was offering $200,000, $300,000 Liberian. You were giving, in fact, each of the besides Musa ability, because all the other representatives, and including Senator Nyenwolo, he gave them $5 million Liberian each to campaign. So he actually infused money backed by his travel or card, right? So it's not just saying to go to somebody and say, hey, let's choose trap over substance. He was giving money to that. In the case of Nyenwolo, he was going to his district. He comes from a district called Lao district. He was going there and say, listen, and I actually listened to you on the video. He said, it is my job. If you like this woman, then it will be easy to defeat me in 2029. So there were multiple propaganda that they employ with money. It was not just one single issue, okay? And the other thing I want to say is, Robert, you're making all these great points. But I want to remind you, Liberia is a wealthy country in terms of natural resources, but it's ranked number 8 poorest country in the world. There is a reason for that, because we have leaders who don't care for the country. We have leaders who are corrupt. So our decision-making process is always going to be questioned because of our economic status. The socio-economic condition in the country historically has not been good. And those things influence people. You know, people will make, I mean, someone who has not seen, do you know there are many cases in Liberia today who have not seen, who have not touched cars with their hands?
Mm-hmm.
In 2000, I believe 2009, or I think what 1 year President said he went to Bela Yara. I think it was 2009.
2009, yeah.
Bela Yara went to Bela Yara and kids were seeing, they were touching the car. In fact, I saw some kids trying to kiss the car with their tongue. You know, you can see, I mean, I stood by and said, wow, after more than 170 years, this is where we are. These children are part of the country. In fact, by the way, Bapulu is one of the country with natural resources, mineral resources. But the kids there have the worst school system. They have the worst healthcare system. Everything in Bapulu is the worst.
Gongloe, I want to ask you a question. You're from Nima County. Beyond the tribal issue, I just want to know the perception, the attitude of the people of Nima County towards women as leaders, women as head, voting women, because sometimes some environment can be very conservative, and those are not decisions they'll do legally regardless of tribe. I mean, assuming either was maybe a Guar president running with a Guar man in the election, whether the constituency will take that into consideration. Is it easy for women to, because it's a society women will not speak, women will not lead, women will not son. I don't know whether that's the same.
No, so I will say this to you. Great question. But I don't want you to just look at Nimba, okay? Take all countries, just take Liberia. And the reason I'm going to say this, I want to put in national context is that, you know, we are in a patriarchal society, we are in a male-dominated society where our access to power has actually been given to men, generally, historically. So even you see a female with a bachelor's degree from college, Siddiqui, the president does not want to appoint her. They want her to be maybe a special assistant or someone, or maybe a director. Or you take a male with the same bachelor's degree, probably with lower GPA, or because he's been on radio talking, you make him minister, or you make him deputy minister, not even an assistant minister, right? And that bias is in a public service, is in the governance system. So those things, they are very significant. They mitigate against women progress. So in terms of election, there are a lot of women who have been contesting every election in Nima. We have women contesting at the district level, but they come with probably zero resources to begin with. But their male counterpart are either former assistant minister or their city minister or deputy minister. So they have,
let me push one.
And they can't talk. They know the truth. And these women, a lot of them coming, have no governmental experience. They only have been in the community and they don't have money. So those are fast across the country, not just Nimba. No,
but the reason I restricted on Nima is because I didn't want to use the whole country because we have had a female president, female vice president, we have had a female chief justice, we have women serving in different positions of significance in the country. So I was just looking at Nima, whether it carries that mentality as well.
you know, some
I
counties.
think part of it is not really traditional. It's more of resource constraints and prior governmental experience. You know, most if you check across government historically, how many women you check have been female assistant minister or deputy minister or minister? You know, even under President Salih, that was part of the challenges people posed to her. I remember Councillor Gongloe telling President Salih open and say, look, I've advised the president in private, and since she can't do it, I can now go public. And he said the president is the first female president, so she's in a special category. She must appoint 50% of her cabinet to be women and 50% men. She must argue, no men will argue against that. And in fact, Councillor Gongloe went on to make the same point I'm making tonight, that because these men serve as assistant minister, deputy minister, and minister, they are used to public speaking. So when it comes to election to address crowd, they have advantage over female candidates who are just coming, maybe civil servant, maybe accountant over there, controller there, or director in some office, or maybe they were making a little business and a business became big, you know, and they come to contest. Speaking to a larger crowd become a challenge for them. They may be loved by the people, but they are shied away from addressing the crowd.
Yeah, but you see, look, like I always say, right? Every election cycle brings different dynamics, right? Different dynamic and challenges. And like I said, 4.5 years from now, a lot going to happen. Things will change. The variables will change. Look, who knows? You can never tell. Some people that today that are bitter opposition to each other will be on a different side. So right now, this election, if the ruling party by Kennedy wins the election in Lima, the Ben said the other day, I think he said today too, we should not dismiss the fact that it will give some strength to the VP Kuhn and the UP folks. They'll feel that, oh no, I think we still got it there. Okay, we still got it there, and even that's probably almost 2 years, nothing much happening. But lastly, okay, right now the biggest challenge they got, the LEC, the road project, are the biggest challenge they got. And if they can, if who knows, if they're able to accomplish some of these things with the MCC now being suspended, and then with they looming Supreme Court stuff, and they're playing fun when I say they're going to be joking, all the possible aids that will come to Liberia, it will affect them. So monitoring the guys at the spring meeting in New York, in Washington D.C., the guys I think they are making progress, but with this thing happening in Liberia, will affect them too. So if you cannot accomplish anything in the next 4 years, you should forget it.
So let me just say I gotta run, but couple of things, right? So I understand the United States government is shutting down MCC. Those have notified all employees of MCC that they're shutting it down, and I think they will at some point be they will at some point be what did they need
redundant,
informing these countries that may have been qualified for compact or not. And you definitely know, well, we are not even getting qualified for the we are getting qualified, but we are not won the grant or something, if I'm not mistaken, the whole way.
We're eligible to apply.
Eligible to apply for the grant.
But
and the other thing that I was told today, and I saw a text message, and Edwin Snow did confirm it. Told me I saw a text message from you. No, I think that Costa sent that text message in that chat room when he said Edwin Snow had announced, and I confirmed with Edwin Snow, and he did, and I confirmed it, that based on this ruling, and ECOWAS had endorsed Liberia as a unit for the Security Council, the non-permanent seat for the Security Council, and some of the discussions now in the corridors of ECOWAS is that if the government does not, this court thing, if it's seen as flagrantly, openly a challenging constitutional order, it could be something that could hurt Liberia a bid for this non-permanent membership thing.
That's why Bwaga have no choice but he will comply.
So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what they will do. But again, like I say, yeah.
Okay. Well, Tomalin, you are making a point. I wanted to just add to that. I've made this point many times. Liberia economic policy has always been take a loan from World Bank, take a loan from African Development Bank, go for bilateral loan, come back in the country, politicians pocket the money, then you pass the repayment of the loan to the future generation. That has been historically the thing. If you look at many of those who are big reward fund today in the country, was from the same kind of agriculture loan the past previous government took, and those who are in proximity of the power, they use that to establish these mega farms, rubber farms for themselves. So, and that culture remains, okay? And we see evidence of it even now under and under this government. There are a lot of grants in agriculture ministry, and those who are politically connected get this big money, and they all of a sudden become farmer overnight, you know. So now Donald Trump tariff is causing the IMF to actually revise the projection, economic growth projection for this year and next year. And they are doing that for Liberia, they're doing that for many African countries. Then you add, you know, the possibility that Liberia could get, you know, the compact, the MCC grant,
Right now,
all that.
look, right now, Kehleboe, Liberia's in a tight squeeze. They will depending on you say for some a lot of the projects you to sponsor Liberia. The MCC was as president, MCC is gone, and you know who will benefit? The government that will come 2029 for that 2029 election, because by that time Trump tenure ends 2028. So the next American president will start work 2029. So that Liberian president will be elected 2029.
If a Democrat is elected now, but if a Republican is, if a Democrat is elected,
no. Trump now normal
Republicans are not normally that insular.
President will elected all I think will reverse it.
But
America's strength, the leverage, America leverage is the international aid that they give to people that leverage and they got a leverage from. You see, so that way they're reversing.
So let me say this, guys. I think it was a good show. I'm gonna leave you guys now.
Yeah.
Hopefully in 24 hours there will be clarity on the Nima race.
Oh yeah.
I still tip my hats off to Madam Gongloe, where she ran a spirited race with severely limited, resources compared to the opponents. It's a very challenging terrain. And I think everybody on the team can lift their head up as winners. We still hold our hope that she will pull it off. Because I think the country would be much better off. I think Nima would be much better off. But whatever God has decided, I think she did. She represented herself well, and all of the supporters and indeed family can be proud.
Oh, guys,
I think it was a good show, man. I think it was a real great show, and I agree with you, Madam. I think Madam Blair should take the analysis or advice from her younger brother to start to consider going on a bigger platform. I think she has everything that is because for the past year she ran on one thing, her record as superintendent, and I think the way the people respond to it suggests that she did a pretty good job in Nemakan. I think she fits in the discussion moving the country forward. What is clear, regardless of the outcome, particularly even if Kun were to win, it's still clear that there is no ultimate godfather of Nema County. There will not be a Prince Johnson kind of a political figure of Nema County. Jeremiah Kun, if he thought that the election provides him an opening or embodiment for his presidential ambition, he still says he has a lot of work to do, uniting the people. And we think most importantly, the Boyga's government must uphold. They don't have the option not to uphold the ruling of the Supreme Court, because that is one of the most important many of his presidency, to uphold and defend the constitution of the country. We think that the Liberian people were united in this regard, and we think that's a good way forward in upholding leaders and upholding the rule of law. So we look forward to what happens tomorrow, bringing to an end the elections thing in Nema. And it was a great show. Good night.
Good night, guys.